It's a brand new week, and that means it's time for a brand new Deadlock Fight Night number 22 here in Europe, presented by Intel. ZP here with Jake. And Jake, once more, we get to see the EU scene, what's been evolving, and also see what Parivision and Virtus.pro have been cooking as they try to dethrone OneWin once more.
Yeah, ZP, OneWin has been pretty decidedly on top in the last few weeks, have really moved into that pole position spot, holding down this championship now for a couple defenses in a row. But both VP and Parivision have been, really vying for that next best spot, really trying to upset one another. And so I think, honestly, all of our matches today in Europe are going to be super competitive.
And of course, to show you exactly what's going to go on with the schedule here for today, of course, we are kicking things off with our EU Challenger match. The winner goes on the fight in the money match. It's a best of one into a best of three. And, for EU, it's been a state of flux as of late, where you kind of have the top three teams, and then the rest of EU is, been doing a little bit of rebuilding. But, things have always been consistently close, Jake, on the EU side. But, before we go a little bit deeper in that, if you're looking at later in the day, we got Melee Creeps taking on B&B versus Hydra Nation, where NA also been getting closer and closer. Hydra Nation, though, still on top.
Yeah, I think it's just a great week overall for Deadlock Fight Night. We really have a solid top three in each region that has emerged, and well, they're all here today. So if you want to see the best Deadlock that is being played right now, well, these are the teams that are going to give you it for both regions. I think we have a real stacked lineup. Everyone eyes on those money matches.
And also we got eyes on the people's hero of some sort. Some say, they have other words to describe it, but we do got Jason Kaplan join us here before we really get in to break things down. Jason, how you been?
Sorry, I want to be referred to as the people's dick from now on, as I was coined from DDK from before. Man, I'm doing good. I'm excited to see what's going to happen this week. Looking back at this matchup last week, I think all of us finally agree that Parivision, they have the comp that we wanted to see out of this team. We saw the OneWin comp with very frontline heavy with a Calico, a Shiv, a Kelvin mixed into there. They had a really good lineup, and also Yamato, I should point out. But one mistake is what's going to separate your Parivisions from your Virtus.pro, and one mistake was all it took for Virtus.pro to take that game back. So I'm hoping to see Parivision finally break through into the finals once again against OneWin, because it's kind of getting a little bit dull seeing these two teams in the finals every single week.
Yeah, you do wonder, will it be Parivision's week? That's a great time to bring up the Parivision roster. Or actually, no, we're going to the history first, where, things have changed. We kicked off the new year, and it was a whole lot of VP. It was VP the whole way down, and, with a little bit of Aegis Aurora, I guess, at the beginning. But, things have changed up here in Europe. And, it's not the first time that VP has been on the back foot. But the one thing we saw, Jake, in the past is that, it might have taken them a few weeks to retool. Last time they got knocked off the horse, but when they came back, they held it for a very long time.
Yeah, and for OneWin team, one or two wins in the money match, you could call that an aberration, but now they did 3 in a row. Last week, it was a 2-0 win over Virtus.pro. Very compelling stuff. And OneWin, you talked about the OneWin comp, Jason. I just think this is kind of the natural way of things. When a team gets on top, everybody else has to take pages out of their book, has to try to not only draft some of the same heroes that they want to draft to put pressure on their strategy, but also just to learn from whoever's the best. The nature of a game like Deadlock right now is things are constantly in flux, whether it's new patches or just new things, new strategies being discovered all the time. I think this is a great resource for folks playing Deadlock at home, that you want to see what's the best thing to do right now, what's the next level play that you can bring out in your matches. This is the place to do it. OneWin team is the team that has been innovating the most.
And what's so funny about that, Jake, is that we did see, it seems like Virtus.pro don't want to play into that. They don't want to look at OneWin and be like, okay, we're going to play a similar composition. They came out with a Dynamo last week to kind of halter that snowball comp inside the jungle. They had a Dynamo, a Viscus, a Beabop, a 7, a Pocket, and a Vindictus, so completely switching up their composition, and it worked out in that first match. But then they went up against OneWin later on, and they went towards the OneWin comp. We're having the aggressive frontline with Calico, with Shiv, with Kelvin. I don't know if OneWin to me are a team that, Virtus.pro are a team to me that want to play what the current meta is or what the current top dog is, because normally they're the trendsetters. So it's kind of interesting to see what they're going to do this week in their approach.
I think for VP, historically, it's a bit of both, where, they're not so ignorant as to ignore what is beating them. But, they do have a really good coaching staff behind them, and they have, as you say, Jason, been the trendsetters in the past, right? So I think it's a little bit column A, a little bit of column B. I think the one thing we've seen across the board, though, now we've entered into the new era of Deadlock, where it's not only the 3-lane map, but it's also, no teleporters, right? Where teams are really valuing early game. You have to make sure you have a good early game laning setup. I do wonder though this week in terms of trends for heroes, there was a really big difference between EU and NA last week, right? Where EU had Kelvin super highly prioritized. NA, meanwhile, is like some teams in NA, at least Hydra Nation, is like, no, you don't want to do that. That's like ridiculous, even with the new ice path. I do wonder if Kelvin's going to hold the same like first, second pick priority for this week.
Yeah, and I think another question in my mind is really the Mo Krill. We heard from Hydration from the winners interview last week talking about Mo and Krill as like the defining hero of the meta, like super high prio. I think they took it first pick, maybe in the final game to secure it for their squad. And, EU has played it a bit in the last few weeks, but it certainly hasn't had that like first pick level of relevance. But that's always, I think, indicative of the fact that there's always new strategies to be discovered. The fact that the best teams in NA and EU have really different visions of how to play says to me that there's still a lot more yet undiscovered, even by the best teams in the world. Like they're still early on in that process of figuring out, what's the best way to play Deadlock, like how to play, especially as a team at the highest level. I mean, we're at the very beginning stages. I think we're going to look back in a couple of years and, these strategies are going to look obsolete, but that's sort of the joy of this point in the game is all that opportunity for innovation for the best players to figure the things out about the game that no one has yet.
Couple years, man. You jumped really far ahead and out. I thought you were just like a couple months from now. But I do want to see that NA EU matchup, man. I hope whenever we do finally get that out of LAN, I hope it's like a best of 7 or something, because I want to see the adaptations on adaptations happen throughout the series. I want to see, an EU team come in with their style, NA team come in with their style. Whoever wins, the other team has to adapt and figure things out on the fly. I think that's going to be probably some of the most interesting Deadlock that we'll see for a while, is when we finally have that first proper clash of these two regions.
As we get in the Parivision roster, just one point on that is that when we do get to that NA versus EU era, I just want to see the chat, like the community, be very innovative. I don't want to see, the 10-year-old memes of near airport. Of course, let's say that, of course, this first time an NA team loses, it's going to be near airport. I can't believe this is the thing.
Yeah, but we're not escaping that, ZB. I hate to break it to you, but we're not, that's not going anywhere.
No,
anytime an NA team loses, that's in for the long haul. Let's be honest here.
What else also in for the long haul as you look at Parivision is that they've decided, they changed up their roster a little bit a few weeks ago. They got rid of Play With Me, they got Wolfie in, and I mean, it's kind of interesting because I feel like the roster change Parivision did get better, and I feel like, overall they've been able to play more of the meta heroes a little bit more effectively, which, helps in the sense that, Hayes, of course, wasn't really a pick for a long time and hasn't been for a while now, but for Parivision, it just feels like whether it's a little bit consistency or, just a little bit in the early game, they're just, at times, Jason, it feels like they're missing just a little bit when they play against 1win or VP that holds them back.
And I think that one thing they're missing is kind of the cleanliness of their play. I referred to like last week when one mistake cost them a 10K lead, then inevitably the match, because Virtus.pro were able to turn it around from there. When you look at the likes of like 1win and VP, when they're in the lead, like they don't really make mistakes, so they don't really make them too often. And it seems like Parivision have that happen more often than not, unfortunately. And then I look over at a player like Wolfie in particular. He's not typically like this brawly kind of player, like in your face. He's more of like a sit back, like on a 7, like we've seen like Pockets in the past, which I know Pocket can get in the face as well, but very versatile and elusive. I think he just needs some time to kind of adapt to the way the current quote unquote meta is going to really unlock some potential in Parivision, and obviously cleaning up a little bit of their macro play to not make those mistakes. I think we could see Parivision easily come out on top again.
Well, I know the first step to coming out on top is getting the right of first pick or first ban, and you do that with the Moment Krill 1-on-1. See what it is. Where I've long stopped being the person recording this, so I have no idea how this one panned out. But what in the world is going on here?
They're like gigabaiting the parries or something.
I can see it's Demov. Who's on Parivision though? I can't see who's. We need to
we need to see some blood sport. This is when the crowd starts booing in the real boxing match.
This has gotten so intricate over time, where, compared to NA, where it's a slugfest, this is mind games galore. Vivid Evangelio coming on up. Demov against the ropes right now. And Demov's down. It's going to be Parivision. Again, first pick, or their choice of first or second ban.
Curious to see what the prio is right now, because to my mind, there isn't such an obvious. I mean, I guess there's like Mirage is like a super powerful first pick hero that you can just like almost always open with and feel really confident in. But at the same token, like, there's also a lot of other heroes that you might want. You can get like the Paradox, Great Talent. Like there's other, really
Wait,
powerful
is that right?
picks to grab.
Parivision won the 1v1 and they gave over first pick to Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, I think
defer.
choosing second pick is not wrong. Like, it's just a different perspective. If you like, getting 2 picks in a row is also super valuable, right? At the opening of the draft. If you think there's 3 top tier heroes versus just 1, then yeah, you'd rather have the second slot.
I'm also really curious with Virtus.pro, and like they're still heavily investing into this like first pick Vindicta. And I know we talked about like the flexibility of the roster, like Obukim could play it, Mikhail S could play it. Technically, there's a lot of shuffling they can do within the VP roster. But I don't know if I value Vindicta so highly because we just haven't seen it be too successful. I feel like there's just so many other heroes you could be playing right now, like your Pockets, your Yamatos, your Grey Talons, that are going to have such higher priority, at least in my eyes.
Go Mirage. That's all I have to say here, Jake, is that I think if you're VP, please just go Mirage. Like, no Kelvin, no weirdness. Get the Mirage in. Like, please.
Mirage is I would say the standard pick. I think you could look at things like Holiday or Paradox if you have a strong preference there. But I agree. I think Mirage is probably the most likely opener we'll see here with it being unbanned.
You can only run from the law for so long.
It's Holiday.
Holiday,
That's
yeah.
Holiday.
Okay. So, I mean, that's interesting because I feel like Parivision can grab Mirage Paradox right now. I think that's like a monster second two. And I mean, Holiday is also insanely good, but this is sort of the power of that second pick is like, you know, sure, Calicos and Claire are out. You can't grab those, but I mean, you still get, I think this should be probably a Paradox plus Mirage. You might even breed and not take the
Pocket.
Paradox.
Yeah, Pocket. Wolfie's a big Pocket player.
GT is another super high prio. And GT has really risen in popularity in the last few weeks, like in particular. Getting first banned a lot, and yeah.
I think it's either Pocket or Grey Talon will always have like the highest damage on your team. And I'm looking back at like the stats we've had in the past DFNs. It's always one of those two within their own roster because of the range you can play from GT, and of course how much damage you can do with Affliction as a Pocket and how hard it is to lock you down. Okay, so they go the Mirage.
I will say I do think the Pocket damage stats are like a little fake, and even GT to an extent, because it's like you do a lot of damage, but a lot of damage you do is like somebody's on 1 HP and they're just getting afflicted and taking damage while they go heal in the base, and it's like it's not meaningful damage. It doesn't actually accomplish anything on the map. Sometimes
Jake,
it is
I will
really
count
meaningful.
that in my games. Okay, I will count every point of damage I can possibly get when it comes to my matches.
Yeah.
Also,
but I just mean statistically, you know, it's like could overestimate, but I do think Pocket is extremely good. Whoa, okay.
Okay, so I was about to say, Jake, I thought you made a great point about them greeting and not going for the Paradox right away, because like a lot of times teams won't go double playmaker. You can still make it work, and in this case, I feel like this is as much of a we want to play it pick as much of it is a we want to take it away from you pick, because I think without doubt it would have been a Paradox pick in the 3rd slot for Parivision, and they would have picked it there to prevent the ban. But instead, VP, they decide to invest in this, and they go the Pocket for triple playmaker. That I think is interesting.
I think Pocket is in a different role, I would say, than Paradox and Holiday, who are like starting to initiate and catch. And I think the Pocket is I mean, an initiator, but not really a catcher, right? Like has a lot more of the damage follow up. I think honestly, this looks like a super scary game for Grey Talon with like 3 heroes who can all catch and jump on you pretty hard. That like don't mind, you know, you're trying to poke at range, they're gonna try and shut you down. Bebop could be a hero that helps counter catch, but yeah, I guess you really were running out of options for like a way to catch people. Like there's not much catch left in the game. I mean, you could have Mo, but feels like Mo is a little more of like a follow-up catch than a direct initiator catch.
You don't pick Bebop and they're going to ban it away. I would almost guess for Virtus.pro there in that situation. There's still like a lot of like we talked about Kelvin's EP, right? And we're curious about like where the weight of Kelvin's going to be for these teams. And I mean, we're already 6 picks in total, and we haven't seen him a single time yet. Well, we've only seen him once. Makes sense. I think you're muted.
You're muted, ZP.
Wait, I am muted. Yeah, but they were overvaluing it.
How did you mute yourself?
I have no idea. I think I just accidentally hit the button. But look, it happens. My overall mute rate lower than normal, we'll say. But okay, the interesting thing for me for VP normally values a good amount of frontline. So far, the frontline is on the back end of the draft. So, you know, kind of going to the things we talked about. They've lessened their Vindicta priority. They decide to ban it to not deal with it, but they don't early prioritize it relative to.
I like it because I think they can't pick at this draft. Like with Bebop and Grey Talon, even Mirage, like they have really strong answers to Vindicta for Parivision. And so I don't think VP are ever going to play it just due to the hero counter scenario here. But Parivision, if they get it, you know, like could be annoying. They've also taken a lot of the counters. I love the Mokrill here. I think this is a fantastic pick, not only for potentially dealing with the Pocket or the Holiday as they try to, you know, get in and get out on their plays, but also having follow-up for like a Bebop hook or setups that you're getting somewhere else on the map. So I think this is a great pick from Parivision. I like the draft so far.
I feel like it has to be Abrams here, Jason. When I look at it, that's all I got. I'm looking at. It's like
they need Hearthstone for sure.
They need some form of frontline. If they don't pick okay, well, it's frontline, but not what I expected.
Actually, I guess they don't need the hard stun. They just need frontline, really, because they have the stuns from Paradox and Holiday. I think still maybe some more interrupts on like the Mo Krill could be good. So maybe they will like to grab those. You could even see something like an Infernus. I don't know if you want to take it right now, but wouldn't hate to see it here as like a threat against Mo and Bebop and even GT up in the air getting burned just doesn't feel good.
I'm wondering if they're going to have someone who takes like Rescue Beam to deal with the Bebop. So if the hook comes in, just kind of save them. Or with this Yamato pick, are they going to go for like a Kelvin as their last pick potentially to come through to really lock someone down and pick up that kill? Because with the Paradoxical Swap or the Lasso, you're almost guaranteed to kill someone. You throw in a Frozen Shelter on top of that, and you're going to have quite a few picks with really ease.
I think the problem is you don't have enough heroes who want to play in the shelter. I mean, I guess it's Geist and Yamato are like pretty good in the shelter. Right? Well, maybe this actually does make Kelvin more attractive, actually, now that the Lash comes in, because it can be used more defensively as well.
I gotta say, I'm not loving the Lash pick here. Like, I feel like in recent memory, like we'd have to go look at the stats, but I feel like I haven't remembered Lash winning a lot in recent times. I feel like the team that's picked Lash, like things have gone poorly for them.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess played maybe they feel for Hydra Nation and lost in the second match.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Parivision's picking Lash here because both the Paradox and Holiday got picked early, and they're just looking for something to give them like some form of like playmaking potential. But
they just need a Zergy hero, and I feel like it's just Infernus here.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go Wraith, but Wraith is just like so unpopular these days. I'd be surprised. It feels like Wraith has kind of fallen off in pick prio.
Don't you worry.
It's just going to be the Infernus, which also I think helps like Viscous Ball. You can actually do real meaningful damage to him by like burning him forever in the ball since he's never going to dodge your shots. I mean, it's an interesting draft to look at overall. I mean, this is very like I always think the team that goes double playmaker is like it's like doing a little too much. Like yes, it denies a playmaker from your team, but it does make your team kind of awkward. But maybe, I mean, I'm curious to see who will be on the Paradox because it could be Mikhail's on the Pocket or the Paradox in my mind. Like I could see it either way. I kind of want to see Mikhail's back on the Paradox just because that's such a signature player hero combo. But yeah, this is a really weird VP draft. It's like 3 super highly mobile initiators catch heroes and 3 more aggressive frontliners.
I'm kind of worried about the damage or lack of for Parivision. Like, are we going to see like an Echo Shard Viscous like we had a few weeks back to really pump out the damage? Like if Great Talon and Mirage get set behind early on, I feel like you're going to be lacking a lot of damage. So either they need to have strong starts or you need to have really good rotations and catches in the jungle on VP to build up a lead in that way, in my eyes.
Yeah, I think like Bebop and Lash could end up building a little bit greedier and like more damage centric. Because like, yeah, I think you're totally right. And same for Viscous. Like, I mean, maybe everyone on the draft for Parivision can kind of adapt their builds to fill in a little bit more for that carrying. But yeah, I think Mirage is like the most critical hero. I mean, even though GT has a lot of nuke and burst damage, I think you need somebody who's just like pumping damage through the course of the fight. We need to see Mirage like ahead of the game, getting a siphon bullets. I mean, that's what this character can do, farming the whole game and then just showing up to fights with your TP. But I think it's just going to be super particularly important of everyone for Mirage to just have a good game, get a lot of farm, maybe even not participate so much in the early game so that he can kind of be ahead of the game and come in and deal the damage into Geist, Yamato, and Furnace. Somebody needs to be shooting these characters.
Honestly, the more I look at it, the more I don't like the Parivision draft because I feel like both Lash, Mo, and Krill and Bebop are all heroes that distinctly get worse as the game goes on. Like Mo and Krill like can still set up ganks and like have a presence, but they're all heroes when you think about their scaling. They definitely fall off more into the late game relative to what they do in the early game. And the fall off is nowhere near as severe for VP in turn. And I mean, the way these characters get interact, I don't think necessarily Parivision has gotten a massive early game advantage for this composition either. So I don't know. I'm looking at this right now and I feel like Parivision has this like very narrow road to victory where they not only have to crush the early game, but they need to like nurse a 15-20K lead from about like 12 to 13 minutes on, or I just feel like VP runs away with this one.
I mean, go ahead, Jason.
Go ahead. Okay. Well, it looks for me, I'm looking at this, I'm kind of worrying as well because we talked about like the Mirage being able to split push and be able to farm all game. But with double playmaker, with the Paradox and Holiday on the other side, I I really am worried that he's not going to get there in time with the Traveler to turn that fight around. They're going to lose someone too quickly, and that Prestus won't be able to like reinforce that position well enough. But I guess it depends on like how good the hooks are from both sides.
Yeah, I think I do think the Parivision draft is actually pretty sick in the early game. I think what I'm more worried about is like, I think they like, you're right. They need to win early game. They need to get the snowball rolling. But like, there's this key threshold for me when you start to pressure walkers where like, yeah, maybe you have all 3 Guardians down, but you haven't taken any walkers yet. And that's where I think VP have pretty fantastic wave clear with Geist's bomb. You got Pocket, Holiday, Furnace. I mean, honestly, like their whole freaking draft has great wave clear to defend walkers. And that's where I think the key plays need to come out from Parivision. We need to see big hooks from Taz. We need to see Wolfie on the lash, like creating big opportunities with the ulti. As we see already an early fight in the mid lane. Prestus got super low here. Jason, before we let you go, how do you like the laning setups? What are we seeing here in terms of matchups, and what are you looking at, especially in this early game?
Bro, Mirage Great Talent is gonna be dirty in the mid lane, man. The amount of damage, amount of poke you're gonna be able to do is kind of insane. I'm also looking towards the Bebop Lash. I mean, you're kind of hoping they push against you and you get a kill under Guardian in my eyes. So as long as VP play it safe, I don't think they're going to get caught out too much there. And then, of course, on the right-hand side with the Pocket and the Geist up against Viscous and Mo, that's also, I feel like, a pretty damn deadly combo for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, well, the mid lane, I mean, you talk about using the Mirage Hand there. You trade out early, and I mean, look, as far as VP is concerned, I think you're totally okay with the trade out there just to get the Mirage a little bit back. I mean, yeah, you lose your Motto in turn, but, you know, given the amount of poke that mid lane's going to be putting out, you know, Jake, not the worst for VP at the beginning.
Yeah, I think these early kills, the more Deadlock I watch at this level, the less I think these early kills really matter. Unless you get the kill without really taking much damage. Like, in the end, even if you kill somebody, but it costs you a bunch of your HP, realistically, the other player is going to have an advantage when they come back to the lane on the HP, and you're going to be playing passive, trying not to die. So I think it's more for me, the more I watch, the more about like how you're efficiently trading your HP. If you're getting that kill and you're at super high HP, that's where I start to get worried for the other team. But yeah, for me, both these teams are strong. Like, I don't expect to see any kind of crazy advantage brewing out of the very early game.
I think for me, what I'm really keyed in here on is what happens once you get over to the 3K range, right? Like, what is Litz going to do in particular? Because when Mo games have gone well, the Mo gets up there and then just starts comboing constantly, you know, on cooldown. But speaking of cooldown, right now, Listic looking awfully damaged over at mid. Not gonna fall just now, gonna healing right, and you know, you talk about health tempo. You know, if you don't actually get the kill outright, healing right just erases a lot. But it does, you know, it is an investment. Could have went towards another item at that point.
Can I jump in real quick? Because Michaelis is on Pocket, as Jake was talking about, but Obi came on Paradox and Listic on Yamato. Is this like the first time we've seen Listic on Yamato? Like, that's not my expected player on that hero, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Listic has been kind of the jack of all trades in a lot of these games for VP, like playing a lot of, in general, like crazy amounts of flex. I mean, we've seen sort of similar style of heroes, like the Great Talent, or not the Great Talent, rather, the Lady Geist and the Abrams and things like that. But not surprised to see VP pick up new things, but it is always going to be interesting to see how they do in this match.
I think VP is definitely embraced. I mean, so have a lot of teams that like this idea of like, well, your support player should be versatile and be able to play like even things completely non-support-esque, where, you know, Paradox is probably the furthest away from a. Well, I mean, Obakim's also played Holiday in the past too, if you think about it, right? So it's actually not that far off of Obakim's historical hero pool. Still though. A little bit of Yamato poke going on, where anytime you get Guardian pressure, you go for it. Now, diving on in, off the parry. Nice read by Listic to immediately take down the Mirage.
Yeah, big dives, and I mean, Yamato creating a lot of opportunities here in the mid lane. Sharik takes down Sap elsewhere. Gets pressured back for his troubles, but nice resto lock is going to keep him still pretty strong. And across the board, I mean, the HP trades have been pretty strong for VP. Now, Parivision going to have some heroes coming back at that higher HP threshold, maybe a little bit of pressure on them to make plays. Bebop for the moment, though, Taz super happy to just farm up. And this lane is going to have both their ultimates online, so this is going to be potentially a scary place to be for Paradox and Infernus, who don't really have counters to the Lash ult really at this point in the game. I mean, I guess Paradox could like swap you in, but it seems pretty ambitious. Nice Affliction, gonna force Mo out of the lane. Almost certainly gonna have to be going back to the base now.
I think with how important getting early Guardian is, Pocket's presence in lane, just at the immediate 3k spike where you can get an Affliction off, is actually really ridiculous because you get so much time in lane where the other side, like at times, usually has to go back to base. But okay, this is one way short up. You drop an owl from afar. Just
they needed the help clearing the wave right here. And Mo stayed in lane then. I mean, he's just trying to heal up through it. It's kind of wild. He's still super low, which I feel does make it harder to get those, you know, big first skills and like get all the heal up. Nice pressure by the Yamato with those opportunities she's made in the mid lanes. Now she's started to convert that onto some tower damage. This first mid Guardian, I think, is a big opener to find. Really takes away a key shop and like opens up the jungle to you. But Taz, with the ulti in the side lane, does find Infernus. So Zergy, one of those players who definitely wants to have a good start.
Yeah, I mean, your Infernus dying early, not the greatest thing. Although it's so weird because I feel like the timeline for Infernus having a huge impact on the game is almost like your late game option where you don't see it have that big of an impact until way later. But okay, Zergy immediately back to the lane, drops a concussive combustion, and says, all right, I'm back to full HP. Kind of going back to the health tempo point you were talking about earlier, Jake.
Yeah, he just knows he's got the advantage. There's no ulti to shut him down, and I think Lash is likely going to be going down here as well. Zergy, no more burn, but yeah, they just have the damage on him. He's all alone. Taz coming back, but oh, trying to trade though. Hold on Obukim. Big fights now as well in the mid lane. GT pulling way deep under tower where she exactly does not want to be. Luckily for her, Yamato wasn't quite ready for the follow-up.
So small lead starting to open up for VP, where, by the way, I think the general theme of that, pretty rough for Parivision. Remember, it's Parivision that's under the pressure to make this early game really shine, and being even is not it. You know, to me, Jake, when I'm looking at it here, I just kind of think, what is Taz's role here as Bebop, where like you really want to see Bebop open things up, you know, pretty soon into the game. And so far it's been, you know, relatively quiet. I mean, you're still stuck in lane for a little bit, but again, another dive on the Prestus. Prestus might be going down here again.
Yeah, big value. They're going to have to just owl trying to clear the wave here, but Yamato able to put a lot of tower pressure on. I will say though, for Parivision, although I think they need to be strong in the early game, I think it's really for me the early game around the first urn where I want to see like real team fights. I do think in like the true laning phase, I don't think the advantage of these like Bebops and Viscuses, Mo's is that significant. I think they're heroes that want to start team fighting together. So here we see combo. Nice parry though on the puddle punch, missing up some of the follow-up, and Viscus forced out with the roll. So really no value off these ultis from Parivision in the side lane. I guess the affliction from Michaela S was just a little bit too scary for them to keep that pressure on under.
Yeah, I think right now from the VP side, you have to be thrilled with how this is going about, where you've had an edge in lane fence. Oh, okay, as I say that, Zergy getting hooked on in. Zergy,
he's turning it back around. He's
yeah, he just says, I'll take the fight. I feel strong enough. Not afraid whatsoever. And oh man, it does feel like a little bit of a grim omen for Parivision, where you land a hook like that, and then it's just like, well, you can't really even get much off of it.
Yeah, I guess you're happy with like nuking off some shields and, you know, forcing a couple item cooldowns in the lane. Still, you know, worth less than the hook. Ult from Lash, super awkward, but still somehow manages to grab the Paradox by having no height there, and that should be costing Paradox her life. Furnace wants to turn it around, but isn't going to happen. And now Taz on the chase with the Bebop. Might even look to put a tower pressure on with that ulti. I guess with the Lash being so low, it's a little bit scary.
About a minute and a half off from first urn, where you know, it's kind of interesting too. You mentioned you really want to see urn get a read of both teams, and the urn fight feels like it's way more important now that teleporters are a thing. Like there's way bigger team rotations, them coming out. A little bit of owl pressure on the Shriek actually gets him quite low.
Does make him low. It is a Geist though, right? So being low HP is sort of weirdly more okay than almost anyone else in the game. Now the counter pressure comes in once again on the sideline, and Parivision have been just playing the ultimate tempo really nicely here. Like when they do have Flash and Bebop ults, like they're such a powerful presence. Has stayed over his welcome there with Listic taking the rotation in. This could actually be tower going down. There's no one really here to pressure this. Flash is going to try to spam the waves. Oh my gosh, and Obukim just... I mean, he's going to die for the tower, but like in the end, they're getting the tower off this. I still think that's not a bad death, actually.
I mean, you can debate whether or not Obukim actually needed the die there, but it was extra damage onto the tower. You've gotten the Guardian down, and you know, also getting the side Guardian down right before first turn, I think, is even more important when you stop and think about it, right? Like, we talk about the importance of getting mid Guardian down, but with the importance of first urn now, if you get the Guardian down and it sets up either for urn pickup or urn turn in, it's actually really nice to have the lane pushed up.
This is the perfect spot.
Great talent now. Trying to bring on some of the counter pressure in the mid lane. Parivision have been able to hold on to that after the early pressure that was going VP's way. Soul lead not insurmountable, though now a lot of the jungle has spawned here. And so I think opportunities for teams to roam and get kills and maybe snowball those into some Gamba steals. Bebop coming into the mid lane looking for something. Yamato's a tough catch with the ulti.
Taz still looking. Buff is up. Gonna be grabbed by GT. Now? Actually, did he get it? Might have gotten grabbed by Furnace. No, got grabbed by GT. Furnace, though, meanwhile.
He's trying to kite out.
A little bit of movement, able to get out. Meanwhile, Listic, being all the frontline needed to create space with the Furnace, gets the kill on the Taz. And, you know, low-key, Listic has been having an insane game so far in the Yamato. Able to drop the Shadow Transformation, right place, right time. Heal back up. Might even get Wolfie here on top of it.
Scary dive here. I think Yamato has maybe overstepped. The team is behind her, but this is definitely a really scary spot to be. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, though, the pressure comes in. Obikim grabs the urn as well. And so as long as you just live here on VP, I mean, you're accomplishing so much across the map. Nice movements here from Dimov. Should be getting this Holiday out of trouble for just a little bit of damage pressure. And look at that. I mean, the lane's so pressured on this right side of the map. We talked about that Guardian being down. Virtus.pro just instantly running that first urn really on a high tempo.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, they pushed the wave up entirely. Now they go in. I mean, okay, Lash might be trying to death slam on here. I mean, Lash is in position. They are respecting it. So it's not a quick turn, and it will be something contested, even as we see Michaelis under a little bit of pressure. And, you know, now for me, I wonder if you're VP, you wait a little bit ult-wise here, right? Like, you're kind of close to the next Affliction. What's the rush? You know, let Michaelis get Affliction back up, then go in. I don't think it's in their interest to try and rush this unless they see no one from Parivision nearby.
Yeah, I do think it's also a pretty scary fight to take if you don't have the Shadow Transformation for Yamato. I mean, it's just going to be really difficult for Listic to play with the amount of CC on the field. Meanwhile, though, Litz just got popped, hit with an Affliction by Michaelis and followed up, and then VP, I mean, unsurprising with the urn on this side of the map, they've doubled down, they brought it here. It's going to be dropped for the moment, but this should still be turned in. Bebop lasering the hold on, making this difficult, and Taz from the high ground being a huge nuisance. There's nobody here to cancel or deal with this Bebop laser whatsoever. So he's just overwatching. The urn is so incredibly close to that drop-off, though.
Just look on to the Holiday, but that means it's not going to be available for the urn. Urn might be about to be turned in as see Taz going down. Urn is turned in by Shriek. I mean, you get a little bit off that with the Owl Hyper Beam, but it's still vastly in VP's favor. Where, by the way, you know, in the setup to that fight, Jake, you're talking about, okay, they're going to wait for Affliction. That's exactly what they did. They waited for Affliction to come back up. As soon as it goes in, KLS immediately deep dives, drops the Affliction, and makes room for the urn turn in.
Nice parry by GT, but it won't count for much here. It's the cleanup of that maybe over-aggressive position from Together. VP is starting to really swing around the map in large groups now. Just have one hero on each of the side lanes. They have 4 in the mid lane, though, so really putting a lot of pressure on. This Guardian almost certainly going down, yeah, right here. Hook misses as well. You got to try for Taz, but pretty easy to play the off angles there for VP as they now have opened all 3 of the Guardians. I mean, this is the fact that they've got this done first is going to buy them a lot of space and time to farm. And I agree with you guys. I mean, I think in the ultra late game, VP are going to start to scale much more significantly. This is the moment where we need to see some kind of offense out of Parivision, some kind of pressure, whether it's Guardians or finding kills around the map.
I mean, it's only 10K right now, but I'm already starting to struggle to find scenarios for Parivision. In a way, you need to just get monster hooks into Moan Curl follow-ups, but the window here is pretty low, as right now you see the Yamato invade into the double vault, just forcing the Lash out. Meanwhile, on the right side of the map, you got Shriek taking down Litz. I mean, it's actually quite rapidly getting out of hand, and this is probably a good chance to bring Jason. I mean, Jason, what have you seen so far as Parivision is slipping away a bit now?
They did have a decent start, I'd say, in the left-hand lane. Every time Wolfie had his slam up, he immediately would go for a kill, and it would most likely be on Obikim both the times. But the one lane winning isn't really going to be enough for them to carry through, as we're obviously seeing the goal difference now be 14K between these two teams. I think Virtus.pro were able to really transition that first turn really smartly, as you guys pointed out, waiting for the Affliction to come back up, having D-Mob play from the high ground to catch out Task to lock him down, that eventually Michaelis is able to rotate in for another kill, while Shark goes for the turn-in. They completely went out in that fight, and I think now with these Guardians all being down, they're continuing to farm up here. I don't want to say Parivision are out, but I do find it, like you guys as well, find it very difficult to see a way for them to get back in, bar some big mistake out of VP.
And Listic was just able to steal the Gamba vault on the other side of the map. It's so powerful. Buff's going to be coming up in 20 seconds. That'll be probably the flashpoint for conflict. Those looks like the teams are electing to trade 1-for-1 on the buffs. VP setting up to grab that right side. Most likely we'll see the same for Parivision on the left. Mikhail's is alone in the face of 4 heroes, though, on the left side of the map. So definitely, I mean, Pocket probably a hero that can be confident in that type of position, but still potentially a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone's getting out of incredible danger, usually it's going to be the Pocket, but next urn is up. And, you know, the interesting thing for me, you know, last week we saw teams heavily contesting urn pickup in particular. Like, urn pickup was contested nearly as heavily as urn turn-in. This time around, Parivision, they just let it be. And, okay, they have the urn turn-in on their side of the map. You know, they could set up a little bit more defensively, but I think it also kind of shows how far behind they actually are. Even though you look at the aggregate, go, it's just 14K. When you're at a point where you're not even contesting urn turn-in, I think it's real tough.
Yeah, they would have loved to grab this one. Would have been an easy turn-in for them. I do think it's pretty ambitious for Yamato to really go for this. If anything, Yamato's just going to like make a bit of space and draw a bit of attention to herself. I do think the aggressive turn-in could be accomplished with VP if they like bring the whole team, but they probably want to just keep the lanes under pressure, not give up that right side Guardian in particular, which they probably would have to give up to get this turn in. Although, as I say that, 3 heroes from Parivision are just making a move, kind of calling the bluff here. Nice catch from Litz. I mean, that's the way you come back right in a game like this, is all these setup pickoffs with the Mo Krill, right? Like you have these players with a nice soul lead, while they're also nice piggy bank you can crack open if you do find those kills.
I think the other way Parivision can get back into it is that if, you know, VP tries to go for a more aggressive mid boss, right? Like, let's say they, you know, get a 2-player advantage and they go middle. This is not a big enough lead where it couldn't be thrown by one really bad mid boss play. So I do think there's options here for Parivision, but in a way, it's also kind of hoping that VP makes a bad decision on top of it to really kickstart the comeback.
I mean, that's the power of Deadlock, right? Like, there's so much unknown on the map. You know, you only have the vision that your heroes really offer. And so you've got to be careful. That's why, you know, teams have such high prio on pushing away. Oh my God, that was scary. That was a little nice jump scare for Obikim. Beautiful.
Obikim's just like, he's still shaking at his PC after that. I was just like, oh God.
Yeah, that was way too close for comfort. Nice attempt from Taz.
You know, a few months ago, before the hook width change, that would have been a hit. Just throwing it out there. That's the power of patch changes right there.
And VP can tend to just hold on to the urn. I mean, there's a bit of a downside here having to hold the urn. Just like, you know, revealing a player's position on the map, not being able to farm as efficiently. But it just feels like too difficult for VP to turn in. And I mean, not much jungle to be fought over. Both teams, I think, happy to play really patient right now. Parivision with their, you know, disadvantage don't want to make any sudden forced moves, but they're going to get forced into that as the mid-boss attempt from VP. And Parivision are split over the map. They might really go for this. They do have the Yamato, right, who can go for that shadow transformation secure. And they're going to just force the fight here down lower. This is not an awkward place, a bit of an awkward place, rather, for Parivision to fight. And they're so split on the map. They're just going to go take Guardians elsewhere. They're not going to contest.
So they end up giving up mid-boss. They don't contest for it. They decide, okay, we're just going to focus more on the map. I mean, it's 11K difference. So, I mean, in a way, there's a world where this has its benefits, right? Is that because if they went for mid-boss Parivision and they failed to get it or just like got wiped out, it would be around a 20K difference versus an already like pretty overfed Yamato and Geist and Furnace, right? It would be GG. So they're basically betting the farm here, Jake, that they could do a better defense at their base than they could by turning the game at mid-boss. And they might not be wrong, especially given that you're still running things with pick potential like Bebop and Mo.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, all the lanes are now pushing on you really heavily. That's going to force people to show on lanes and create an opportunity. VP are just going to run it down the urn. The presence is there for Parivision, and still walking in here is really risky. Yeah, with the laser from Taz, always thinking about it, not actually popping that there. VP, though, want to bring the whole team. They have the squad here. Only Mirage missing from Parivision. This could be a full 6-on-6. I don't think you want that if you're Parivision.
Oh, and Litz just immediately getting blown up. Goes for the combo, but Listic is there. Drops the power slash. And now Parivision starting to get forced on back. Urn picked up by Obikim and turned in. So VP grabs another urn. You look at guys looking for the swap. Can't get it in time. It was so close, Jake. Yet so far. KLS able to punish Saf, though, in turn. Virtus.pro still coming out way ahead so far, getting Walker, Urn, and trading out 1 for 2.
Way more than that now, ZP. The rest of the squad is crumbling, falling to pieces. VP, they only lost the guy. She's still up on that quick spawn. You could look for another walker here. Great Talent, you're out pretty far here. Under the mid walker, feeling safe, but half HP, I'm not so sure about that. Pocket now behind. Great Talent surrounded, trapped under the walker, and it's going to be cleaned up. Buildings to be falling post haste here. D-Mob goes down as well, but again, these are rejuve respawns. VP aren't so mad at taking these deaths, willing to take those trades. They're going to pay dividends in terms of objectives, and Lady Geist already pushing down the right lane. We could be seeing the third walker fall here momentarily.
A little bit of Death Slam action on to Listic here. Is Listic going to be able to get away? 280 HP. Not much in the way of escape tools, but okay, Wolfie just gets punished by MKLS, who swoops on in, so gets Listic out of the danger zone, and an even more definitive edge being had here, close to about 30,000 at this point, so kind of over the top, and they're getting this final walker on top of it. Great time here to bring in Jason and go. Jason, you know, it's just gotten worse since the last time we checked in, but where are you seeing things right now?
Not good. Not good, ZP. Not good for Parivision, honestly, man. Like, it's what I was saying before. Like, if this is the other situation, somehow Virtus.pro in last week were able to find some sort of mistake, and maybe a slight mistake here actually, with the urn actually being stolen away by Parivision. But I don't know, man. Like, this is just VP. When they're in the lead, they're so hard to stop. They're up almost 30k right now. They're going to be able to catch out Tass here, which should most certainly transition into a kill. But he somehow picks up Listic in the meantime. The thing is, they're so overcommitted to the left-hand side, they might allow an urn turn on the right-hand side. So this actually could be a mistake for VP.
I do think all this chaos has actually kind of turned out decently for Parivision, but they need a little bit better than decent here. I still think in the net, they're still in a pretty rough spot, down 20k. It's a great earn pickup, though, by Litz. I think that's a heads-up play for him to, you know, recognizing that fight is chaotic. They're up against a reju. Going for kills is not the look here, not the right move. And instead, he just grabs the urn and gets out of there. That's probably the most valuable thing that you could have found, especially this is, what, the third urn is a decent soul bounty on that.
Yeah, I mean, also when you're behind, just, you know, the little bit of extra comeback on top of it. The problem that you have here, though, is that even if you get back to even, you look at the scaling power between both teams, you're really expecting a lot out of the Mirage and the GT here when you're going against a really strong front line of Yamato Geist, and you have the Infernus backing it up. And also, it's not like Pocket is a slouch when farmed either. I mean, Pocket is still putting out a pretty enormous amount of damage and effectively taxing your team by forcing you to get debuff removers on top of it if you kind of want to limit his impact. So the overall net power, to me right now, is just vastly in favor of VP.
I mean, this is textbook VP, right? They put themselves in a position where they don't have a strategic pressure on them. They're not, you know, on a time clock of any kind. Their opponents are the ones on the clock, and then they're happy to just play, I wouldn't say defensively. I mean, they're on the opponent's side of the map, but they don't have really a big pressure to break the base or to make major objectives happen. They can play for the urns. They can play for the mid boss. They don't have to fight too close. It's a nice hook on a Pocket who used the cape and got caught, so I think is out of tools here. Tornado just gonna rip the so many defensive skills, but I still think Pocket is going to go down. Nice bag on the floor. It's a great spot to fight for Parivision. 2 kills already.
That was an insanely well-timed hook from Taz. Like, he could not have timed that any better than negate the cape, so really well done by Taz. Gets him 2 clean kills, and, you know, it's a shame for them that mid-boss is not up right now, because this is where Parivision, you know, maybe would like to make it work. Also, really close to nearly losing people there. Great support. Parivision able to get out cleanly. Well, as I said, that Wolfie still gets caught, but they nearly got out of that cleanly. So, I mean, look, you're trying to come back into the game. That's about as picture perfect as you get, leading off the hook from Taz.
I mean, even a 1-for-1 is a winning trade here for Parivision. So grabbing 2-for-1 is nice. They're able to get those hook pickups. And I guess that's what you're really playing for at this point. You're looking for the Bebop and for the Mo to create little openings, little opportunities that maybe Viscous and Lash can follow up on, and then the damage from GT and Mirage. I mean, still the composition theoretically from Parivision can work. They just need to be the ones starting the fights on their own terms. And that's just the thing that so many teams have struggled to do against VP, who constantly force you to come contest objectives in an area that they're prepared for, that they're set up for the fight.
Well, the other thing, too, is you think about how a lot of the fights will start out even going to the early game. You know, MKLS is able to just leap in, get a great affliction. You know, basically did to win his own lane at the beginning. Did it at key earn fights. And the power of Pocket initiating, landing big afflictions, just ruining people's health, cannot be understated, especially if it happens before you're able to find a good hook or set up a Mo gank. So, you know, we'll see how this next fight steps up. But, you know, I kind of feel like what Taz did last time against Mikhail has to continue to happen as it goes on here, right? You know, get a clean team fight without like 2 or 3 people just suffering, you know, over half their HP from affliction.
I mean, Taz really is the star player for Parivision, at least in my eyes. I mean, I think that's part of why VP go with both the Holiday and the Paradox this game is denying Taz. I think if it were a player that weren't quite so strong on those two characters, maybe you wouldn't value the denial as highly. But I think this is kind of a mark of respect from VP, frankly, to make this, to go this way in the draft, put Taz on the Bebop, which is like probably his third choice of hero, and he's still scary on it. He's still a threat. He's still creating opportunities. So I feel like you never write this team off until it's actually over here for VP.
Demov right now is fishing. Like, we're looking at Bebop on the roof, but it was Demov down below. Was just
they're wasting a lot of skills on him. Like, he's not taking any damage from those. I guess they just don't care. They're zoning him away and playing for the buffs. No big deal. No one's gonna grab the left side buff either. Interesting.
Actually, is Parivision going to contest the earned pickup here? They looked like they were keen to do it. They grabbed the hook. No way. Actually gets the Geist door at the top. The problem is, I don't think the fall through is going to be there. And also, even if you did have fall through, it's still a Geist if you don't have a silencer, another disabled to go on top of it. So this is going to be earned pickup here by VP. And, for Parivision, do they have any trade options here, Jake, or do they have to contest the earn pickup at this point?
I mean, they could look to split, but I mean, the fact that Geist is still pushing waves, I mean, VP aren't going to like hard run this earn. They're going to make sure the waves are cleared, make sure they're in a decent spot. There's still a buff to be grabbed. Taz finds Demob though, and I mean, we talk about it, but here it comes again and again. The Bebop is the difference maker in these situations. I mean, that's what they need to do, right? Is hook into combo. That should be like a kill on anything, unless the rest of VP are all there ready to save you. Like hook into combo and having like a player or two around to just
do. Who's going straight mid? They got one up. They decided mid boss, best opportunity we'll have.
This is really risky, honestly, but I sort of like it from Parivision. You need to take some gambles. You need to play to win. They're doing just that, but I mean, Pocket is going to be so annoying if you really attempt a mid boss right now. Surely not, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they won the hope that maybe someone from VP expose themselves, but I think you completely hit the nail on the head with the idea that if you go mid boss and Mikhail S is still up, you're just gonna get afflicted, and it is GG. So
yeah, the Diviner's Kevlar affliction in the pit and Pocket just spamming nukes on you is like, that's too much, too big of a threat. Especially these Parivision heroes, they need good positions, right? A lot of their damage comes from GT or Bebop, who doesn't want to like brawl at point blank range. And now VP are gonna say, all right, you wanna do mid boss? Let's do mid boss. Wolfie on Lash though could make a play here. There's opportunity. Geist is not here in this fight. It's a bit greedy from VP.
So this one pans down. They decided to go in before it's popped. They respect the Shadow transformation. They use the Bebop laser in over the top. They have the Lash still waiting in the wing, still has a death slam, and the combo comes in. Zergy gets explores in, gets comboed out. However, leaves his mark. Taz ends up falling right after Saf though on Michaelis. Have gotten rid of the threat. Michaelis wasn't able to even drop Affliction there. And now Parivision, is this the comeback of their dreams? 3 down for VP, only 2 down for Parivision here so far. Wolfie getting hit with the lasso, down he goes. 3 on 3, and Virtus.pro still might just be a little bit too far ahead, Jake.
Trades are decent though. Paradox coming in to try and finish off the mid boss. They don't have much damage at this point. And Parivision still waiting around the rings, but coming in too close. Yeah, you see how quickly those VP players get off the mid boss, instantly start hunting for kills. There's maybe an opportunity to go for a steal here for Saf if he wants to try.
They got the Viscous. This is not free at all with Puddle Punch. All right, let's see the Puddle Punch magic here with the Greytown. They drop the wall on top of it. What's it going to be? They move on in. And a Sharik comes out with the rejuve. The steal not successful, and Parivision end up losing their last 2 members for the attempt.
Yeah, nice attempt there from Saf to warp stone in and parry, but Virtus.pro too ready, too prepared for all the possibilities, having that 1 player advantage and a pretty significant Souls lead to boot. And what looked like an incredibly close opportunity for Parivision, the fact that they take that risk almost pays off for them, but now really starting to fall apart, right? Like with the rejuve going the way of VP, still players dead. I feel like this is gonna be a free earn turn in. Zergy just grabbing the whole map while he's at it. Why not? And this is starting to get scary. I mean, look at this build for Zergy. He really does have everything he needs to be a significant threat in the fight. The debuff remover, the E-shift, the rapid recharge, and a pretty nice stack of gun items to boot.
Yeah, as you say, Parivision wasn't really able to contest there, and great time to throw in the Jason where, Jason, I feel like Parivision played that almost perfectly, but still just fell a little bit short at the end. If nothing else, because of stat difference. Hook though, comes on in. If nothing else, to try and deny Jason his point as you see the chase down happening, and okay, Obikin even going even deeper, dropping the swap. We can be able to get the pick off here. Tornado out instead, and Zergy ends up dying for it. So VP a little bit deep here. Of course, they have the Rejuvenator. Maybe they don't care too much, so long as they get some shrines in turn.
Yeah, the fight's going well for Parivision, though. They're like hunting and pecking from all sides. This long-range comp with so many different highly mobile heroes proving hard for VP to catch. Now Taz committing to the defense with that laser is going to hold the base for the moment, and I think this is going to be VP just taking the reset. They've been repelled.
So Virtus.pro gonna get pushed back, and okay, this is now we're gonna call in Jason for real. The teams are far away. Jason, give us some thoughts from mid boss to now, what you've been seeing.
Bro, Zergy, I don't know if you guys caught it. He warp stoned up into the upper level of mid boss to pull off a combustion on multiple players up there, and then he pulls off an E shift, I think right after a combo, and stays alive for a lot longer. I'm not sure if that was maybe miscommunication. Maybe he didn't want to fully commit to going up there, or maybe like he went up there when the rest of VP weren't ready. But that fight could have been way worse for Parivision and much better for VP. But to see him pull off a play like that was so sick, man. Like, I don't think we've ever seen someone kind of warp stone up there for an ultimate, for initiation for a team. But yeah, very ballsy for them to obviously go for mid boss in that situation, especially bringing the Urn over there. But now I think we're starting to see a little bit less respect out of VP as they picked up the Urn another time after cracking up with the base, and they're looking for that turn in. And right now, Parivision, I think they're looking for Zergy.
Yeah, I mean, they're chasing down Zergy. They're chasing down Zergy as we speak. You see Zergy just hitting the nitros and running away. Meanwhile, though, while they're trying to support, KLS gets caught. Again, another fight where no affliction down from the VP pocket. And this creates an opportunity now for Parivision. Up one. They lose the GT, though, at the start. But it's Saf. Saf actually gets its Urn turn in while the skirmish is going down. Even if Parivision's able to disengage now, this is a good fight. It actually caught them up a lot.
It's a big if. Saf getting harassed, but Prestis there to help bail him out, clearing off the flanks. Oh, that late kill onto Taz is painful, though. Without the bebop, I think there's an opportunity for VP to really push. Maybe drop Patron right now. 3 players off the field. Wolfie, no ultimate. There's not really much option here for Parivision. I think they just have to let this Patron drop and try and make the final hold.
Yeah, especially because VP is going to be back up to full strength. Rejuvenator, again, KLS back into the fray sooner rather than later. First stage Patron going to be down, but first stage Patron is where this is likely going to stop unless they somehow get a pick off here on the Prestis. Prestis just barely able to get back into the fountain. That was actually quite close, Prestis, but he is alive and will be VP on the retreat. Only a 20k difference, though, and proportionality-wise, Parivision has gotten a lot closer in this game than where it used to be.
I think Parivision has to go for this fight. I mean, they're going to fall really far behind if they let VP fall back and farm the map, but now VP even thinking maybe they can just win it right here, end this map, get their chance here in that money match. They can smell it, they can taste it, they've been there before, they want another shot at one win.
Do they commit right now? I think VP, though, they realize the ways that this is going to go bad because they go for the full commit here and it's going to be an even game. And for now, they back out. And they go for the jungle. And of course, they start with Parivision's slice of the pie. You know, why eat your own reserves when you can eat the opponents after pushing up to this extent?
Yeah, there's a lot of camps to clear. Mid boss up in a minute. I mean, there's a very clear recipe for VP to win this game, which is like clear as much of the jungle as you can, be ready, and force a fight on mid boss. That being said, I mean, we've already seen that Parivision can be a threat, even on those mid boss engagements, even down. And as you mentioned, the soul lead is starting to be, less significant here. It's still something like a 20k lead, but the fact that, we're this deep into the game, 20k maybe isn't so insurmountable, especially if Parivision can keep finding these pickoffs from Taz that they've so far opened the last few fights with.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key difference is that VP's scaling is better here, even if it was like full even. But again, in relativity, you think back to when it was, a 20k lead near 100k. You'd gladly take the 20k lead at 200k by comparison, right? If your Parivision is substantially closer overall in net hero power. So, there's outs here, and I think it all comes down to if Parivision is able to manufacture a pick in this stage of the game, right? With no objectives up and just kind of both teams roaming and farming the map, that's where Taz can get a pick, combo up with Litz, and maybe set up a good mid-boss right after. It's the play that Parivision have to be looking for.
Yeah, by the same token, the opportunities can always come the other way. There's always the threat of that Obakim swap. Lasso now onto Saf. Reasonably tanky option, though. Hard hero to actually nuke down, especially with that cube E-shift now coming out. Both teams trading skills. Neither team fully committed just yet, though. Now dive comes in, but combo here in the small room.
Should be a dead holiday, you'd think, and no. Not just yet. Instead, KLS, though, able to go ahead and able to drop the affliction this time. Not denied. And you look at Parivision again, real low. Saf burned on down. Here comes Listic looking to be the cleanup crew. Lash in his sights, just needs a little bit more, looking for the Lash, and he gets him the right click right before the door. 2 down for Parivision. They lose team off in turn, but it's 3 for 1. Virtus.pro far ahead, and they decide we're going to take this right to Patron. We want to go to the money match later today. And Parivision, we'll see what, if anything, they can do to defend this. But for VP, Jake, they are all in.
The Patriots not dropping too quick. Parivision, though, because the players are being turned on now. They came out for the defense. They're being focus fired down. Just Mirage now, too little, too late. And it's going to be Virtus.pro booking their ticket for another shot at 1 win, our current title holder champions in Europe. And a well-fought game out of Parivision. They were kind of behind for most of this game, but made a lot of interesting comeback fights. In the end, it's just not enough. VP are undeniable.
I will say this, even though VP won and they were in control for a lot of the game, and in my opinion had a stronger draft on the whole, Parivision, I think at points played about as well as they could for a team that was behind with a composition that did not scale as well. Taz had incredible moments of picking off. I think the team fight sense for Parivision at points was actually quite good in the sense of they were able to pick really good engagements, even considering the state of power between both teams. And I think other teams than VP or 1win with the same advantage probably would have gotten turned on by Parivision there. So for me, I really liked what we saw from Parivision in the latter part of the game, even though it didn't pan out for them. And on that note, we got to bring in Jason to talk a little bit about what we just saw too. Jason, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro was very respectful and hesitant to try to go for a finish because of how many pick opportunities that we would have for Parivision with the Bebop, and if you get out of position with the Lash Ultimate. So I think they're being very cautious about how they approach things. They look for their opportunities to like crack open the base, so to say, looking at Mikhail S as he tried to sneak in, but then Tass was able to shut him down actually with a great hook at a perfect timing to deny the escape from that one. I think VP were very scared to go for the finish. If this was like any other composition without like a Bebop and Lash combined together, I feel like they would have been way more confident to do so. But I mean, most part, it was just VP in control the entire game. There was just that one little slip up where we had that slowly completely get squished down on when I think it was Michaelis dying, dropping a massive bag to be picked up for Parivision. Not to mention a fight thereafter where Parivision had Saf steal away the urn from, I believe that was Shark, and they got the urn turned in. So they had some opportunities to get back into it, but I think ultimately, like what you're talking about, the composition was just far better late game for Virtus.pro.
All right, well, that does bring us to a player of the match presented by Intel. Let's see who that player of the match is.
For the first time in DFN history, I'm not giving it to someone from the winning team. I'm giving it to my man Tass, and I think he deserved it, even though they lost, because of how he played out this Bebop, the amount of hooks he was hitting, the amount of opportunities he was creating for his team, whether it was in lane initially, able to get hooks multiple times onto Obikin to pair in with a Death Slam out of Lash. I feel like he did a great job overall. Just a shame they weren't able to kind of use more of his pick opportunities that he was able to pull off to confirm more kills and turn that into a win.
I actually kind of like this. I feel like, for me, VP, it was very much like a team effort to get this win. I don't know that any one player was hugely ahead of the pack, but I think Taz is just the GOAT. The more I watch this guy, he's just so insane. And the fact that he can play all of these, I kind of think it's like the highest skill role in the game. Like the highly mobile initiators are just like, there's so much options, so much like different playmaking, different ways to approach the game. And Taz is just a master at it. He finds so many pickoffs on any hero he comes out on. And he made this game as competitive as it was for Parivision. You put another player in this slot, I don't think that we see a game like this.
Yeah, and even some of the great hooks he had that didn't pan out were still ridiculous. I think back to, the hook in the tiny gap from the billboard onto Sharik at one point, right? I think the only thing you could put against Taz is that, maybe the early game wasn't as good, but, for Parivision making the mid to late game competitive, it was entirely, I think, well, not entirely, but a large part of it really was due to Taz.
Let's be honest for Taz, though. Do you expect a high kill lane with a Bebop Lash combo? I mean, you give him Bebop and Great Talon, you're probably going to get more kills. You give him Bebop Mo, you're probably getting more kills. Or I guess Mirage would be a better position there. I don't think they set him up to have a dominating early game performance. Otherwise, we would see him more towards the mid lane. I think he did the best with the situation he was given, to be honest. And I don't want to be too critical on his early games. They did facilitate some kills. But yeah, they didn't really set him up for success in that sense, I would say, ZP.
Also, real quick, I will say that as far as the early game goes, if you had to give an MVP to someone on VP, for me it was probably Listic, because Listic set the tone with a really good early game performance in Yamato, and the mid game was continually Listic setting the tone with good dives early in team fights. And also you think about what it did to Prestus on the other side, right? Like Prestus had his face eaten alive probably like 4 times in the, you know, up until about 15 minutes from Listic, right? Like it was brutal.
And I think in that early game, I think he stole the first vault away from Parivision, which is, I think, a real bad sign in a game when your first double Gamba spawns and the enemy Yamato comes, takes it from you, and you can't even, you know it's happening, you just can't quite stop it. You're a little too scared to enter into the arena with her in that small room. I mean, I think that's really speaks to that early game dominance that, you know, we talked about Virtus.pro exploiting the edge, but that is, I agree, largely where it came from, out of a great performance from Yamato in the early game.
I want to see one more thing. Maybe I can put production on their toes here. Can we see the match results at the end yet again one more time from that game? Because I want to point out something in particular. Together had a very rough game, and I don't think it was necessarily because of him playing like Greytown. Like you guys talked about a lot in the draft, where like good luck when you're up against a Yamato who can dive you, a Holiday, a Paradox, and a Pocket. Like there's so much coming your way. He only died 5 times. He died, you know, pretty much the least on his team. But his damage, 21,000, 22,000, but compared to the amount of souls he had, I mean, he was one of the poorest on the roster. And I do wonder, in another world or another, you know, multiverse here, if Together actually got fed a lot more of these souls early on instead of maybe Prestus, or maybe he felt more safe pushing out to go for these souls, could he have been the damage they needed to actually start snowballing and winning these fights?
I mean, and we talked about in the early game how this like Mirage and Great Talon were the 2 keys to like the damage for Parivision. That yeah, you have all this playmaking, but these guys are gonna need to carry in the damage department. The fact that the mid lane went against them, I think that speaks to like the credit for the Yamato from VP, that like the fact that they're actually not just winning that lane, they're starting to get kills on these heroes, they're losing their tower relatively early, and that's like they're in a recovery position from the very start of the game. And so I think that's especially painful on Great Talon. Mirage can recover a little bit more easily because well, he's just like farming and he can just still show up to the team fights. But a lot of times Together on the Great Talon, I mean, he's like waiting there looking for those ganks, like ready to be popping power shots on somebody when they get comboed, ready to be following up damage. But that also means he's not farming a lot of the game. I mean, he's like in a position where they have to set up for these big comeback plays by being off map and not showing, not farming. I think that there's, without a huge team fight win, there's really never that opportunity for Great Talon to get back in the pole position of the souls.
Also, you know, before we had the break, my final point on that would also be the idea that when you see Great Talons put up really gaudy stats, usually they have a good front line in front of them, and they're not up against a super aggro team in terms of playmaking potential. When you're up against Paradox and Holiday, and your front line effectively is just a Mo who's more going for, you know, sneaky gank opportunities, you don't have the space as GT to pump out massive amounts of damage. You really have to pick and choose your points of aggression, which inherently is going to make it look like Together is doing like way less in the game. But I think the reality is that if Together tried to make more happen, Together's death count probably goes up by, you know, a factor of 2. This was a very dangerous game to pick a GT in. And I think that if nothing else, it really just talks to the power of the draft that was done by VP, where they decided to gamble and they go double playmaker early in the draft. And it really, I think, hurt the potential of the first pick GT.
I'm gonna take that one step further as well, because I was quickly looking at the stats. Actually, Together has not played Great Talon in DFN. He's played Mirage once. So I'm wondering, are we seeing a hole in the hero pools out of certain players? Prestus, who played Great Talon 5 times, Mirage 6 times. If Together could maybe play the Mirage, and then we put Prestus on Great Talon, who's known for Great Talon, could that have also changed how things actually played out? So maybe we're seeing a couple of like holes in the hero pools out of some players when it comes to Parivision, but I don't want to say that's exactly it, but that's something to at least keep note of.
All right, well, right now, one thing is clear. VP in the money match once more, but they have to go against the 3-time consecutive champion in one win. Will they be able to reclaim their throne this week, or will one win again prove supremacy? This is Deadlock Fight Night number 22 here in Europe, and we'll be back after a short break. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night, Europe, number 22. ZP here with Jake and VP once more fighting their way back into the money match. And they do it, Jake, slightly more unconventional draft. They go double playmaker. They get the Paradox holiday in the beginning, and they make it work all game long. But it's interesting to see just how much the meta changed from week to week, where, Kelvin on top last week, at least in pick priority, and this week, gone like the wind.
Yeah, untouched. We'll see if it continues here with one win. I mean, they are our top dog right now in Europe, so I'm going to take my cues from them as far as the meta goes. In the end, that last game, I think, was kind of classic VP. Get yourself a lead and just build on it brick by brick, like little opportunity by little opportunity, whether it's the earn fights or sealing a jungle camp here and there. They just seem to get further and further ahead until at some point the advantage is insurmountable and they're able to close out the game. And that's been the thing that they haven't been able to do against one win is get that advantage going in the first place. If they could maybe get an early lead here, I can see this being a more competitive game. But so far, one win has just been undeniably dominant in the laning phase, almost always coming out of that early, first that 10, 15 minutes with the advantage in the match.
All right, but of course, before we get super deep there, I got to bring in DDK, who's going to be an analyst with us as we hop into the money match here in EU. And, Dan, what have you thought so far, from week to week here, some of the changes here from VP, just meta-wise, again, 1 week?
Yeah, I mean, I think for VP, they have to be thinking about the one-win matchup. It's really the only matchup that causes them problems. And they have to ask the question, is it that one win have figured out how the game works better than us, or are we making mistakes? And if they think it's the former, then they have to adapt more towards one win style, which is also interesting because that will give them more leverage in the draft. If they're both competing more actively for the same types of picks, then this is kind of the final we could see. And just looking at that first match that we saw, it already felt like we're starting to see more gravitation from VP towards more playmakers, like more of an early lane focus in that regard, better scaling. So I'm optimistic that we might get a really interesting series of drafts in the final.
But take a look at it here. We're not going to wait too long before getting directly into the draft. But, we got to bring up the one-win roster, talk about who is making one win tick, who's really been bringing them over the top, and, why they have been our kings of Europe for a while now. And, for me, I look at the roster, there's a lot to be said. You could talk about overseas, you could talk about even Xenon in recent weeks. But for me, when I think about who's the heart and soul of one win and, the addition they had to their team where they really started winning, it's got to be ABL for me. Just what ABL has done for the team, and not only versatility, but just continually able to carry, whether it be on heroes like Yamato, heroes like the Calico, even Pocket at times, right? ABL has just been a force, Jake.
Yeah, ABL's been great on like some of these heavier spirit nuker type carries, but I've also been really impressed by Xenia, MT Dream, Xenon. I mean, across the board, this whole roster has really been coming into their own. I think they've always been insane individually, but they've really been able to combine into that superstar squad that they were maybe hoping to be as they assembled this team, where all the individuals, yes, they're still having big games, but now they're really firing on all cylinders. The coordination, the team play has caught up to that level of play, and so far, VP have not been able to answer that in the last few weeks. I mean, they've had another week to go back to the drawing board and rethink the way they want to approach this match, but we still have to see whether it's been enough. I mean, one win team is also continuing to improve, continuing to grind the game and push their own limits.
One thing I'll add too, because Flammable's name was not mentioned, but I actually think that Flammable's Sinclair, or just the Sinclair dynamic that obviously, Flammable's the guy that would play it on the team. I feel like this is another potential meta shift we may see, because one win we're leveraging Sinclair's like amazing ability in the early lane, as well as obviously that late game disabling, usage with the Hex for multiple opponents and all the rest of it. They were leveraging that really well, and the split pushing potential, the aggressive potential. So Sinclair, I'm really curious where that will go. Looking at this this next match as well.
Yeah, I feel like you got to ban Flammable Sinclair. He's so good at it. It adds this like huge disabling, challenging thing. And the way one win wants to play, man, they're so good at getting aggressive and punishing you. Something like that long AoE disable is just such a huge threat. And then like it makes it so awkward to draft with the Sinclair. There's all these ults you don't want to give, the Kelvin, the Seven that you want to have on your own team, but then you really have to think twice about drafting some of these more powerful characters just because of Flammable, just because of the fact that he might do more with that tool than you can.
Well, speaking of the draft, we are ready to get into it. Let's see what VP decides to pick. Where you think back to the first game, it was Parivision. They won, or rather, what's it called? They won the Mo and Krill 1v1 and they decided to defer. VP, with their choice, they also decided to defer here, Jake. So consensus from the EU teams right now may be second pick is best pick.
I'm curious what the 1-win ban is going to be. Last time VP in this spot, I believe, banned the Calico. Something that I think 1-win also would love to have in their draft. Fits both of their styles. And they're going to be the ones banning the Sinclair. Wow. So interesting. They think they don't want to take it first pick, but they are scared it might go in the second too, is sort of my read on the way this ban goes. For VP, I feel like I just think Mirage is so insane. Like, I just think this hero is like always broken. So I feel like you should ban it if you don't have first pick, and it's a great opener since it fits in any kind of draft, no problem. But maybe VP have a different perspective. Maybe they're more scared of the GT or something else.
Just disappointed.
I agreed with the Mirage. Also, just because I think 1-win would probably pick it up. Because I feel like Mirage is like, we saw Zenon do really well for 1-win last week on the Mirage. And especially, you know, if VP get that Mo and Krill, which is not necessarily a priority for 1-win, but for VP, Mo and Krill has been more of a priority and has been a great staple. I definitely think, you know, Mirage can really help to give you that early lane strength, which obviously we know 1-win indexes for really heavily.
My bow is yours.
And again, the GT going first, so GT still highly valued, but VP also put together a really good draft against that previously. And now for VP, do they come in here and decide, go with double playmaker? It worked for them last time against a Great Talent draft where they forced a GT player to basically be very reserved for a huge portion of the game. You know, if you're VP, unless it was like more tailored to Parivision, maybe they do come in here and go holiday Paradox, Jake. There's one part. Is Paradox gonna be in the next part?
Yeah, I mean, that isn't, I wouldn't hate the concept because you do know that you have at least one guaranteed target that you can just be hunting all game in the Great Talent. And, you know, if you can shut down her game, then she's going to be much less effective, like consistently over the course of the match. You know, you lose some of those early game deaths. You're not really that same level of threat that you might otherwise be. But at the same time, it does really limit your draft and it's very early to take it.
Hiding.
Yeah, they're going to go with the pocket instead, which actually, I like this. This is a little bit, this is a lot more conservative in terms of you're not going actually Paradox Holiday, which is like really overlapping. You get two heroes that are great at getting on top of Great Talent, that are happy to initiate super aggressively, but you're not doubled up on the actual pure catch heroes.
The other thing too is that I was going to say, in addition to Sinclair and Flammable, I feel like Empty Dreams on Pocket is super dangerous to give 1-win as well. So they take that out of the equation.
Kelvin. Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, I don't like the early Kelvin pick from 1-win, and I also think VP picking the Pocket early is smart because a lot of 1-win's success has come off the back of adopting Pocket and bringing Pocket back into the meta for EU, right? So you've decided, okay, 1-win, let's see how good you are without the Pocket. We've taken it early, and now, I mean, do they go Paradox with the Kelvin here? They go Yamato. Okay, they take away the Yamato from Listic here, but now if you're VP, you can replicate at least part of what you did in the early game last time. You can grab the Paradox. You're not going to have the same front line where now maybe you have to get something like the stick or a Shiv, but what made you have a really good early to mid game ramp, you can replicate that all in this draft now, Dan.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I do feel like the Kelvin does create the opening, like here, for example, getting the Mirage, keeping on the Mirage, they got the Pocket.
They're going to have Paradox, by the way. They have to.
Yeah, they have so much flexibility here on how they can limit. Because 1-win, I feel like they haven't got like, they're definitely struggling a little bit. I feel like they're a bit behind after the Kelvin pick. Because I also don't think VP were going to contest, you know, the Kelvin pick necessarily, that it was high on their list. So unless, again, we don't know what's been going on in some of the scrims. So maybe they know something we don't. The Bebop is good as well because I was expecting that maybe that'd be a good way to bypass not getting Paradox, but maybe they still get Paradox now.
I think they can also grab a Mo Krill here for VP. You know, if 1-win do go grab the Paradox, you could respond with the Mo Krill to whether if you're punishing Paradox after her swap in or just like making it much more difficult for Yamato and Kelvin to time their ultis properly with the threat of the combo and the pickups on the side lanes. And that's interesting to see. I guess without Bebop, you're worried too much about the threat from Vindicta, but I'm not sure VP were really going to go that way, assuming it's Michaelis on Pocket again. I mean, I guess they could always, but like Obakam has played a lot of the Holiday. I think Demo was on our last game, but nonetheless, some of the Vindicta player heroes have already gotten heroes I think are more likely for them this game.
It was smart to turn
and they still go with the Paradox
wow.
in the end. So Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. They don't ban the Paradox because they want to pick it back on the turn. They get rid of Bebop to give one win an even worse early game. And, now I'm thinking about it here, Dan. Looking at the one win setup,
I think one win really
early
needs
game,
Mo.
I feel like no matter what they pick now, it's going to have some issues, to put it mildly. I mean, VP, they are all in on early game monsters where you think about the power spike you get from the very first Pocket Affliction, right? You think about what Holiday and Paradox do in general as heroes, or Mirage's overall lane supremacy. I mean, one win, they can maybe get a bit of a gap here in frontline if they go like something like Shiv Abrams, but it's going to be tough. Also, VP, they still have options like 7 on the board if one win doesn't pick it here.
Yeah, I think I agree with Jake on the Mo pick, just because it's going to have a bit more dominance in the early lane. I feel like Shiv is kind of, I mean, it's not particularly strong in the early lane, so now you're going to start to run into that issue. And this is not a conventional one-win draft. This is not what has been winning for them. So I'm super curious how they mitigate the issues with this setup.
I also think there's a possibility that VP play Dynamo with this draft. I think it's like a possible final pick for VP. I think Mo is, I think one win really needs Mo. They need some kind of lockdown. Okay, 7. Ooh. I would also not hate just seeing them take the Mo for themselves to block pick it here. Because, I mean, one win team have their only lockdown is, I guess, the Kelvin Shelter's lockdown, the Great Talent ulti is lockdown, but not great. And then I guess the Viscous roll, but you don't have really like a reliable single target catch. Yeah, you are like a scary frontliner, but how are you going to catch somebody who's pushing out a lane like a Pocket? How is Pocket ever getting caught this game, frankly? I guess it's Frozen Shelter is like the one real thing and a bunch of items that catch people. But maybe now, okay, you can at least get one. I think that's like just what you need as your final pick here, is somebody who can make individual catches happen. And frankly, I mean, it could be Lash, but like, I feel like Mo is probably the best left in the pool for the single target catch.
See if the Mo comes up through. It's just like, yeah, I'm saying it's like, does Dan have a point? It looked like Dan had a point, but
whatever they throw.
Okay,
they finish off with Abrams. So okay, I mean, one win has an advantage in frontline. I mean, VP's gonna have to play a little bit more like hit and run, especially in the beginning, because I mean, you have Geist as your frontline, but also I feel like lack of frontline when you're able to secure the Pocket early on isn't even that big of a deal, because what's gonna happen is the Pocket's gonna dive in, probably hit the frontline with Affliction, and it's not really that much of a frontline anymore for at least the early part of the game. So to me, I look at this draft and look, there's definitely outs for one win scaling wise into the late game, but VP doesn't necessarily scale badly in the late game, but their early and mid game ramp to me is absolutely ridiculous.
You have to feel like, if you're giving one win the benefit of the doubt, you have to feel like a second pick Kelvin, that there is some method to the madness there, because that does change the trajectory of the draft massively, because it's such an early pickup and it goes against fundamentally kind of how they have been drafting, and also what's highly in competition that VP would want to take away from one win. So you have to give one win. You know, they've been winning multiple weeks now, so they are the top dog. So let's hope there's some method to what appears to be the madness as they break this meta. What we would expect from how they've set the meta, to be honest.
All right, so we're getting on into it, and we'll see what the early lanes are. I mean, to me, I feel like if you're one win here, Jake, you're kind of looking for a scenario where you hope one of your lanes just somehow gets really far ahead and just creates something a VP has to adapt to, rather than VP just winning cleanly and making something get way far ahead. I don't know, but you look at the lanes, what's looking likely to you right now?
I mean, nice start opening here. Trades looks like they're going the way of this Shiv Calvin lane, which is a really scary lane, and it's a great level 1 trade so far. Virtus.pro really going to be bullied out off that the level 1 trade, and all the creeps. I mean, they might be out of XP range for some of those. Okay, now it seems like Wave is going to push on their tower, but pretty massive damage already. Shiv continue to pour it on. Oh, the thing I mean, this is a great start for one win on this side lane, but what I'm more interested to see is basically I think one win have drafted in a way where they're all about the mid game team fighting, all about like the earn drop off 6-man fighting in the Kelvin Dome. I mean, this is like an unholy Kelvin comp of you got the Viscous roll inside of it, and oh man, this lane could go from bad to worse here. I think Geist is going to die. Oh, missed on that dash, but still scary for Geist.
Ridiculous that Listic lives there, miss or no. Dan, any final thoughts before we get a little bit deeper into it and call you back later?
Yeah, I think in terms of the lane matchups, I'm actually pretty excited to see how this turns out. I think obviously this Kelvin Shiv lane seems pretty dangerous, so that's a good thing for one win. The mid lanes, I think it should perhaps go towards Virtus.pro, but I think it'll be heavily contested by one win. I think they're pretty competitive there. And then so what I'm ultimately curious about is who's going to shift the edge in their favor on the far right lane, because that's a little bit more unknown. I could see the Viscous Abrams being able to have a decent showing here, but it's just unclear for me. I don't know what you guys think about this far right lane, but I think this could really set the tone if those other lanes are kind of more contested for both teams.
What I think for the far right lane, the thing we've seen repeatedly, regardless of who's playing Pocket nowadays, is that Pocket hits 3K, lands double Affliction, and then you get massive Guardian advantage for minutes on end. The impact of the very first Affliction Pocket has right now seems to be just ridiculous. The way the game is in 3 lanes with less rotating. I'm not sure what your thoughts are, Jake, but to me, that just seems to be the trend that we've seen, is that the Pocket 3K spike is unreal.
Yeah, normally I agree. I do think it's just a pretty sick lane, though, against the Affliction spike with Viscous Abrams, 2 of the best heroes in the game. Like, if you cube on the Affliction, you don't get hit by it. And Abrams actually has, like, one of the better tanking skills in the game for something like an Affliction. And I also think pre 3K, Abrams is such a sick last hitter. He could, be the one to hit the tempo first and to try and initiate with like the roll or something like that on the 7, who could be a little bit defenseless there. I mean, 1 minute up 2K. This is very, very early in the game. This lead doesn't necessarily mean the most, but it's a little bit scary. Usually we don't see a 2K gap opening up within the first 10 minutes.
A lot of that is because of the Shiv Kelvin lane, where, we actually didn't touch on that, but I think that is part of why Kelvin was so heavily valued last week in EU, was just anytime we saw Shiv, it was only picked after Kelvin was secured, and they were both playing in a lane together.
Yeah, we talk a lot about... Yeah, we talk a lot about the synergy. The lane is great. The late game, the healing for Shiv is nice value as well. But I think the whole squad here, with the exception of Great Talon, actually also fit really well with Kelvin's strategy. I mean, Abrams and Yamato are also going to be able to really push the level of aggression, and the 3 of them can stack together. You're throwing these AoE healing grenades and like just healing a ridiculous amount throughout the course of the fight, spamming those skills. VP, I think they will eventually be able to outscale that and like kind of outdo it in the ultra late game. But I think mid-game, I mean, the earn timings, I'm a little worried for VP. Like, they need to really rely on tools like the 7 ulti and then pickoffs from their catch heroes. But this is still, I think, winnable for 1 win. They rather than drafting, like I would say, like a meta draft for 1 win of getting like the top prio heroes overall. And so you could look at the draft and say, okay, VP got in general higher prio heroes, and I would agree with that. But 1 win have drafted a style that is like, it's very much clear what their game plan is. They're gonna group up, they're gonna get ridiculous heals off Kelvin, and they're just gonna be like unkillable in the team fights.
No wonder why Michaelis dropped the question mark there. Xenon was already 1 foot into the grave. Empty Dreams, though, turn right back around, 1 for 1. One interesting thing to me, by the way, like, it's not a stat that we track, or at least that I think we track. Production, they're wizards. But I'm pretty sure if we did track pauses, Zanya would be the world leader by at least 50%. And I just, at this point, have to assume Zanya just has, like, the worst internet around. Because every time it's like lag, pause.
We should track pauses to shame the players. That would go kind of crazy. MVP, most pauses. Most valuable pause of the game goes to...
Hey, tactical pause is a thing that happened every now and then. But also an owl just getting dropped on to Zergi's head. Zergi, though, doesn't care too much at the moment. Also, you see tempo-wise, just the lane advantage being gained. It wasn't on screen, but Michaelis just recently dropping Affliction, and what else do you see in return? But a nearly dead Viscous and a very pushed-up lane right after.
I mean, this is a hugely tanky Shiv. He has a full resto locket. He's not scared of this at all. I mean, needs all the heals though to really successfully tank through. But I mean, this is the potency of this comp, that he can just tank tower, tank 2 heroes, and still be at half HP.
Right now, lanes getting interesting. Zergi dropping the Storm Cloud. Plenty of clearance on this, forcing 2 out all at the same time. And meanwhile, again, good guarding damage, but hang on from afar. Seismic Slam, Zanya getting right back in. Respected, at least, in turn.
And they're getting me dove. Yeah, Pocket's super happy to see these low players. 2K dodges the pin, Pocket behind tower. It's going to be easy cleanup. Should be tower going down as well. Viscous trying to run, but should be caught here, yeah, with the cape. And this is tower going down. I mean, VP, we talked about this is like the lane that they need to explode on. Ooh. So far, they've done it. Overseas, though, I think really intelligently rotating in here. Going to defend his team's tower. That's really nice value. If they can keep the lane pushed out, though, that's what's going to be scary.
Yeah, it's value, but it comes at a cost because your middle lane just gets completely dove on right after. Yeah, we're dealing with a Mirage and Holiday at the same time. Pretty darn difficult. So, yeah, I still think it was the right rotation for Overseas to move over there, but it does not come without cost.
Guys now, with that life drain, pressuring out some of the players on this lane that's been such a thorn in their side. No Kelvin ulti for a while, so this is a timing where you could try to pressure the Shiv, and they're going to definitely trying to leverage it. TP from Sharik, though, still wasn't enough to secure those kills, and you know Kelvin and Shiv, they're going to be healed up in no time. The Owl comes in to help restore the lane tempo. Damage goes down again. This Guardian has to be going down here. There's no way Overseas can hold it off on his own, right?
You know what's interesting? I think Zanya got pummeled while the Owl was being channeled because it's not entirely free, right? Like Overseas' presence in the lane immediately gone, but okay. Rotation over from the Viscous, real nice. Sets up the pick off on the Zergy, and Overseas gets to move on forward. It's going to be a 2 here. Looking for Michaelis. Michaelis able to get into the suitcase, move around. Satchel though may not be enough. Gets. Wait, Michaelis is dead.
Oh my God! He almost
nearly lived there. That would have been the most insane play if Michaelis actually lived. It was still really good, but that was dangerously close to him actually fending it off in full.
Yeah, Seven gonna run back in. I mean, still that play is so value, right? Not only getting the kill onto Xenon, but making Overseas so incredibly low he can't defend the tower. It's gonna allow Zergy to grab that Guardian, and this has put Seven in a pretty decent spot now. Jungle is spawning. I mean, this is the dream for Seven, to be an early tower taker. Not every hero, I think, benefits the same, but when Seven can just start farming, it's great. And this is Kelvin, under tower, bursted, can't even get the ultimate off. Beautiful catch by D-Mob. Owl's coming in to help reset that lane pressure, but too little too late.
Yeah, and I mean, that was kind of right place, right time, and just enough damage to prevent the Frozen Shelter from coming on in. However, you take a look at the rotations here. D-Mob now being pretty mobile around the map. VP, meanwhile, stacking 3 in mid. And, you know, Jake, they might keep 3 in mid until mid Guardian is down. It wouldn't be the first time VP has done this sort of rotation. And if one win isn't careful in how they defend, they easily could lose, you know, either Yamato or GT in turn. So, not the worst idea, but as I say that, VP does look to be splitting off a little bit more right now. Now it's Obikim looking for a piece of left lane.
I mean, this is the threat, though. When that Kelvin Dome is up and you get caught inside, you're just done for. There's still 2 heroes here, so they're going to be able to turn this around, going on to Kelvin, who's now low on skills. Devil CC'd here. Potentially would come down. Man, that's a ridiculous amount of heals. There's no way Kelvin lives. He gets swapped under tower and then tornadoed, and they still can't finish him off. I mean, the Shiv is a big threat, so you can't exactly dive and chase that one down.
Meanwhile, ABL able to get the Guardian down.
This is the content we love to see. Seven stealing a nice camp. Very good for him. I mean, it's actually really important he's able to like take some aggressive camps down, able to step into the jungle, hold this wave. I mean, I think this is actually really fantastic start for Zergy. We could see him have like a really huge value in the late game, and that's going to be a huge problem for one-win team. I mean, until Zanya has Phantom Strike, it's not that easy to cancel the 7 ulti up in the air. And I mean, that damage can be massive when you're all stacked up the way the one-win comp wants to play.
Another Kelvin abduction in place on the flammable. Down, the Owl just a little bit off timing-wise to make for the save. Also, I will say in terms of draft wins, I think letting VP get the 7 as late in the draft as they did was a mistake. I think there's a big power difference right now between the 7 and the Infernus, and which is reflected in draft priority, and giving Zergy the 7. I think it's real tough for one win.
Man, this great movement from Overseas, dancing away so well. Ultimate from Pocket only onto the Yamato, who just rips Shadow Transformation, takes that one off. Chasing Mirage. Difficult kill, though. Mirage is tanky. He's willing to fight. His corner.
Yeah, maybe not tanky enough. I mean, they need the support from Pocket to force ABL back. ABL not afraid of Mirage at all in the vacuum. And ABL, I mean, you look at economy allocation, definitely one of the bigger threats for one win. Although one win's, you know, oddly enough, pretty evenly balanced. Even, you know, Zanya's been able to stay in it on the Abrams. Everyone effectively an equivalent threat.
I think Empty Dreams on the Shiv has also had a nice start to the game with quite a few kills. Still, we're yet to see a major advantage breakout. Maybe the earn fight is going to be the opportunity to do just that. One-win team, though, grabbing Zergy, that's a huge kill, exactly what they wanted to find. Across the map, Holiday being pressured, forced back. And this urn turn-in looks too difficult for VP without more resources. I mean, they have 3 players on the other side of the map, so they're not even genuinely really looking for the attempt.
You know, the thing that's a little bit tough here, what in the world? Space grapples, even if it doesn't immediately result in a kill. But, so you look at where 1win is at right now. 1win, it's kind of the double benefit where they can not only contest urn, but also put pressure on the right Guardian at the same time. Like, they kind of want to have people over there to begin with, so they're not even caring that they've overcommitted a little bit to defend urn turn-in because VP has to expend the same amount right now, Jake, just not to lose Guardian.
Yeah, and they're pretty happy, I think, with the state of affairs there on the side of the map. Kelvin as well in the enemy jungle. I wonder if he's in the basement right there. It looks like he must be on the mini-map. Abrams, though, catches one, maybe gone too deep. No charge, not really an easy way to get out of this. Is cubed under tower, but the follow-up stun from 7. It's going to be stunned under the tower in the Kelvin ulti. Should be stabilizing him for the moment, and now it's Paradox who maybe finds herself in a bit of trouble.
It's not enough damage inside the bubble. It's enough to save Abrams, but the shelter is down, the seismic slam is down. And 1win right now. Maybe looking for a little bit of a reset. However, ABL will pick up the urn in the interim. Are they? And VP looks to be contesting tooth and nail, but you know, for 1win, you had a small window to turn in, but I think that window is effectively gone because you take a look at the ultimate situation, right? If you try and turn in about like 10 more seconds, you're gonna get hit with Storm Cloud.
Yeah, looks like they might want to go for it though. Shiv just boosted to get here to force this fight. Abrams very low, very risky to stand that close to the fight. Kelvin over the top on the back line, playing with some of his HP. Doesn't have ulti, and there's they talked about that Storm Cloud over the top, but hold on, it's gone. Overseas calls the bluff.
Zergy got chunked before the Storm Cloud started, gave them enough to stop the storm. VP though fighting on back, tooth and nail, trading out. 3 for 3 or now 3 for 4. Meanwhile, the urn still yet to be turned in, and all the chaos picked up by Overseas towards the very end. It's gonna be, nope, not turned in just yet. Demov comes on in, gets the pick off.
Sharik has a lot of HP here, though. Sharik can be that final nail in the coffin. And he does. He grabs the urn turn-in. So in the end, it finally goes the way of VP. It's such a bloodbath, though, in the lane. I think in the end, it's close to a wash. The urn is the advantage for VP. Kills going pretty much the same both ways.
Yeah, I think about ways that fight could win better. I mean, 1win, I think they forced the urn turn-in at the last possible second. I think if they wait even 5 more seconds, Zergy starts a Storm Cloud off at full HP, rather than half HP, and it's a very different fight. Instead, by the time Zergy was able to Storm Cloud, he'd already been chunked down to half, and you could actually kill a 7 if they start Storm Cloud that low at this point in the game. So, very, very on the margins when you look at cooldown timings going into that fight. But, you know, in the end, 67k, 68k, and still anyone's game.
Yeah, Surge of Power probably coming up here for Zergy. There it is. Pretty big spike for the 7. Very important for your fighting potential with that 3rd skill. Especially giving you that move speed bonus. A nice little annoyance for Michaelis getting knocked off the zip.
Right now, pretty there's just a little bit of fishing in middle. When you got both the Paradox and the Holiday hanging out same area, not a whole lot in terms of objectives. It's a good old game of fishing.
Maybe a good time to call in Dan and see his perspective on the game so far. It's been a little bit quiet, and I think both teams going to do a little bit of jungle. You see what Dan's been seeing in the game.
Yeah, I think that last fight around 13 minutes around the end was kind of interesting because 1win actually, despite losing the first tower, managed to recover 2 in their advantage, which would have given them initiative. But after losing that fight, they kind of lost all momentum on the map. So now it's in VP's hands, and that's not where 1win wanted to be.
I love the reaction time there from Flammable, where Empty Dreams just starts getting gauge shot, and you just look at the mini map and you see Kelvin just like, I'm on the way, drops the frozen shelter, keeps Empty Dreams alive. So, you know, lasso for a shelter there. As we now have the second turn of the game. Down and on the way. Zergy, meanwhile, picking up a Guardian in turn. Both teams 2 Guardians to 2. And it's Xenon with the all-important first pickup of the urn for the second urn.
Yeah, a few Guardians going down here. This will be a big flashpoint. I mean, I think this is really stabilizes like a key point of the meta these days in Deadlock is like you really need to fight for these urns. The top teams are never giving them up for free unless there's a major disadvantage. You know, it's just a lot of souls on the map and a lot of opportunity to score in a big way. Even if you bring a lot of your players to the urn drop off, right? Like at least you're still doing something of value. You're still shoving lanes. You're still maybe stealing jungle camps.
Ooh, but that's huge. Lasso's on cooldown now. So Xenon able to just dash away at the lend, prevent the max range lasso. Now you have the counter engage coming in from Win. Swap in, Obakim not able to get out, swap or no. Clean pickoff obtained, and now 6-on-5, 1 win. If they want to force the issue to earn, they could, although Stormcloud's still a danger, and Empty Dreams might be getting caught here. Zergy diving on in, absolutely no fear whatsoever, burns down the Shiv, evens it out, Jake. No Stormcloud required.
Zergy's on a really nice spike here with the 3rd skill. He's going to be really strong whenever that's online. They are going to be losing the Guardians, so all Guardians down, but I mean, Virtus.pro trying to respond, trying to take a Walker here, diving the Great Talon under it, can't even get the Owl off. And now look, Walker's going down here. They've got the follow for this, no problem. Defense is just not here in time.
It's a full team teleport coming in for 1 and trying to punish Michaelis. Michaelis trying to use mobility, drops the case, but instead gets dropped in turn. Now, 1 up, 4-1 win. Earn, turn, and set up. I mean, this is still a very troublesome fight. You know, first and foremost, they have to dodge Swamp. Second off, they have to get Zergy low before Stormcloud comes in. But this side, we're gonna Frozen Shelter. We're gonna try and cut people off here. They're looking for the Paradox. They're gonna be able to get Obakim down here. They pop the goo ball. Oh, wait, it got Zergy! The goo ball got Zergy! That is unreal! Xenon with the interrupt!
Just rolled him over. VP down 2. 1 win, managed to keep everybody alive. Abrams is low, but now the Talon Bird chasing in. Pops Sharik. Abrams kiting back now, trying to stay alive. The one who's potentially vulnerable, but the rest of 1pin almost certainly going to come in and help clean this one up. Listic escape far from guaranteed here, caught off on the side. I think 1min are going to look to keep hunting this. She's so low on the Geist, wants to find some kind of hell swap there in the corner. So it's a little bit scary to chase around those sharp bends.
That was ridiculous. And, you know, Jake, right now I'm trying to think, how much of that is Xenon with the right, you know, mindset and presence to get the goo ball on the Zergy? And how much of that was Zergy just maybe dropping the Stormcloud in the wrong place? I feel like it's a little bit of both there, no?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you always want, I mean, the goo ball's pretty mobile, so it's a little hard maybe to be so high in the air where you can't cancel it, but nonetheless, the fact that it's so instantly canceled and the goo ball was like already on his way to him is a pretty unfortunate fight there for Zergy, who is having a big game, but like needs some of those fights to go his way. This catch onto Shiv, nice shutdown. It should be a shutdown. Hold on, they've got the cube, trying to punch him away, trying to get him around some corners.
Wait. No, he doesn't live. He was close to living, but some things supports are not going to be able to fix. I think Kelvin just a little bit away to be the save there with Viscus, where you stop and think about it. You have the nice little synergy too of, you know, you got saves and a little bit of healing from the Viscus, and you got the Kelvin on top of it. A lot of ways to empower Empty Dreams.
Yeah, definitely the Shiv is a real threat this game, but has some problems to deal with in this game. I mean, in the end, there is a lot of lockdown for him. Probably needs a debuff remover sooner rather than later with like the 7, the stun from 7, the tornado from Sharik, and of course the pocket ulti. That like long-term dot is such a problem for Shiv, even with the damage resist.
All right, so despite some of the back and forth that we've seen, and you know, 1 win with some good plays, still down about 6K to VP in our money match. VP looking to reclaim the throne if you just happen to be turning on in, but you know, right now things a little bit of a lull, Jake, here, where it feels like both teams content to, you know, you do a little bit of look for pickoffs between the Holiday and the Paradox, but you know, for the most part, both teams are really focusing on the earn fights at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's still a very competitive game, but the fact that 1win haven't been dominant on the earn fights is, I think, a great sign for VP. I think VP are always going to be better at splitting and farming the map due to their comp. But what I'm worried about them is that, you know, they should struggle in the earn fights, but so far it's been competitive. It's been very close, and VP isn't afraid to take those despite the threat of the Kelvin.
Speaking of the Kelvin, just go to the rooftop, grab the lasso, bring him on over. He's gonna get the Frozen Shelter out, if nothing else, but likely much more flammable, completely outgunned. The lasso, great pickoff by Dimov, sets up the rest now, right as the earn is picked up by Xenon, and 1win, they're just gonna try and delay until Flammable's back up. If they can do this without giving up too much in turn, and ABL actually able to get Walker at the same time. Not the worst trades coming out here for 1win, even down to Kelvin.
Still, I think Yamato is in big trouble here. Gonna die for it, but I think ABL is gonna say that's worth created opportunities elsewhere on the map. They grabbed that mid, and if Xenon can grab the earn turn, and that's be pretty sneaky, but yeah, quick mid boss here. Response coming in from VP. And 1win team, they don't really have the tools to contest this. They could go for it like a cheeky steal, but I think they're just gonna take the earn turn in and trade. even that might be contested. VP collapsing potentially on the right side of the map.
I think OneWin made the right call there. I think going in from middle at that point with VP just noticing the fact that they could get away with mid would have been a bad idea. But at least you get the urn and you even things up economically. And they even get the walker at the start of the fight, so I mean, it wasn't even that bad for ABL. Here we go. Zergy on the Storm Cloud right now. A little bit of re-rotation. OneWin right now trying to defend middle in full, but there is a limit to how deep they can go at this point. 10 seconds here to shelter. Can't quite drop it to get Zergy here just yet. But Zergy still might be going down otherwise. The knockdown gets secured. ABL right over it. And the walker going on down for VP. But, you know, they give up Zergy in turn. Rejuve or not. Not the worst response by OneWin.
VP need to run, though. They don't have the HP to escape. And yeah, Sharik is going to go down on the Mirage. So this could turn into a potentially decent trade for OneWin. Remember, they are down this Rejuve. So the fact that they're able to get kills, knock down the Rejuve, pretty decent value for them. Still, mid walker, very powerful. Still 2 walkers up for VP. So a bit of an advantage in the objectives front. Something that OneWin team probably need to look to clean up in the next few minutes, but probably in the face of the Rejuve just a little bit too much. As I say this, though, hold on, VP getting active as well, trying to catch that Kelvin one more time. He does have that frozen shelter, but the jukes, the ice pad jukes are too much.
Shriek back into the fray. Shriek, no Traveler up, gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Meanwhile, OneWin just desperately trying to defend their double vaults, turned into a full-on team fight here. Multiple elevation. Meanwhile, though, ground floor, looking at the Abrams. Taking a little bit of a breather. Rest of OneWin right now. Moving up and forward, right behind the Shiv, and turns into a reset here, Jake. Both teams decide, you know what, we're good with this fight. Let's put an end to it.
Yeah, the Talon trying to defend the wave from the 7. Abrams there too, but instantly stunned to his dead. A little too close to the walker. Zergy, he wants one more shot. Okay, he gets it. Willing to die for it. You know, I don't hate this play. The fact that he was just in the walker stun range is pretty painful for him after we were just talking about losing the 7 ulti, which is a powerful ulti this game. He just hasn't really been able to find the opportunities. OneWin is way too aware of that.
Zergy just getting stunned as Storm Cloud left, right, and center. Meanwhile, you know, the double vault's still up here after that recent skirmish. This time can be claimed by Listic, who you know, is like, yeah, still look to steal it. I think ABL is heading in soon. See if this turns into a fight. I think Listic has enough clearance to head on out. And now that there is no fight occurring, probably a good time to bring in Dan. And, you know, Dan, what are you thinking from what we've been seeing here so far? Still very even, about 24 minutes into.
Yeah. We get a pause as well. Lovely.
Perfect time for you, Dan. They're very thoughtful.
Yeah, so it's been really interesting to watch, because the way I thought the game was going to go, I think was kind of, as you were describing, Jake, where you see a bit more dominance from OneWin in some of these like team fights, and that they could carry that momentum out of the early game, which they managed to get before that 30-minute unfight, into a lot more aggressive, you know, stealing the Sinner sacrifices and just doing the kind of stuff that we know that they like to do, but just bringing more players to do it, in addition to having more power around the earn fights and also maybe mid-boss contests. But we've actually seen them on the back foot the entire time, and despite VP getting these aggressive jungle invades as well into their territory, having, as you described, better farming potential in general, OneWin have actually managed, as you say, to like keep the game on parity in terms of the souls, which is really impressive. And none of them are particularly far behind, and no one on VP is particularly far ahead. There's no sort of inflated player. So what's really interesting is that I feel like we're still in this territory where it comes down to these team fights, and there's a lot of great utility for OneWin to be able to have better team fights, but they're going to be more based on having the right setup, the right, you know, because those ults need to go in the right places. Whereas it feels like VP have a bit more flexibility, which again, that used to be what OneWin were really good at with their comps, is having a bit more scrappy team fights where they don't need as much setup. So the dynamics have shifted there, and I feel like that's kind of interesting. And VP, I feel like, are going to be taking the edge to me, because I would have expected OneWin to be further ahead in this stage.
Brings consequences.
The items and, that's a big power spike. Diviner's Kevlar coming in from the KLS. So if you're VP, I feel like this is the point where you're looking to fight. You just got your 6K item on your pocket, and you know, as I say that, look at the KLS right now. Roam with the rest of the team. I think
VP's chasing this. VP,
yeah,
they
VP,
forced
you
that
commit. You
Yamato
100%
ulti.
commit. You just got a big item by, you go for it.
Time to go for more. And Abrams kind of caught out of position, trying to maybe get a flanking charge. Affliction onto this Viscus, who looks like he's got the max Q, but Flammable's down, didn't get the ulti off in time. This is a huge pick off. One-man team are dropping like flies without the Kelvin heals to rely on. This comp falls apart. Something we've seen in the past is that like you run everything building on the thread of Kelvin's healing, and then Kelvin just gets caught in focus fire. And think about VP's comp, they have great catch, they have great burst on an individual. So much pressure on Flammable this game is, I mean, VP are charging for it. This could very well be a patron drop.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to keep the fire burning right now, looking for a little bit more. Xenon not able to get away. A clean 3. Well, it was clean 3. Now they lose 1 in turn, but this is enough an advantage that at the bare minimum, you'd think they're going to be able to get both shrines. One win, trying to stall the ABL on Death's Door, just barely able to get away. Meanwhile, you take a look at VP. They're going to be able to get the buff. They're going to be able to run Earn. However, they're getting chased down. Zergy might be going down here from One Win chasing. Look at how low Zergy is at the moment. And Zergy's not able to get away.
Yeah, it's just going to cost Zergy's life, but I wonder if this will be an Earn turn in. Mirage is taking the safe path here, maybe a little bit worried about the threat in the mid lane. And it proves to be wise. I think One Win team are beelining for that drop-off spot. They're not going to give this one up for free.
Interesting how this game is developed. I think the thing that, I mean, there's always a world where ABL can take over the game, but ABL is not a massive economic advantage over the average player on VP. So, like, we haven't hit the point where Yamato can just, you know, essentially face roll the other team. Also, same deal for the Shiv, where even though Empty Dreams has been supported the entire game long, it's not raid boss Shiv levels. It's, you know, not insignificant Shiv levels, but, you know, One Win hasn't hit any of their ultra major win conditions, and, you know, VP overall, I do think their team does scale a little bit better if Zergy is able to not get interrupted mid-storm cloud. But Listic, under attack, goes for the pretty early swap, gets stuck in the frozen shelter right after. You know, guys, is pretty survivable, but that's a little bit too much. However, the cavalry is here. Zergy this time dropping a storm cloud. Gets out of it pretty early. Still, though, got decent value for a few seconds. Empty Dreams, so able to take down the KLS, and now the turn back on the Zergy. Sprayed out of the shift. 3 down for VP. And now, I mean, when is mid-boss coming out? I think mid-boss is coming back up soon here, Jake.
That's the dream catch right there from Xenia. I mean, on the Abrams, it's taken a while, but still finds the start of that fight really nicely. Xenon clearing some waves, bringing some attention to himself, just going to goo ball away. So a bit of wave pushing value there from the Viscus. And I mean, that's impressive from One Win team. They're able to get those finds. And now, I mean, as much as they're in a vulnerable spot from an objective and a base perspective, I think they have secured a bit of a lead here, something that they can potentially work with as long as the fights keep going their way. Virtus.pro may struggle to close out this game. They need one more big decisive team fight to really put One Win on their heels, but I mean, that find has really brought One Win right back into this game.
So 160k, 153k, One Win now working with an advantage, and I mean, it's actually quite significant, especially the fact that ABL was able to get a decent chunk of that farm. You know, the difference between a Yamato that's even and a Yamato that gets to take very unfair trades is more minimal than you may think. At times it can be as much as just 3 or 4k souls that enable you to be that much more aggressive. So overall, interesting position that both teams find themselves in here. I do think a lot of this comes down to what you're going to get out of the ultimates. VP very reliant on landing big storm clouds, big afflictions. And One Win, absolutely no chill. They're just deciding to bring this into mid, Jake.
I mean, they're doing mid, but they have players trying to contest the Urn at the same time. This is going to cost Viscus his life. Almost certainly he has the roll, but they might have the follow-up damage on it. They're going to grab the Urn turn in. This is probably going to cost them mid-boss. But I wonder, I mean, we talked about this, like One Win took the other side of this trade last time. I think they are going to just get the secure. But Urn and a kill at this point in the game, especially pre-rejuve, One Win have to be a little bit careful. I don't think they necessarily want to fight 5v6 right now. Jeez, no. These massive sprint, the extra stamina, so ridiculous value there on great talent, dashing out of trouble.
Okay. Right now, Rejuvenator to One Win. One Win looking to add on to their lead here so far. However, Empty Dreams and Xenon both getting caught. So, I mean, when you're able to get 2 off of this really does stem the impact of the Rejuvenator, where yes, they'll be back up soon, but you look at the impact on the game. Instead of pushing, VP is now set back to, well, I guess we'll take jungle. And again, it turns out to a game that, on the whole, is remarkably even. And, you know, now we have a bit of lull, a little bit of a jungle break. You know, Dan, what are your thoughts right now?
I think the interesting thing, I think you guys sort of highlighted it already with these teamfight dynamics, that one of the biggest problems for OneWin has been Demov, really. I think, managing to catch the lasso on like key team fight players. Obviously, the Kelvin's the highest priority target. And then obviously the other issue is if OneWin are just caught out of position. This is like the whole issue with this type of comp, because their strengths rely on being able to fight together. So that's the dynamic that's at play right now. And I think obviously that's what's responsible for OneWin able to win that team fight and turn it around into a mid boss, is them getting the better end of that exchange. And so that's the kind of tug of war we're seeing right now. And so it's actually hard to say who's going to come out on top here, because it comes down to these moments, which looks like we might have another one right now.
Both teams ready to rumble here on the left-hand side, right as Urn spawns. Pickup, often very contested. Michaelis flirting with it, decides against it. OneWin.
I mean, OneWin wants to find trades here. They still have Rejuve on 5 players. The fact that they forced a goo ball and no value for it. I mean, I guess the value is the Urn pickup. I mean, Yamato's also across the map trying to chase him right now. This is a really deep dive, and he has no support, even though he's winning that 1v1. Looks like the rest of VP are content to just let that play out, though. They aren't coming to this. They're going to
just pushing
stay on a 5-on-5.
They're going for the full time left. Meanwhile, Zanya, though, able to land the charge in onto Listic. Still committing even after the swap. Swap down for Listic. Listic now low. Listic a real target. Zergy gonna drop the Storm Cloud to try and buy some cover.
Here's the Storm Cloud.
Just that. I mean, gives a little bit of room. Both teams down 1. Rejuve, though, advantage. Still the 1-win. Shadow Transformation not going to be used here. ABL hopping on in. Holiday in his sight. Chases it down. Meanwhile, the back end of the fight, Shariq and Michaelis able to take down 2. ABL still full HP, but a lot to work back from here. As OneWin down and 1 by the numbers. Take a look back over the Demov, though. Demov pretty much full HP off to the other side. Catches Flammable on the chase. ABL down long after Shadow Transformation is off the board. And VP getting the better of the fight on the whole, but it's not a huge advantage as OneWin, the Rejuvenators getting them right back up.
I mean, spawn-wise, you're right. Like
they're going to get earned from it, though.
It's not going to let VP win the game, but this is exactly what VP want. Like, they're down Rejuve. They take it off the field now, and they're going to be able to get an Urn turn in. They're going to be able to do a bit of jungling here, and like they kind of like swing the advantage back in their favor. And this is where it's starting to feel like VP just do have a little bit of that better late game scaling in the draft. In the end, playing completely around the Frozen Shelter is pretty ambitious. They are going to get the free Urn, though. I thought it might be, but instead, OneWin instantly deploying all their players that right side of the map. And VP are going to respect it, just going to be content to keep their own walker. But based on the way this game is going, I wouldn't be shocked to see VP just double down and bring 6 and really go for this turn in. I mean, 7,600 souls, pretty significant.
We'll see how this one pans out. I mean, both teams right now just taking a breather. And the interesting thing for OneWin, I mean, you take a look at the ult situation. They don't want to force Urn turn in until at the very least they have Storm Cloud up. They'd also, if it goes a little bit longer, they could do a situation where they could have Shariq off split pushing. OneWin would like to fight now, if they could, but I don't think VP is going to give them the opportunity. It just, again, kind of a forcible delay, reset, go in at full strength sort of situation.
Yeah, especially with Storm Cloud. I mean, it's something that like we see overseas now. I think he's like consistently trying to bird the 7, but you really have to be careful. I mean, you don't have that many reliable stuns. So as much as we were memeing on Zergy for some of the early game stun cancels, in the late game, as he gets more and more itemized, he can set up a little bit more and more for the ulti. It is a bit of a problem for OneWin team. I mean, they like the full stack. They like to play under that.
I'm curious on Zergy's items. One of Zergy's picked up Unstoppable recently. This is around
It's so expensive. It's like,
it is.
I think 7s these days just build for the gun, and then like the ulti is just kind of extra value on top. Here we go. Zergy diving in on the Viscous.
Demon's coming in from this side. It's going to be lasso time, and instead...
Oh my god, this damage from Zergy, though.
And decides, I'm going to lasso the ball. I don't care. Roll away from this.
Yeah, at this point in the game, the Viscous has fallen off pretty hard in terms of the ability of Goo Ball to like tank everything. It's just not that realistic. You can see OneWin team are very aware of the objectives, though. They're still bringing the whole squad. They're ready to make this Urn turn in awkward, but I think the 6v5 ultimates online probably enough for Virtus.pro as they bring numbers to this engagement. They don't have the Holiday, though, so hold on. It will just be a 5-on-5. This is winnable for OneWin team, and the fact that they're gambling this, I wonder if VP expect this play.
Well, I think if VP, I think you still take this fight, even if you're expecting contestation, even if you don't have lasso. I think ideally you go in after Michaelis is able to go in, set the stage with a good affliction. So, you let Mikhail set the tone, or you get a good swap. But in this case, OneWin, they realize they're down in numbers. They don't really want to take the full fight, and they get pressured out. It's an Urn turn in for VP. VP adding on to their lead right as mid-boss drops, and
I wonder if he just gets to go for it. Like, you still player down for 15 seconds. It'll be a little awkward for him to run back. Yeah, they're going to start damaging. I don't know if this is... Well, now, yeah, here it comes. The commitment's in.
I don't like this. Especially going against the Yamato Kelvin. At most, you fake
back
it.
off.
I don't think... You can't command the mid-boss right now if you're VP. There's just no way. There's too many ways it goes bad for you.
Yeah, especially with the Abrams ulti, Unstoppable, Yamato. There's a lot of serious threats there. Ultimate-wise, though, I feel like VP are they don't mind stalling the game out, just looking for pick-off after pick-off. Paradox tanking this one.
Or rather, cube used early. Mid-fight.
Swap misses, though. But Flammable already almost dead.
Flammable super low. Yeah, he has to drop. I think he's in shelter as we speak right now. Shelter is dropped. VP right now looking for a way to win this fight, grab the next mid-boss. Owl, though, going to get dropped right into the thick of VP. Step anything here for 1 win right now. Both teams
VP are so strong. They're just not losing HP in their players right now. Yamato pops ulti, but everyone is low. I mean, look at the health bars on 1 win. Player down, second soon to fall. Zenia, 1 HP, and the Abrams goes down. VP still full strength.
Yeah, meanwhile, ABL is super low. Maybe he could find an opportunity to pick something down. Maybe he could get on the Zergy, but I think VP have been able to get their wounded a little bit more disengaged. Track down the wounded of 1 win in turn. 4 down for 1 win, none down for VP. Mid-boss still wide open.
I mean, this could be game if VP just want to go try to end here. I guess the mid-boss is like the more conservative play, but there's a genuine argument for coming and trying to finish the game. I mean, doing earn and mid-boss is more VP style, frankly, to like get further ahead, and the fact that it just feels like they're winning all these fights and their comp is just better in the late game. Maybe there's an argument for no reason to take a gamble and try to end.
I also think they had people low, at least 2 people low at the time, and the Shiv was still up with killing Blow. So, I mean, there is kind of a risk of giving up extra kills there, but they're able to grab her. They're able to get mid-boss down, and okay, Owl is up for overseas, but no, I mean, there's no way 1 wins.
No way. You just can't know. Like, if it's 9 times out of 10 you come feed. It happens to be Mirage there solo, but I think that's a good read from VP. I mean, it'd be shocking for 1 win to go for a contest in a play like that. It's a very bad play. But here we go, 1 being caught on the map. This is terrible, losing Shiv, and this is just after the rest of your team respawns, so now you're really staggered off the spawn. More players now potentially under fire.
Yeah, I mean, you have Rejuve, you have the man advantage. If you're a VP, you just go. You cannot ask for a better intro here to get first stage patron down. Everything in VP's favor here so far. And yeah, I mean, there's farm up in the map, but please, just like rotate around, get first stage patron off. And, okay, there's conservative, Jake. I'm not a big fan of this from VP. I think you try to make something more happen. Yeah, of not pushing.
I mean, I think they should wait till the end of the rejuve. I think that's like the most meta play here, is to like use the first half of the rejuve to farm and then push with the second half of it, because it's not like you still have like full time on the rejuve. You have a lot of space to work with, so you might as well clear the camps. And like it is like, I mean, it's very conservative, but I think it is correct. Like, there's not really a reason to push with the first minute of the rejuve. I guess the player kill
the key is the Shiv down, though. It's not about like the rejuve duration. It's the fact that like you had Shiv down for 40 seconds, and yes, on the same note with Shiv being down, the jungle is like totally open, and it does get you like further ahead economy wise. But I do think, you know, for perspective, just putting the foot on the throat and actually getting even more definitive advantage, I do think the opportunity was there, even if it would have given up some of the jungle farm. But look, I mean, there's pros and cons of both approaches, and I think for VP, especially given recent history, you know, maybe in their case, better safe than sorry.
And also, you think about the draft. I mean, this is really OneMin being punished for their lack of pickoff threat. Like, VP they're not scared to split and play the map together. The only way that OneMin is scary is when they're full deathballing as a unit. That's what makes their style strong. But you're not worried about like a 1 or 2 man pickoff, you know, because you have the pickoff heroes, right? And OneMin have nothing. I guess they have the Abrams as like a sort of a way to get some lockdown, but that's not nearly the same thing as, you know, these holidays, these paradoxes that are like built to catch and kill individual players. And like, you just have Pocket and Paradox alone freely on the side of the map. The rest of VP is in their own jungle, just clearing camps. And OneMin aren't able to leave their base. Like, they don't have this info that we do. They don't know what's going on. And they also don't have the heroes who can really go scout and look for it. And I think, honestly, this is VP really reading the draft scenario kind of perfectly here and recognizing that like OneMin has no play here.
Yeah, I think that you think to what we saw from Parivision, where Parivision was able to fight a bit from behind in the last game we watched, right? That was running something with a Bebop and a Mo, which gave options for like blowing up Michaelis early on. I don't really know with what they're running, short of just, really catching some of their pants down, how you burn down Mikhail S before an affliction comes out, or how you burn down a lot of these players before they're able to get their good stuff off in a team fight, especially with the economy difference that you have at the moment. So, the actual win conditions for one win feel incredibly narrow.
It's like a big, crazy base defense, right? And so I think that's really the reason VP aren't going for this. Is hold on now. Abrams finds one. E-shift force on Paradox. They're committing everything. Frozen Shelter as well. He's trapped in the corner, but he's dancing around the wall as well. It's hard to actually catch and kill his Paradox. The rest of VP are here. They are going to get the opening kill, but hold on. Is it enough?
It's turned into a full-scale team fight right now, so they get the opening kill, but did you burn too many resources for it? ABL, Shout Transformation, already about to fade. Take a look at Empty Dreams, though. Empty Dreams. Tanky, whole, healthy right now. Looking for opportunities for killing blow at the moment. They get the buff, rotate around, but this is still a good, potentially very dead shift. Drops the shift at the very end, but has welcoming committee out for him at the end. And the ground floor didn't fare much better there, Jake, either. One win.
Zergy was able to get out of that scenario on the 7, able to live and reset, and this is very likely the game. And I think this is, really this is why Virtus.pro didn't push, because even this play from 1min is honestly super desperate, like to go out on the map like that with this kind of disadvantage, but VP knew like you would eventually have to do this. Like they, in the end, this looks a lot smarter than going for a push and trying to end the game, where now it's like, essentially free win. And I think that's classic Virtus.pro. They put themselves in a strategic position where they don't rely on an individual outplay in the late game. They rely on their strategy having put them in a position where winning is the only possibility.
Virtus.pro on their quest to reclaim the throne of Europe, about to take down the patron here in map 1. One win, still 10 seconds to get a lot of their team back up. A few respawners here and there, but the damage onto the patron overwhelming. VP takes map 1 of the money match here in EU. I gotta tell you, it was a close one.
It's a big win for VP, right? The fact they went down 2-0 last week against one win team, it wasn't that close. One win kind of styled on them. Now VP are able to make their mark on the series, start with an opening win. And I do think they also really put the draft pressure on one win team from the very start of this game. Like, if anything, you think about, like, if you look at those two drafts and think who's more likely to be who based on like the history of Deadlock, I would say the VP draft looks a lot more like the way one win wants to play, with a lot of individual playmaking, a lot of catch and pick off, and one win of the team forced into like a really heavy team fight style. And I just think that in the end, VP have proved to have a better vision. They've proved to be able to steal more from one win than the other way around. I think one win are going to take a very different approach though in the draft in game 2. I would be very surprised if we saw heroes like Pocket, Paradox, Holiday all going to Virtus.pro again. Those are real signatures for one win team, and I think now that they've seen VP's strategy, they can maybe push them a little bit earlier in the draft pile.
Okay, we're gonna bring back in Dan for a little bit of quick hits on what we just saw. And Dan, one of the closer games we've seen overall. I mean, you stop and think about it, it's not too often here at Deadlock that we see a game go, 175k, the 175k, which it was at one point, but VP just able to consistently get small advantages and even overcoming some of the rougher things that happened in the early game, relative storm cloud interruptions and some of one win setup at the urns.
Yeah, it was interesting because we, at least what I saw, was a certain trajectory, expected trajectory. We talked about all of our expected trajectories for the comps and how the teams might play them. But what I saw was in terms of the most disruptive factor there for one win. One of them had to be the Holiday, because the Demos pickoffs with the lasso, just like finding them with excellent movement and so on, was really, really painful. And you can see it like here, just really trying to target the Kelvin especially. And obviously the Kelvin really needs to live for the comp, for one win's comp to really be able to put pressure on or to do much in the team fights. That's where a lot of their edge is coming from. We talked about it quite a lot. And it was that first urn fight. I've returned to it several times, where the momentum that was like there for one win to start really creating an advantage on the map and starting to get the style of play they wanted, I think, to start working for them, that it just got sucked out completely there, because they lost that fight around the urn. They kind of lost control of the map, and then it was VP just putting pressure on them, and they were on the defense continuously. So we never really got to see one win execute this style. And there's a last point, what I think is funny is that VP, I feel like, are the team that are so good at maximizing edges in team fights, setting up team fights and playing together in this like mid to late game scenarios. And that was the skill set that one win had to kind of beat VP with. given their draft. And then VP were like, you know, they're kind of doing one wins thing where they're going to just have these very dynamic pick-off oriented heroes, and they're going to create scrappy fights, and they're going to scale really well. So you know, they're much more agile in that way. They can control the map and be more aggressive that way. So it seemed like VP kind of like played one win style a bit better than one win played VP style this game.
Also, Jason brought it up in the other chat, but it is still a sight to behold that in the entire game, you know, we know Holiday can be a little bit slippery and hard to pin down, but for as active as Dimov was there, Jake, Dimov died 0 times. That is ridiculous.
That's a crazy game on Holiday. And I think that speaks to the lack of control for one win teams draft. Like, they just didn't have much single target lockdown. It really is just the Abrams. Holiday is a hero that's uniquely suited to capitalize on that, to take advantage of it. And while, yeah, the lockdown was pretty good at like nuking down the 7 when he commits to an ulti, you just have so many of these heroes dancing around you in the fight, staying alive, putting down consistent threat and damage. And I mean, VP, I think they're really happy anytime they get to find themselves in a spot with decisively better late game. And I feel that's another area that one would need to address in the draft. You don't want to let VP put a clock on you. I think that's what they're the best in the world at, is putting a clock on their opponents and just outlasting you.
Yeah, and this is it's kind of interesting looking at the damage numbers as well, because you can kind of see also, obviously, you know, towards the last like 10 minutes or so, we saw VP really start to take a lead, but there is like a really big disparity, you know, with regards to just damage dealt for both teams, and I think that tells you a lot, because a lot of the kill potential is not about like just getting consistent damage here and there. It's about getting all the damage in the right order, you know, with the right util and in just all together. That's kind of what one were looking for, but they weren't able to set up those fights really as effectively as they wanted to, and so, you know, without being able to maximize their utility, they couldn't find the success in the right spots in the game. So I hope they go back to their normal tricks in the next draft, and maybe I feel like if they're thinking about any one particular ban, it might be Holiday potentially. I feel like that was played really well by VP, and if they can't get it, I feel like they can't really let VP have it.
So my idea, before we get in the break, and something to just think about into the break, is that I think when one win has played really well and has been part of their core identity to a lot of their wins has been the pocket. I think the way one win is going to adapt is that they are going to ultra high prioritize the pocket. Assuming if they go first pick anyways, where they will pick pocket first. And I think they might not hard commit to going first pick and then go pocket. I think they may defer, go second pick, and then pick pocket in the first 2. And at the very least, make VP commit to the first pick pocket. But that's my idea. You know, Jake, final thoughts before the break.
Yeah, I just think you needed a little bit more control in this draft for one win, a little bit more individual playmaking. That's why they've shined as a team. That's where their championships came from. That's where they cut their teeth. And I think they just strayed a little bit too far away from what was their winning strategy. And I think if they're able to go back to that and just go, even if it's like head to head with VP with the same concept, I still think one win are an incredibly good team with the style that they're comfortable on. And I just think VP kind of beat them in the draft this game. So I'm really excited to see the next couple games. I think this very easily could go all the way. I kind of believe in one win making the comeback.
Alrighty, well, this is Deadlock Fight Night number 22 here in Europe. VP 1 map away from being champions again, but one win has proven resilient over the last month. If any team can stop them, it would be them. What will the result be? You got to stay tuned to find out. We're back here at Deadlock Fight Night Europe, number 22. ZP here with Jake and VP coming in hot this week, looking to reclaim their glory. And, you know, Jake, VP, if nothing else, they're a team that makes a whole lot of adjustments from week to week, especially when they're on the back foot.
Yeah, I think the coaching, the strategy from VP is really on point this week. They came back with a draft that really sniped a lot of the one-win signature heroes and made it really difficult for them to execute the game the way that they wanted. But of course, one win, also a smart team, and I think that they can, easily read this and take a different approach here in game 2.
You know what else changes from week to week? It's not just the meta, it's the merch. Here at Deadlock Fight Night, that's right, we got some new items. At least I think we do. We do.
Ooh.
That's right. Get your Dynamo and 7 on. 7's in the meta. Get a legally distinct 7 shirt. That's where I'm at.
I kind of like the 7 one. I need to collect all these coffee mugs. I'm a coffee mug enjoyer.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of the same. Like the mugs are.
I have the viscous mug.
Also, I mean, the black does kind of work with it. Look at that. It's like, you know what? I'd drink a coffee out of that. Well, Jake also, who's had a long day today, mid-break, you need to get another coffee. But what better place to drink that coffee than the 7 mug?
That's a great point. It's a great point, ZP. But I love coffee in this house, let's be honest. We always need a little caffeine, a little boost.
If you want to get a little bit of boost, have a pickup to your day, just to boost your energy. Also need a shot of Jason Kaplan back here on the desk. Jason, I'm sure you got like 3 of those 7 shirts, right? Production is claiming that the Jason button isn't working, and it's clearly not because of any anti-Jason rhetoric or anything like that. That's what production's claiming, Jake, but I'm not sure I believe it.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get Justin in here. We definitely could use the enthusiasm, the energy. I mean, I'm curious, VP, do you think, I feel like as much as this, like VP won this game 1, they had a great draft. They there's like every reason to think that they're going to close out this series and they're going to, reclaim their place as champions. But I just feel like the fact that OneWin played this so close, despite not getting any of the draft that they really would have wanted, or I would expect them to normally want. To me, I still like OneWin in this best of 3. I think that's like kind of a wild pred to expect the run back, but I just think VP were maybe a skittish this game. We talked about a couple moments where maybe they could have been a little more aggressive and ended the game with a little bit more confidence. They make I would say the smarter play to play more conservatively and secure the win. But OneWin made it scary. I mean, like a couple of those comeback team fights, OneWin were playing to win with what they had, and they weren't ever giving up. They weren't ever making it easy for VP. And I think they still, as a team, played incredibly well, showing that they're still a huge threat here in the series. And I think with a different draft, maybe a more equitable one when it comes to the playmaking and the individual skill, kind of like OneWin's odds, I feel like the players are still on fire today.
All right, so, I'm going to break the mold here a little bit. And even though Jason is stuck in a dark box somewhere in the void from beyond, I think I can still channel his voice. And Jason, what are your thoughts before we get into the draft?
Sorry, it's not Jason here. It's Justin, a new caster for DFN, going to be coming in to really break down that last game. And of course, get you ready for the second match. My boy Michaelis, I taught him well. He doesn't say it much on his stream, but he always credits me privately saying, Justin, my man, you're my muse, and you really helped me perform. So now I'm gonna transform back into Jason here. I'm gonna take over.
Well, Justin was way more manly.
We like Justin way more.
Yeah, seriously.
Justin's back, and Justin's gonna continue to talk about how I taught Michaelis everything he knows, especially when it comes to pocket. Also, I have to point out, ZP, your hair looks fantastic today.
Thank you. Look, honestly, Jason, at times will throw barbs at people. Justin's raising everyone up. This is fantastic. But this is our history here in EU, in case you're tuning in. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but, for VP, this would be a change relative to the past few weeks, able to get back on top should they take this next map. But OneWin has kind of proven that they're not an easy team to get a W over. Even thinking back to, Fight Night 19, Jake, where you think about how that went down. Parivision went up 2-0. It was OneWin that had the reverse sweep to take that one away.
Yeah, which also shows that OneWin, they have the durability, the mental focus to make these comeback games. And this is just a best of 3, right? So it's just 2 games. You win one, and then you start to feel like, hey, we have the advantage. So really, I think OneWin team is still a huge threat. I don't think VP can let off the gas whatsoever in this series. I think we're going to need to see a very masterful draft out of them to continue to put them in the driver's seat. He's here.
Crap, he got me back.
Who are you and what have you done with Justin?
I don't know. He's not here anymore. He's gone for good. You can never bring him back unless I disappear into the void once again. Yeah, the draft, man, is going to be really interesting, I'd say, between these teams, because looking back at what we had prior, it was a Calico ban out of VP and a Bebop ban. But the Calico, we've seen be a staple so far today, and it's seeming like that's not something they want to have to deal with. But also, you don't give them those like 3 heroes of the Calico, Yamato, and Pocket all in one that one would have been so successful with.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, for me, what I'm all in draft-wise is I think the Pocket priority is going to be the number one thing to change, because I feel like one win has clutched on Pocket more than any other hero. Yeah, the Holiday is really effective, and yes, it may be target banned or dealt with another way, but I think the Pocket is the number one thing I expect things to change. But also, I believe the draft is ready, so we're going to call for it. We're going to see what is changing from this time about here from the one win end. And, if a team can bounce back, it would be one win. Again, just given recent history. They quite literally did the reverse sweep, Jake.
Yeah, and that's what I think is, such a key point to remember about this team. While and often in DFN, we see a team snowball over their opponent, and one win has oftentimes been that team snowballing over and just dominating, their challengers. However, they've also been a team that's been able to deliver big reverse sweeps, that has been able to find adjustments late in the series. And while VP is also, beating them is no mean feat, and they're a team that has been very used to winning this championship and want their place back on the throne, I don't think one win are going to give it up easy today.
Oh, sorry, Justin almost came out again. I don't know why I'm like defaulting to Justin. I feel like that's a creative person. It is. It's going to be with me all night. Yeah, I think you can't count out one win, but at the same time, I feel like that. I almost want to say there's still in my head one dimensional. They're still rocking that like very aggressive composition, like really get in your face. But I say that at the same time, I'm just kind of like, is that just the meta? Is that the way things should be played? I kind of want to know if the meta swaps, if we have a big patch everyone seems to be talking about come into the game and it mixes things up quite a bit, can one win still play at that level and still be dominating as they've been before?
That's a good point. I do feel like VP with their draft last game, for me, confirmed that one win is correct, because that was like a very one win-esque draft, right? Like a lot of individual playmaking, not really much emphasis on the team fight, just bringing your whole squad to the team fights, but not necessarily drafting for like super specific hero combos that really enable a team fight to be dominant. Just playing as individuals, death matching around the map, and being versatile, being able to step in and out and make their plays. Vindicta opening ban for VP is a little surprising, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
they're like the only team that thinks Vindicta's that good. And that's how I feel, at least based on the bans. Like VP rated so much higher than the other teams in EU. But they've also won a lot with it.
Okay, one win's going to ban the Holiday. And now I think what's going to happen is that if VP doesn't pick Pocket here, one win will pick it themselves 100%. So for VP,
the first 3 are Pocket, Paradox, Mirage, and we'll just see who gets the 1 and who gets the 2. That's my.
I think if you're VP, I think they go Paradox. I think they'll value the Paradox a little bit more than Pocket, unless they value denying the Pocket away from one win even more. Either way, you're not going to have Pocket, Paradox, and Holiday all on the same team. And it's Sinclair.
Okay. Oh, I forgot about Sinclair. Was banned out in the last game, I believe. That is surprising. But I mean, we talked about who was mentioning this, that like flammables, Sinclair is such a huge factor. Was that you, Jason?
That was me.
Maybe it was Justin. Oh, it was Dan. No, I think we should credit Justin for that one.
If anything good happened,
Justin would never say something like that.
Justin.
That's not a Justin move.
Get out of here, Justin. Sorry. Yeah, what? Pocket Paradox we're gonna see? Or Great Talon.
Okay, we're completely wrong, man. GT is still high prioed. I mean, okay, in fairness, GT is a super scary long-range damage threat. But I agree. I kind of hope we see Pocket here. I think it would be a nice pick. Paradox is also high prio. Mirage high prio. I mean, there's a lot of serious prio now. I'm going to double down with the next 3 picks are going to be Pocket, Paradox, Mirage. Surely I won't be wrong the second time.
If you're wrong, what are you willing to wager on that?
Oh man, that's such a specific wager. This is like, I feel like it's like less than 50% to be correct. Okay, it's Calico.
Calico.
Okay, I forgot about Calico.
I don't like this. I mean, yes, Calico is good. And I mean, OneWin has played Calico really well. I mean, in likelihood, they're probably going to put ABL on it. But I don't know if I enjoy this from the OneWin side, because now I think for VP, you just, okay, you can't get Paradox, Pocket, and Mirage. You have to give up 1. But I think based on what has been good,
next 3 picks are going to be Pocket.
You got to go. I feel like you got to go Paradox, Pocket here. or Mirage Pocket.
No more
One of the two, but okay, there's the Pocket. I still think you value the Paradox here, Jason.
I mean, the double PP combo is quite nice, I have to admit.
We love a little double PP.
I mean, it's just so good. You just look at PP and the way VP play the PP. It's just phenomenal.
VP
and obviously Obi Kim has done a fantastic job picking up P, where Michaelis was typically the one to play the P. So
there's a lot of versatility, but they go with the Y. Interesting choice. I mean, I think this is another denial pick from One Win, right? Is like, you know, look at this VP draft, right? Like all three of these heroes are heroes that not only I think that VP want, but they're also just taking more and more options away from One Win team. And like, I'm surprised to see the Paradox go this deep into the draft, but maybe they just feel like, you know what? Hey, we don't need it. We just need to like win in. We're going to play One Win's game and we're going to play it better than them. I think that's what VP have decided to do today.
And you're very right, because they take away that like holy trinity of like the Calico Great Talent, or the Calico Yamato and Pocket, by picking up 2 out of the 3 there. So you really do hinder what they're going to play. And then that goes into, well, if you're not going to ban them out and you're going to take them away, is where's that next level of One Win? Like, how are they going to adapt their composition? Are they going to have to go for a Shiv to kind of maintain that style? Are they going to be forced to lock in a Kelvin? I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see VP actually ban away Kelvin to deny that away, because I'm assuming One Win's going to go for that Shiv combo again.
Here's the thing. Coming out of the draft, One Wins gets first pick, right? So I think you ban either the Paradox here or you ban the
Did they not ban?
the Bebop.
No,
Paradox
I think they did. It just didn't show. I don't know what it was, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pressure can tell us who
they
they banned
did
out.
ban, I believe. And I think it is One Win with pick out of the ban phase. If that is the case, then I would think VP would ban Paradox or Bebop here. One of the two. Maybe it's going to be the Bebop. but picking it first. I think that's at least half the goal is to deny from one win, but also I don't think you pick a hero that early in the draft unless you also feel confident in using it too. So I'm curious to see how that aspect of it pans out here for VP. It's going to be an interesting game and one that'll definitely take on a different slant than the game we saw just a little bit ago.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Sinclair copies. They don't have the most obvious ultis to copy in this game. I mean, I guess you're more valuing Sinclair for the Rabbit Hex and for like his raw playmaking and laning abilities. But I just feel like pound for pound, the laning looks really sick from VP. I think that the mid-game team fighting, they have the Kelvin. They should have a bit of an advantage in the earn fights in this game. I mean, I think you're putting a lot of pressure on somebody like Overseas. I mean, he is fantastic on the Bebop. Maybe he could deliver one more time, but there's a lot of pressure on him this game. Same for the Paradox. I feel like the draft, I'm not seeing some of the synergies that I see on VP's side.
2 ZPs in chat. So we have Justin and we have double ZP going on here. Hopefully that's fixed very shortly. I actually want to know who the hell is going to be playing Sinclair. It's actually going to be Listic. So I assumed Listic would be over on the Shiv.
He's just a flex god, man.
Yeah, he really is. I think the most versatile player and him and Hydra. He is the EU hydration. I'm gonna say
EU hydration. Love that.
EU hydration. You know, the interesting thing too is that I think part of why you have to have Listic on the Sinclair is that you also picked Kelvin, right? And while I think Obikim would have been a decent shout to go in on the Sinclair, well, you can't play Sinclair while also playing Kelvin at the same time. So you kind of look at the rest of the roster, who would flex based on the other heroes picked, and you know, realistically speaking, it would either be Listic or Shriek, and of the two, just makes more sense in my book to put Listic on it.
Their blood will stain my hands.
All right, it's time to settle down, get into some of these laning phases. Classic Shiv Kelvin lane from VP. The mid lane is going to be the Pocket and the Sinclair. I mean, that's actually it's a monster combo as well from VP. I just really like the VP lanes. I think the 7 Yamato is, you know, a little bit more defensive and farm centric, but I just think this draft is really sick from VP, and I think after winning that game 1, they're in a great spot.
All right, so we'll see how this early game works out. Obviously, Overseas is going to be one of the key people to watch. So does Bebop in the right lane here. So, you know, upsides here for one win. Should the lane go their way, you know, you'll delay the Amato a bit and the 7. So a lot of your late game presence right now, Jake. VP is betting very heavily on the right lane.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if Overseas has a great start and finds some kills, not only is it going to enable him to snowball and start roaming the map, but also it's sort of simultaneously shutting down 2 of the key farmers. So we may need to see some rotations come in if that Bebop gets off to a hot start, just to stifle him, just to like keep, you know, D-Mob and Zergy in the game. And speak of the devil, man, Overseas, that's a scary thing to be having happen this early in the game. It's sort of inevitable, but it's also a ton of pressure. Just by Enduring Spirit, he's going to get nuked pretty hard. Okay, dodging that bomb is actually super important. Zergy takes another power shot, though, and staying in this lane is very scary. Not only you're worried about hooks, but you're... Oh, boy, he's dead. He's just done.
He's gone, just in time for the Amato to get 1v2'd. And yeah, I mean, this kind of strikes me, Jake, a little bit of, you know, putting your eggs all in one basket, almost literally in the sense that if this lane continues to go this way, where, by the way, this lack of fear from Overseas, just standing there for the farm before going back, presumably to get healing, right? And okay, sometimes fear is good. Fear can be a good response to save you from harm, as it turns out. But wait, D-Mob died too.
Oh yeah, D-Mob got traded for that, so he got, you know, overextended once again. I think you are still probably down for that kill. 7 is going to be back to get the farm. So, you know, I think VP are like hanging on by their fingernails in that side lane, so it's not out of control just yet. But I think it's going to be very scary when Bebop gets that laser online, you know, to start like shoving under tower. You don't really have a response to that from VP unless 7 can get close enough to cast the stun. But of course, so difficult to do against Bebop.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, this right lane to me is the story of the game right now if it doesn't stabilize, just because you're going to get 7 in the hole, Yamato in the hole, and Overseas. Like, not only can flex here on this lane, but by the way, pure Terminator status right now, just chasing down the Yamato off to the side. Oh man, if there's a hook on cooldown that hit that, that'd be ridiculous.
And the laser's almost online. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, going quite a bit better for VP as they're been able to put some nice tower damage down. Sinclair is taking a very aggressive posture here, damaging enemy heroes under the tower. And so, while maybe some of your important late game eggs are in that side lane, By the same token, I mean, Pocket can have a huge game, Shiv could have a huge game, and these are heroes that I think bridge the gap for Zergy and DMob to really get back in on the Souls perspective. As I say that, though, the gap is widening. It's getting a little scary, ZP.
Jake, have you noticed that you mentioned players on VP, they just seem to die this game? Like, what's going on, man? You take a little bit of power from the void that we were sending
I gotta get into gambling, honestly, with my ability to influence the outcomes of these fights.
Okay, so 1 win right now, starting off hot in large part due to the Bebop, but even beyond that, a good look. Now, the interesting part for VP right now, normally this would be about the point in the game that you drop a really aggressive affliction and get some lane presence on the Pocket. But D-Mob's low HP and like has to kind of heal before going for that play. Meanwhile, by the way,
Nice copied swap.
real low. Off the swap, still able to find a way back around. Getting poke damage on the KLS at the same time. Swapping gears though. Frozen Shelter down here in the left, sets up Sharik on the Xenia. So
Yeah,
a little bit alone for VP.
I mean, this is just this is like, talk about a 3K spike, right? Like the Shiv Kelvin just diving you with their ultis. Very, very difficult to do anything about. Calico probably one of the more survivable heroes for that. Nice hook on the Yamato, doesn't have ulti online. Very likely to get popped here, and there she goes, man. The nuke threat in this lane is absurd with the great talent. 7 just trying to hold this down. I like this. Maybe gonna kill Bebop. Should be able to clean up that kill in just a second.
Bebop just drops a bomb as a party.
How was
gift.
that a
Like,
parting gift? Man, the nuke hurts. He's been getting so many bomb stacks.
I just imagine, if you've watched Zergy stream before, just listen to him, Zergy, just exclaiming, just annoyed at that. Just like, what happened to my HP, man? Like, what is that? So, it's just overseas extracting good value, even in a tough situation. You live at 25 HP, and while you're not getting away, you convert that into a decent poke on the Zergy that you can now capitalize on. Now you're back in lane. It's really not bad.
Yeah, D-Mob, though, has, like, no game. This is a brutal spot for D-Mob. He doesn't even have 3K yet, and Yamato, I think, is one of the heroes in the game that is most reliant on being on parity. You don't really have utility. You're all damage, so you're pretty much, your purpose is to be farmed and dropping huge nukes on the enemy. So D-Mob really needs to recover, needs to get a lot of jungle time, and that's going to be expensive. The rest of the team's going to have to bring resources to hold that lane down.
The reality is that D-Mob's going to be behind for a pretty big portion of the game, barring some just ridiculous cleanup where he gets a bunch of kill credit. So already, I think 1 win, they're really set up well. Because you think about the impact of this, right? We're still about 3 minutes away from earn number 1, but D-Mob isn't going to be a big impact in that fight.
Oh, Calico's in trouble.
Sharik could be big here. Looking for the killing blow, needs to get forward, moving forward, goes in, gets the parry, and the killing blow after. Interesting enough, might have been able to save the killing blow there, but now.
Yeah, I think he parried Calico while he parried the Walker, or the Guardian, I think. So Calico is just dead to rights in the corner there. But I think he probably didn't expect that. Was just gonna cast the killing blow no matter what as he swung that corner. No ultis in the mid lane, but Pocket still putting pressure down, getting some stacks. Overseas though, starting to roam. And playing so good, but Pocket uniquely good at surviving and escaping these ganks. And honestly, the fact that this defensive overseas rotation doesn't net a kill is actually great for VP. Although, as I say that, maybe it will net this Pocket kill.
Okay, you need to stop, Jake. You need to stop. Every time you talk, someone on VP dies. Like,
all right, Pocket TTP'd back into that one. I think he felt like he was gonna die or get caught, but he like cloaked way deep. ABL just solo kills D-Mob though. Jeez, D-Mob is actually in poverty zone right now. This is a tragic game.
oh boy. Yeah, that's not great. Yamato, this is like one of those things you look at as just like, horror stories you tell your friends. However, back in mid lane, McKLS settling into a good rhythm. Chaining afflictions well, getting pick off on the Orsies, about to have another affliction, which should seal the deal for getting mid Guardian.
Oh, Ivy?
Meanwhile, though, Ivy might want to step back a bit. Shiv is ready to feast here. 10 seconds.
He is not backing down, man. Even with Mirage here, no fears from the Shiv, playing this so aggressive in the side lane. And this has turned into really the dominant lane for VP. I think maybe the gank from overseas, though, the hero in his team's hour of need, Bebop shows up, and he is really starting to snowball now.
Yeah, I'm feeling right now, Jake. I feel like should 1 win this map and bring us to a decisive map 3, I don't think they're going to get to play Bebop. I think it's going to get banned or stolen. One of the two. I feel like this Bebop has been a deeply unpleasant experience for VP of the deal so far, even though they've made up for it on other areas of the map.
Yeah, he's so good on the Bebop. It is ridiculous. You know what I think would be great is like, I think I'm just curious to see how Justin is thinking about this game so far. Jason, you're gonna have to step aside. We're gonna need to hear Justin's thoughts on this part of the game.
Justin's been proud of his boy overseas. You know, he said Mikhail S was originally his subordinate, his assistant, but really it's been overseas. He's been practicing with. He's been really helping him grind, hit all these hooks. The unfortunate part is he won his lane, yes, but the rest of his team lost their lanes.
It's true. VP. I mean, Sharik, even though he's getting ganked, right? I think this Shiv is going to be a big problem for one win. Like, they have the hooks, right? But what happens when you're getting initiated on Bebop? What happens if you're the one getting chased down? You know, the hook is punishing those trying to escape from you, but Shiv Kelvin can really put the pressure on. Something that VP want to keep doing.
Big rotation towards the left, although ABL might get caught in transition here. Mikhail S and Shiv rotating over into ABL, it looks like. So ABL is heading over right before Earn Drop. I don't think ABL's been caught at all. It looked like they were looking to head in. ABL might have been on high ground. Where, by the way, ABL is like low-key also starting to get ahead of the game. 9K, nearly 10K here in the Talon. Hurting a whole lot on power shots currently.
Yeah, ABL's the one who's been profiting, right? Off those early lane kills. Now Shiv fighting inside the frozen shelter. Bird circling overhead, ready to come in.
I think the bird might have hit the shelter there. It didn't seem like it hit anyone directly nearby. Meanwhile, though, ABL ends up falling. VP able to grab it off the backside. Earn is secured, or picked up rather by Empty Dreams, though. So, like, one win again, they're willing to lose someone in order to get Earn control in spots like this. And it may cost them the Guardian, but you look overall, and Empty Dreams is just rotating over the Earn spot, while most VP on the Guardian.
I mean, losing a player just to pick up the Earn, though, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, I think VP could get back and make this defense. It's Mirage solo running the Earn. And yeah, Yamato, I mean, actually, well, Yamato, she's had a little bit of time to farm. I think this is really great for the Yamato not showing up at all in the last few fights, just being patient, recovering, jungling, clearing the waves. And now she's back on parity with the game.
You know, the funny part here, I believe it must be like a global Discord thing, because part of why we had our production issues is that our lead producer, who is picking up audio and other things from Discord, got fully kicked out of Discord. And now Listic has gotten fully kicked from Discord.
He's in England as well, right? Our lead producer and Listic.
So. That sound? That may be right. I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, I mean, Discord declared war on the British today, perhaps?
It's those tariffs, man. Those Discord tariffs.
They're tariffing your audio, bro. What's the tariff on my audio files coming over Discord? We get to see exactly what's going on because they have to discuss it in the match.
I mean, honestly, I'm okay for this discussion. You know, we're not corporate here at Deadlock Fight Night. We can give you the real backstory.
Windows, says D-Mob.
Okay, so D-Mob clearly has experience working for any ISP's frontline tech support, where it's just like reset your modem, reinstall Windows when it's just normal internet outage. But yeah, this is the world we live in right now. You know, Jason,
what would we do without Discord? Honestly, is the real question. We'd be lost.
Apparently, life ends when Discord ends, is what we've learned.
No, we go back to Skype, or then go back to like TS Ventrilo.
Little TeamSpeak action.
Little mumble enjoyers out there. I think you look at this game so far, though. If I could bring it back really quickly, I mean, Overseas was just single-handedly dominating his lane on that right-hand side, keeping Dimov completely in check, like right off the bat in this game. And it was kind of insane to see. I mean, it allowed, as you said, Jake, ABL to really get a power spike. But it's unfortunate that the work he did there, if the rest of OneWin just didn't lose so heavily in mid and in that left-hand side lane, I feel like OneWin would probably be like stomping this game right now because of how dominant they were just very early on.
Also, we got some clarification. Listic is in Scotland, which is still part of the United Kingdom, which apparently has just been banned from Discord entirely, is what we're dealing with right now. Just update people on what's going on. Oh.
All right, guys. How you feeling?
ZP is too bright in his room. Got to turn off the lights.
Oh, okay. So I got like 2 seconds of warning there. It's like, I'm going to go back to casters, guys. It's like, before I can turn on my light, I'm just sitting here in the dark, or I'm getting taken over by Justin. I don't know. That's where I'm at right now.
This is, you never want to bring Justin to the show. You said his name 3 times and he just completely caused havoc in the systems of Discord, for our producer, and of course your camera setup. Yeah, exciting game so far. I mean, if we're completely taking stock of things, we talked about how often the Grey Town can be like the top damage dealer in these matches. I think with the current state we're in, you had Yamato pushing the right-hand side. He's going to get a walker for free. I believe you did have the Urn rotating over as well, so we might see like a 1v1 break out there. And we also have like a 4v4, or no, 5v5 happening on the right-hand side lane, which means, are we going to see the teams continue to butt heads there, or teams going to back away, teleport over to help assist this Urn turn-in? I think that's like a really interesting like point to look at of like how teams are going to approach this next section.
Yeah, I expect to see VP come heal up on Crucial, because they took a lot of damage in like winning that fight on the side lane and getting that kill onto ABL. I expect to see them heal up and try to make it for the Urn contest. Because that Yamato is like keeping the lane shoved on the side, it's going to be, I think it's like you have enough lane pressure where you can't just give up the Urn turn in for free with your own lane, your own creeps past that point on the map. Like you almost are obliged to fight that. The key though for VP is going to be like how many, zipline speed boosts do they have? Are they going to be able to heal up in time and show up to the next team fight? Can they hold the Mirage off long enough? But I think also by the same token, the one-win players aren't especially close to the Urn either. So it'd be like a one-on-one on the Urn while they wait for teammates. I think it's Mirage who's carrying it.
Mirage was carrying it and heading off to the right. So you had, basically you had the team fight for Guardian going on the left, and Mirage was just gonna, potentially send it to the right. I don't think Mirage can force it in, given what's over there. But, I kind of want to shift gears a little bit to the bigger story of the game, which is that overall, unless something changes, I do think OneWin is going to have a pretty big edge for about like the next 10 minutes of the game at a minimum, just because of the hole that DMOV has been dug into. DMOV is not going to be a big threat in these fights.
Recovered.
He's recovered. He's recovered a little bit, but it's also, you take a look as part of why is like, we got the screenshot of like where the mini-map position is. DMOV basically left the entire left fight entirely. It's like, all right, I'm going to get some solo farm to try and lean up, which is also the place where Mirage is now heading. But
I mean, I think,
don't know, we'll see.
I think VP did the super hard thing, which is that they were able to get a kill and trade positively in a 6v5 fight where OneWin brought everyone. DMOV was in a position where he just had to recover farm and couldn't show up to that, and yet they still kill ABL. Yes, the Urn turn-in, or not the Urn turn-in, but the Urn pickup goes to OneWin, but I think you're feeling really good about this for DMOV. You're going to be recovered. Maybe for this Urn drop-off fight, the team can be there and actually help you, and I think VP have a better draft. Like, I think I just liked what they cooked up here. I think they ended up with something a bit more synergistic, and honestly, I think Overseas and ABL, like ABL being the one to die is like the worst case scenario.
We do have to point out though the health bars really quickly for Virtus.pro. I mean, Listic's low, Obikim's low, and you were talking about, maybe healing up and then, looking to push, but the Urn has been dropped. It looks like Empty Dreams dropped it and teleported over to the right-hand side lane to deny that Guardian take out of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, both teams had time to plan their exact moves off the pause, so we can see some, very quick decisions on the macro level. Swap,
tactical internet
something there.
Take down all the British internet just to plan your tac pause. That's how serious Deadlock gets in 2025. But all right, rotation is over, and still Urn turn-in being contested all the while 2-on-2 near the Urn. Meanwhile, I mean, the fight is still going on left lane. There's McKLS dropping on in as the pocket looking for ABL in turn. Overseas though finds Listic, and that might really open things up here from OneWin on the left lane. And
Urn turn-in as well.
If this is where VP goes over to the right, in terms of rotations.
Yeah, they're looking to still deny it though, so they're going to fight it. Ivy doesn't feel comfortable enough to go for it just yet with 7. Kelvin waiting in the wing, so OneWin team holding the Urn for now, but VP keeping the pressure on the side of the map, and there's Guardian to take here, so I don't think they feel bad at all having a lot of resources. Now, 3 players here though. This could be the moment for OneWin team to start putting the pressure on it to really look
Overseas
for that drop
just came over. In these early Urn standoffs, especially before you have the ability to survive getting hooked early on, actually so devastating versus Bebop. Or yeah, look at the left-hand side where McKLS is pressuring, but the right-hand side where Overseas right now, fishing for hook opportunities for OneWin. A very, very difficult spot right now for VP to not get picked, but also apply pressure onto the Urn turn-in.
It's Kelvin getting caught. May need to pop the shelter just to live. Isn't even going to get it off. just bursted down. Listic as well, soon to follow. The fight elsewhere looking decent for VP, but very low players on a lot of these numbers. One win team scrapping it out so far. 4-3 advantage for them.
Meanwhile, you got Sharik running away again, a little bit of cover as Hyper Beam comes in from overseas. Earn though, you look at who has it. It's One Win. And Empty Dreams gonna turn it in, get the bonus souls as Mirage, get even further ahead on the game, and keep One Win slightly ahead of VP.
Yeah, Empty Dreams starting to become a bit of an issue here. The fact that VP lost players and the Earn in that fight, now it's going to cost them this mid Guardian. They're coming in to try and counter engage though. Holding the Guardian for the moment. Ivy low, doesn't have that ulti to escape.
Looking back here in middle, really, you know, you think about the glue for VP, the keep things together, even when overseas was ripping things apart in the right lane. Can't really say enough about MikaelS's impact on the mid game and beyond, where, you know, it was the very early game, maybe it was a slightly slower start, but once, you know, he hit 3K, MikaelS was able to really take control mid lane and just, you know, be a force on the pocket. So, you know, again, I think about pick priority right now. I definitely think the way teams have been playing it, that pocket very justifiable in the first 1 to 2 picks right now.
Yeah, pocket the game lead on souls here, tied with Mirage. Not any native cleanses on the One Win side. And so I think definitely there's some key item timings coming soon for Pocket that could start to present problems for this particular, the One Win front line. And I mean, we talked about Dimov's had such a bad early game. The fact that he recovered this quickly, I didn't expect that, honestly. They really gave him a ton of positional priority to recover and get back in the game. But now I think he could start to get back, get aggressive. Maybe he wants to buy like one more key spirit item, maybe a Torment Pulse or an improved burst before he's a really, you know, big threat diving in on the team fights. But it's something you got to worry about, especially with the Kelvin amping that threat up.
I wish.
Oh, a little bit of teleport action going on right now. Teleports over into the right-hand side. Shiv being chased on down. Shriek not able to get away. One win. Still looking to get the initiative in places where they can find it.
ABL 1 HP.
Situation, ABL gets caught, unable to get out. Still, though, very scrappy on both sides. Both sides still in and around. Now it's Zergy under the gun a little bit. Able to take a moment, get a breather, drop the healing right, get the Storm Cloud up and ready. And none One Win immediately want to fight that.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab that Shiv bag potentially to win down, but yeah, you need to get out of here if you're 7. This is getting a little too hot. Too many players around. Demob does get punished there, goes down to the Silence Glyph up for Bebop. And so Demob not expecting that. No debuff remover just yet. Wasn't able to pop the ulti, wasn't able to escape, and this overseas gank threat just got a lot scarier. The Silence Glyph could be a big problem for a lot of these heroes when they get hooked, especially things like Kelvin or Pocket and get it off before the suitcase.
I mean, I think it's absolutely designed more than anything else to get MikaelS out of the fight. Given his impact on fights, if you can land the pick on MikaelS, stop him before the flinch is huge, but also Calico stuck in the shelter right now. Obikin looking for the pick off. MikaelS down. I think that Silence Glyph just got used there, Jake. I have no other explanation for Mikhail getting dropped like that.
Yeah, and they're snowballing in Virtus.pro. Very low players, one-man team, full HP across the board, turning this into potentially a team wipe here. 3 kills have already gone down. Zergy has to pull kite out of this engagement entirely.
Oh, it begins. The well played start getting dropped here by One Win, where they're not a team that shies away from psychological advantage here, Jake, where they get the pickoffs, they get the earn, and they just let VP know. Well played.
I mean, that's a huge fight win. The fact that they're able to trade so insanely positively there. I mean, VP thought they had an opportunity with the Frozen Shelter, but the squad was there to help bail out Zinnia, and Zinnia still had the ultimate to delay, outlast the Frozen Shelter. I mean, probably one of the harder targets on the One Win team roster in terms of tanking through and outlasting that skill. Definitely going to be a problem. They need to have answers to this overseas pocket. People are probably going to be rushing debuff remover, but it's probably a long way away for quite a few of these heroes. That's the power of getting that snowball and debuff. You get some of those key actives online early, and the responsive actives just aren't going to be up for the other side. VP really have to be cautious about these hooks. Huge problems here in the mid game, and a few more kills. I mean, we already talking about a 13K lead. One Win in the driver's seat now firmly.
Also, I mean, you talk about the ideas like, oh, you get debuff from whoever versus Bebop. Okay. Well, now you're just so far ahead of the game that you've caused the other team to essentially tax themselves to not make things right. Like, yeah, I mean, it does help against Bebop, and oftentimes it can be the right choice, but it's still a big impact on the game from an economy level when a hero is basically, you know, forcing you to alter your build like that. You know, it delays how long it takes to get to your core items and what you want. So, I mean, overseas impact so far, absolutely tremendous. And, you know, I was gonna say time to call in Jason, but hold the phone here. I think Sinclair looking to get a little bit frisky.
What is he? He's so crazy being out here.
I mean, he's out, but he has the
okay.
TP. Yeah. I mean, you don't do that unless the assistant is ready to, head on out there in your place. But Michaelis,
scary with Bebop, and there's the catch onto Michaelis. I mean, I really feel VP. There's no jungle on this side of the map. They need the team fight right now, but they're split. They're playing the farm game. One-win team, I think, are pretty happy about that. They're able to press the advantage with their split opponents. I think VP really need to group, really need to make a big team fight play. Maybe too little too late, though, with the Walker already falling.
At that point, you just drop the Hyper Beam, make sure you get the Walker down. And, for one, this is smart. I mean, they get a lead up. Now, Jake, they're more than willing to just commit and do big Walker pushes at a time where they're still really scary. There will come a point in the game, perhaps, where you're not as afraid as Overseas, but right now you got 3 people pushing down a lane, looking down the Walker, and you know that the Bebop is sitting there in reserve. You're terrified as your VP to even peek that right now, the way that this game has gone.
Yeah, and VP, in those moments, there's not much jungle for them to do, but on the other side, OneWin had left all their jungle up to now, and so you see, after completing it, the gap is starting to grow and expand. And VP, despite having, I would say, some initial strong early fights, one big mistake there, very, very costly, that dive on the Calico. And I mean, look, she's profited so much. It's such a big problem here for Sinclair. Rabbit does come in, but how are you even going to get out of this for Sinclair? Yeah, you have the claw beat ulti, but I mean, I guess this is the value of Sinclair, just being super annoying, clearing waves, and you just can't really commit on him with his playmaking threat.
Just get spicy here. OneWin, I think this is a fight they'll absolutely look to take, and Michaelis actually could be in real danger. Michaelis is in the middle of it, and okay, it's not quite positioning that OneWin decides to jump on, but you have the silence glyphs online and a Bebop in reserve. It's not the freedom to play that Pokemon's had, but VP, Frozen Shelter, gonna be dropped here, and take a look here. ABL picks to drop the owl, decides, no, maybe not. Instead, takes to the sky, rain of arrows, backs on out.
Yeah, very defensive posture there. Frozen Shelter forced, and so that's gonna buy 1 minute great advantage here when these buffs come up. I will say, as I say that though, VP still potentially looking to fight. I think they are under pressure to make something happen. I don't think a passive posture is going to be a winning one here, despite the disadvantage that's against them. OneWin team threatening the earn pickup. Looks like they potentially will grab it here. Yeah, it's a free grab for OneWin. I mean, look at the threat from this Ivy, zoning away so many of these players who are walking up for the contest.
Yeah, I mean, not only is the Ivy just doing decent pushback with the gun, but the reality is that you just see the zone of intimidation coming out from the Bebop in this case with how well Overseas has played. VP really didn't feel confident about deciding to move in and contest that at all. So they end up giving earn pickup. Now the downside here, is this something where they're gonna try and go mid boss and use earn as leverage? It might be the case here, Jake, now you look at it, because I don't think they want to try and turn earn in the VP territory. They're not that far ahead, nor is it that advantageous to a Bebop.
Still, it's not that easy of a mid boss to secure. I can't believe this is real. But oh, they grabbed Shiv in the mid lane. Maybe that must have been set up by a hook from Overseas. Maybe not. He has enough cooldown, so maybe they just caught the Shiv lacking in the mid lane, forced into E-Shift. Swap finds another. And with Obakim down, I mean, these are key team fight tools for VP. We can see why one was spamming the well played. They thought they had already pretty much won the game from there. Maybe they have. VP have been really lackluster in the last couple minutes, just kind of falling apart at the seams under the pressure from OneWin team.
You have Sinclair. You have a ready-to-go 7. Well, I say ready to go, but 7's on the 07 map.
No,
so
I don't
really, you got nothing. You're not trying to steal this at all. you take a look, VP is like, nah, we're good. You can have the rejuve. Enjoy.
Honestly, OneWin team have been in the hard driver's seat for the last 10 minutes, and they're just continuing to push the advantage. This Overseas Bebop is a huge problem, and I feel like VP mentally they look really defensive right now. They just haven't been able to make aggressive moves. They're holding on to the earn turn in for the moment, but this is not really a long-term strategy when Mirage is split pushing, taking your outside walker. What are you gonna do? Camp your own earn turn in? I mean, Mirage is perfectly happy to just take a walker while the rest of the team waits.
Mirage is experiencing the true benefits of freedom right now in the left lane where, okay, finally Sinclair comes over, but Sinclair's got to get chewed up and spit out. But the difference between the two, if Mirage even deems him worthy of his attention, which he does not, he just takes down the walker first and then looks at them or looks at the Sinclair. So, man, oh man, things are the bad, the worst here for VP, and now you look at OneWin. They're not backing off. They're looking here now onto Yamato. The silence split comes in. No shadow transformation for you. It just gets worse and worse right now for VP. Good time to bring in Jason. And Jason, what are we seeing right now as the Frozen Shelter goes down?
A whole lot of Bebop domination, man. We kind of talked about in the draft, like they let the Bebop get through. There's a reason VP has banned Bebop so consistently against 1win. And with their change-up in style and change-up with like their draft order as well, like we're seeing yet again how impactful it could be. I mean, you have ABL at 24,000 souls off the back of that. You have Empty Dreams at 28,000 souls on the Mirage. As I see a response here come on the right-hand side, Walker.
Dude, he's so strong, Mirage. He's just running it down on the Shiv, who is trying to do what damage he can, hoping for the team to come bail him out.
It's just unfair. You just hear like the from Mirage
he's
coming
gonna
out
have siphon
repeatedly.
bullets, and he, like this is. I want to see what he buys. Actually, this is a pretty big moment. I think it's crippling headshot. Okay, so he's so confident and aggressive right now. And honestly, I think this game is actually over. Like I feel like VP have not been able to really get any kind of a fight or even a pick off of any kind in the last like 10 minutes. 1win, they're brimming with confidence, and the lead is huge at this point. I mean, we're looking at basically a 30K lead.
Well, if you've been a Bebop enjoyer of this game, just know that Bebop is probably getting banned next game. VP is not at all afraid to first ban Bebop, and I think that's a reasonable reaction here. They may play it themselves. I mean, they have played it, but I don't think the VP Bebop does what the overseas Bebop has done at times, which has just been one of the scariest things I've seen in Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this game looks like a game that 1win snowballed out of the lanes, and like, yes, overseas and ABL had a big lane, but I think Jason mentioned this, like it's just not, it wasn't enough. Like they had a, you know, like the other two lanes went against them, and they still just bring it back with insane team fighting in the mid game. Like one mistake out of VP, and 1win just don't let up on them. I think this is a team that like they're spamming those well played because they know once they get a little advantage, they just feel like the game's in their hands.
I think you also have to give credit to ABL, where like a lot of space is made for ABL from the disruption overseas was doing, also some of the pickoffs from Xenon, and it's like the damage in from the Great Talon has actually been massive this game, and you just see the difference when you have a team just on the back foot. Actually, shockingly high damage time bomb there as Xenon gets the KLS down. Shelter not enough to save. 2 already dead for VP, and yeah, this one is getting more over the nut. Zergy tries to drop the Storm Cloud, gets the Looney Tunes anvil directly to the head. And you might be able to stick a fork in this one because it is looking awfully done.
Wow, I mean, the Ivy is so scaled as well. I mean, you could, I mean, what else are you gonna do? You could run the urn, grab the buff, but realistically, this should be a first patron knock. And honestly, 50K lead, like you might just want to end the game here from 1win and set like the real mental tone. Like this is not a team that I think is really keen on backing off and farming the map, even though they maybe could in this position. I think they're, well, at least they'll get the first patron knock. Maybe they will actually back off after this one with the amount of jungle that's available on the map. It wouldn't be that, I mean, they're all full HP though. I wouldn't be that shocked to see them take a fight.
I think the reason why they might back off is our timer is broken right now, but mid-boss is about to come back up. I think if somehow
taking a fight with
bad,
mid-boss coming up is crazy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, like if it somehow went bad and then VP got a free mid-boss off it, that's just like kind of an inexcusable throw. So I think for 1win, you're totally okay to be like, well, we got the patron down, we're up 50K. Mid-boss is coming up soon.
Echo Shard
They
Paradox.
can just go mid-boss when it comes up if they don't get a pick before then too.
Dude, the bog is going to be out of control. You've got Ivy with like the kudzu bombs. You've got potentially 2 time bombs from Paradox. This is going to be so annoying for VP to fight. And D-Bomb is gone. Silence again. Just can't get his ulti off. Like the last 10 times he's been caught.
Yeah, the MVP presented by Intel, the item Silence X.
Let's be real. The MVP of this particular game is for sure the guy who bought it overseas. Insane game, and here it is. Just 1win, ending the game. No surprises. Based on how the last 10 minutes have gone, this outcome has felt inevitable. I mean, talk about a mental turnaround for a squad, right? I was worried, you know, from the draft, I was worried about, okay, VP are on a good start. Maybe they can finish the series, but 1win, geez, man, they get a little adaptation in the draft, and they just ripped this one away from VP. And momentum-wise, that has got to sting for Virtus.pro. You finally get a map win, and it feels like a year ago, frankly, since you won a map.
You know, we're gonna bring Jason back in, who actually just came back in outright. He's actually dictating his own rules, but you know, the interesting thing to me, Jason, is that a lot of people kind of react to be like, outdraft. And while I don't necessarily disagree, I do think Bebop is like one of those wild cards where it really has to be played exceptionally well to dictate its value in the draft. But this time was one of those times where Overseas was phenomenal on the hero.
Yeah, if I were to say that Bebop didn't have as much impact in the early game, do you think it would have turned out the same way it did in this match?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I think
because the fact that they lost the other lanes,
worthwhile.
They needed it in this game in particular. If you had won the other lanes, then I would have said, okay, maybe they just got blown out everywhere. But this was like, that was the one lane. And think about, like, we kept looking at these fights that are sort of going well for VP, and VP are pressing the advantage of the other two lanes. And then it's like our hero Overseas shows up on the Bebop to turn those fights around or stabilize things for one win, defend the Guardian, maybe it's sometimes getting kills of his own. And I think so many times it was like you don't get to do that on Bebop unless you actually snowballed your lane, you create all these opportunities. Arguably the reason that GT had such an insane game, is from that Bebop hooks in the very start of the game.
See, the reason I asked that as well is because I'm looking at the Parivision match with Task playing Bebop, and he was paired with the Lashin lane, remember? And I said if they paired him with like a Grey Talon, then he probably would have had a lot more impact in the game to get things rolling, because you're kind of giving him a losing lane. Whereas here, you see one when they're kind of giving him a winning lane, having ABL there to back him up and really put down the pain. Obviously, Overseas hit a lot of hooks as well, but you really can't underestimate how much damage ABL did. But it's so weird to see that was the lane that was so successful when they have players like Mirage, Paradox, Calico in other lanes as well, where they kind of got destroyed. I mean, the Shift Kelvin lane did some serious work out of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting you bring that up, because I think you're right in talking about lane matchups, because it didn't just like buff the Bebop and make things really terrible, for the Yamato in the early game, the Yamato and the 7, where again, a lot of your late game power in that lane. But it also, ABL was just pumping damage this game, and was generally ahead of the game. And it's pretty easy to get ahead of the game as a Grey Talon when you have a Bebop serving people up to you as on a silver platter for the first 10 minutes of the game. It helped the Bebop, but it also vastly helped ABL. And you look at the damage ABL was able to pop out. What a difference Grey Talon looks like when you have a good supporting cast around him, Jake.
Yeah, and I was skeptical of this one-win draft. I didn't really see it, but they're just able to make so many of these mid-game plays and snowball the game to such a point that GT is doubling up everybody else. I guess no one else really needs to deal that much damage. But you look across the board, this was like a really rough game for VP. Early game, solid. Like they did fine. But then the first time one win wins a fight, then they just win every single fight consecutively to the end of the game. That's not normal, right? That really does feel like a crazy turnaround. The fact that as soon as one win, remember when they started spamming the well played? It's like they knew, man. They knew. They had the confidence that would go that way. I was like, well, we'll have to see. VP aren't out of this yet, but it seems like maybe they were. And now one win, mentally are in such a great spot to close out this series and earn another title. VP, I like the draft they brought this game. Maybe it's just, is the Kelvin a bait? Is the Kelvin a throw? The lane was good with Jim Kelvin. I feel like you can't take that away from them.
Well, I think what happened was there was a moment in mid lane that we saw towards, I'd say, the mid part of the match, ZP, where ABL just comes in and hits Obi Kim with 2 power shots right after another. And from their charge shots. And right after that, Obi Kim had to use Frozen Shelter defensively. I feel like he was never able to use that Frozen Shelter past the laning phase as an aggressive tool for them. It was always used to I got to save myself because I'm about to die.
Also on that note, Jason, I don't know how much you have it on hand, but during the break, take a look at Kelvin's win rate, because on the eye test and gut test, I feel like Kelvin's win rate in the last 2 weeks, it has not felt good, even as he's been been highly valued and he's been losing while being highly valued.
45% win rate
overall.
I thought.
Overall, yeah.
What about you do the last month or something? Can you see that?
I can't do that.
Okay.
Not with my layout,
we don't have the
unfortunately.
technology.
I feel like it was so dominant for so long, people abusing the AoE Kelvin heals, and then more and more teams started to kind of, not only in terms of picks, but also play style, just understanding better and better how to respond to that and how to outplay that, both in the draft and in the execution. And I think, honestly, that's hurt Kelvin. He still is really, really useful in the certain spots, but that just hasn't been enough. That the cooldown on Frozen Shelter is so long. There is that big vulnerability period where this big tool that you built your draft around is not available to you. And somebody like Bebop, it's part of it takes a player like Overseas, right, to be able to land all these hooks constantly. Like, you know, you give him 60 seconds land hooks, he's going to get 3. You know, it's like sort of a ridiculous performance on the Bebop that makes you wonder about some of the slower tempo big ultimates like Frozen Shelter.
All right, well, it is 1-1. 1 win, not giving up the throne without a fight. Will VP have an answer in the third map? The only way to find out is to stick here on Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. It's Europe, and our champion comes after this break. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night Europe, number 22, ZP, here with Jake, and by popular demand from I Love NASCAR 29 and 31 in the chat, it is DDK. He has been summoned. Dan, we weren't even going to bring you back, but, as soon as I Love NASCAR made the demands, our hand was kind of forced.
Bro runs the show. I love NASCAR. It's on the down low.
I mean, we're not run by corporate overlords. We're grassroots initiative. We have to allow the voice of the people to direct the show, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We should actually okay, so these days, aren't there all these ways that you can integrate Twitch chat into the show, like directly with like votes and stuff? Can't we get that going?
Oh God, you know what's gonna happen? Production's gonna get a vote. It's like vote to make casters spin, and we will never not be in the washing machine.
Be spinning for the rest of our experience as casters. That'll be great.
It's like we have another vote. Do the casters spin or not? Oh, wow. It's 90% to spin. I guess we're going to make them rotate once more. But okay, jokes aside, we're getting right back into it. VP versus 1win. VP takes map 1 away, looking good. 1win makes the adaptations in the second map, and it is just a bebop reckoning that completely destroys VP. We're getting directly into the draft here. 1win is going to be first pick. Dan, my question to you. Does VP have Bebop PTSD and just remove the Bebop? No questions asked. First ban.
Well, there's so many potential first bans I could see VP going for. Because I mean, GT as a first ban is also something that like could make sense in a way as well. Because I don't know if I actually didn't expect ABL to be as good on GT as that. I think that's maybe one of the best ABL GT games that we've actually seen. And the fact that you obviously have ABO can play so many different heroes really effectively. I think that was really interesting. So we'll see right now what VP is going to do with the draft off of this first ban, and this will be quite telling.
That was Savannah's fault.
Okay, they go for Sinclair as well. I had other things to say about Sinclair, but maybe I'll just bin that now because, well Sinclair's dead.
Maybe they can still get the GT. I mean, that being said, I feel like last game I kind of believed in the vision. Now I saw the doubling up the rest of your team's damage. Like if you have a good start on GT, you become like probably one of the fastest scaling nuker carries in the game on Great Talon. And I think honestly, for the way 1win wants to play, that's what they live for, is like the fast scaling early power spike. And here it comes out again. I think for VP, the key is stifling Great Talon in the lanes. You just can't have the scenario like you had in the last game where GT and Bebop are running over the lane. Bebop can roam for free, and now GT gets into the game and is just hitting way too hard for that place in the game. Now the big question for VP is what are the answers? Like, I do think heroes like Bebop are good against Great Talon, but Holiday would have been the other one of the best to catch and deal with it.
Okay, well, they pick Calico. Here's my question. Do you overpick the Bebop here? I think they're more likely to go for Pocket. I think they don't really want to deal with the 1-1 Pocket. On the same note, though,
get Pocket too.
Here's the thing, though. If they go Pocket, 1win is probably going to pick Bebop on the turn, and they're going to get the GT Bebop lane again. The only way to prevent the GT Bebop lane, I feel like, is if VP picks it here. So But if you do that, you give up the pocket. So it's kind of it's a rough situation.
It's
and they
early
decide
to take the bebop though, right? I think one team, didn't they get the bebop in the back 3 on the last?
They did.
Game. So I think there's a chance you could get rid of it on the second ban. And to that point though, I think it's actually almost certainly getting banned on the second phase for VP. So if OneWin want it again, they might need to take it here in this set of 2 picks.
And I like that there is that pressure on the second wave of bans. If OneWin leave it open, they can strategically use that. So obviously create a situation where VP on banning something else, leaving something else open. So it is one of those small edges that can help them control the ban, because it does feel like there's a wider selection for OneWin in terms of the hero pool that they would feel comfortable with right now, giving them the edge in draft. So get a Mirage coming in. I don't think there's a surprise there.
They have to, if they don't pick the bebop here, it will get banned. I have 100% faith that it's going to get banned.
Convicted.
Will you go bald if they don't ban bebop? Thoughts?
Okay, well, clearly it's 99% because I'm not going to do the bald thing. There's always a little bit of doubt.
So
you don't want to see bald me. Like, my hair is like one of my only saving grace is the fact that I have hair. Okay.
I want to see bald you, ZP, but it's not a charitable instinct. All right.
It's not
Justin wants to see bald ZP. He really wants to see bald ZP. Give it to me.
Maybe I should just do my sideshow cosplay where it's like I go bald and then I let my mustache just grow to new lengths never before seen. That's the only way you can salvage it at that point.
The Vindicta into the Grey Talon though from VP. I'm a little worried about this, but this is also, I think this is very likely going to be an Obakim Vindicta, because you already have Michaelis, assuming probably play. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility on this VP squad. They could easily swap all these heroes up, and I could be totally wrong. But I feel like, especially with GT on the board, going like a carry Vindicta seems a little crazy to me. Like, just to put your eggs in a basket that's mid counter, and they get the bebop out of the game, which I honestly is just like, I breathe a sigh of relief, frankly, with what Overseas did in the last game. Was just so heinous. I mean, D-Mob was traumatized with the amount of times he gets silenced, clipped, and killed.
Do they ban Paradox here? Because I'm not sure what the best ban is, but I feel like that's an interesting option, because then you would create this world where there's no easy initiator. Obviously you take that option away from VP. You presume it's not high priority though, because obviously Pocket's probably going to get played by Michaelis from what we've seen so far, or Vindicta. It's like 2 of his.
I mean, a lot of the players on VP.
They could still run the Paradox. I think taking away the Geist is important though, because there's not a ton of great frontline available that I think would be good into the OneWin setup. The Geist would have created problems for the Amato and just would have been a huge pain, and also like one more durable hero is the GT Burst. The Paradox is going to come in turn, but I actually think the Geist ban from OneWin was really, really smart.
Yeah, that's a counter the Yamato is a great point.
Yeah, I think maybe also OneWin, we're hoping against hope that they might get the Paradox for themselves, but I think VP are going to be pretty happy with this much initiation banned out, that they're the ones who are going to, I think, control some of that tempo. And OneWin team, the draft they have so far is a draft that is not really necessarily built to hard initiate, but one that's built to endure and counter and be able to turn around those fights. And along with that vein is the Kelvin, right? They have the potential to turn and counter. But we have seen the Kelvin only lose in the last 2 matches, ironically. I mean, I don't think that it says too much about Kelvin. They could get Shiv here, though, and just, like, double down on the front line. They've got the Yamato already. Like, you could just have one more. You have a great lane, the Shiv Kelvin lane. We've seen it, I think, win every time it's been played. I think that's like a strong hero to combo with Yamato Mirage diving the front line. And it's the Mo instead.
I love it.
Ooh. Wow.
I feel like the thing about the Mo I like is I feel like you also get the option to have great control in early lane, but also the combo with the Yamato just having that guaranteed lockdown. I think that's just it's going to allow them to be a bit more aggressive and have more pick off potential that maybe you wouldn't get with the Shiv really in its place. Maybe they can still pick up the Shiv in number 6 position, but
I actually think the Mo is also really smart here too, because you think about how VP is going to play. Normally with their team comp, you have both a Pocket and a Calico. These are heroes that really mess with the fabric of how much you should be able to get away with in Deadlock, because they have incredible escape utility. Pocket, of course, with the cloak and the satchel, and Calico just combination of Return the Shadow, Ava, leaps, everything. Mo puts the fear of God into both of those characters and slows down the game and slows down the pace of aggression that VP can go with. So I actually think, beyond the fact of Mo's normal tendency to just feed the Yamato, I think Mo versus the Calico and Pocket double play is actually really effective for OneWin, especially as we get into the mid game.
I like the Abrams response though. They need an instant interrupt for the combo to make Mo think twice about just like instantly initiating with a combo. Well, then Abrams can counter that. And I also think it's a great that one win grabs the Mo earlier, because I think the Shiv wouldn't have fit VP's lineup. So it's like you're not really going to steal the Shiv away, or you're kind of, you know, making your own team comp worse to do so. And at the same time, like we think about game one, I think a big problem for one win is they didn't have hard catch. And that game was because, you know, the Paradox and the Holiday were both taken by VP, but they had the Abrams. It didn't quite work for them. I think the Mo is a much better option for like the hard catch, find an initial kill on the side lane, turn that into an objective take. I think this puts one win in a much a better theoretical position now as well, with you know, things like Mirage able to split push the side lanes, and then the team fight from the rest of the squad just being really rock solid. Mirage can come in to help that out.
Yeah, I love this draft from one win. I feel totally the same way. You've got a better version of the first map's draft, and I feel like the Kelvin was picked in a much better spot. You know, of course, I mean, they created this hot position, right? Because again, as I was mentioning, you're creating this spot where you're forcing VP to have to ban the Bebop, or maybe they pick the Kelvin, but that's kind of the thing, is like, that's the fork in the road where I think one win are very happy to go either direction. It's kind of VP that's going to basically dictate that, but both directions will have success. So I love this, and having you know, then they can save the Shiv for last. I feel it's a way more efficient draft from one win, and I feel like it should actually play so much more into their strengths. And I'm really worried for Seven having as much impact as you'd expect, because there's a lot of stuff to just deal damage to him in the cloud, you know, especially the GT. The GT is really nice, obviously, for that, but you got Mirage as well. And obviously Shiv can get the bleeds and get up there also, finish him off if he gets low with a cunning blow.
I'm looking at this here and I'm seeing actual just stomping in the early game from one win here in theory. I think, okay, so you top out lanes. You have the Shiv Kelvin lane, which is so good that people were like over picking Kelvin just to get their hands on it last week. And it still looked really, really good today. Then you can run a double nuke lane with the GT and Yamato, and you can have a Talent, or rather a Mo Mirage lane. These are horrifying lanes to go against, quite frankly. And it does play out exactly like that. Exactly as mentioned, the lane setup. These are the lanes they end up running with, and not a single one of these lanes, Jake, is weak for one win.
Yeah, I do think mid lane is so much range nuking potential. However, that could potentially be turned against you. I think Paradox and Calico maybe wanted to get aggressive here in the early lane. Oh god, that's scary. Facing down overseas on the GT. Which way are you going to dodge off the pause?
You just see that as like, you feel lucky pockets.
It's actually like a duel at the High Noon Corral here.
Well, Carbine on one side, Power Shot on the other, and you know, Dan, any thoughts from your end on the lane setups before we let you go for a bit?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'll just be looking at, to be honest, the most is whether the Vindicta Abrams are going to have any success, because obviously, as we've seen, if Vindicta gets a bit behind, it can be somewhat underwhelming. With that said, it's going to be overkill, so they're not necessarily looking for a carry out of it, but at the same time, you know, you don't want your Vindicta to be just totally gimps in the early game. And the other lanes look pretty nice for one win, I gotta say. So I'm feeling that one win for sure in this game. I feel like they're gonna win for at least 2 of the 3 early lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, even as good as like the Abrams Vindicta lane can be at times, I'm not sure it beats Shiv Kelvin. Shiv Kelvin is kind of overwhelmingly strong as a lane combo. So as I'm evaluating this game and where it's at, I feel like the biggest moment of reprieve, and even that's gonna be hard because it's still like a Mo lane, but you know, maybe when Mikhail S hits the 3K power spike, they can use Affliction, they can get something going on left, but I think VP is just hanging on for dear life in the first 6 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I think there's some power spikes that they can definitely play off of. I think, you know, Vindicta has like a level 2 power spike with Abrams once they get some of those active skills online. If they can stake somebody and pull them back, maybe under tower with a pin like that, that's something you could do, especially before Kelvin is, you know, healing or having all of his skills online, maybe Shiv oversteps. I just give a little bit of faith, though, to VP that in the game 1, they were able to outplay the map really effectively against this Kelvin comp in general and like outlast it. And oh god, nice
bullying
parry freeze. very OP strat being abused here by Shiv, but you can't blame. I mean, I think they know this. Like the real threat on them in this lane is getting pulled under the enemy tower, and just playing pure for denies, really defensive. Is there's not much of a response to that, frankly, from Vindicta Abrams, other than just last hitting as well as they can.
Also, one thing that's interesting we didn't really note, in terms of hero versatility, you talk about Listic's ability to swap to different heroes. What about ABL, where ABL now on the Shiv rather than the Talon? ABL's hero pool also incredibly deep for 1 win.
Yeah, I think both these teams are really best in the world, best in at least maybe comparable to somebody like Hydra Nation for that flexibility. It's like a key, a key value for them.
Well, so far, I think VP's done a pretty decent job. I mean, things have been relatively quiet, and I think against the early lanes you're up against from 1 win, you're kind of happy with a little bit of peace and quiet, a little bit of equivalent farming.
Yamato
remains the case.
Could be in trouble, though. Yeah, Divine Barrier on Calico. It's going to give her the confidence to chase a little bit deeper. Yamato's extremely low. It's a nice kill for VP. I mean, I think some of these ultimate fights are actually still pretty good for them. And the fact that they're going to have the first swap online, if they can get a swap connection for DMOB, I think that could potentially slow down Overseas Great Talent, which is such a critical here. We talked about like GT hitting these early scaling peaks, getting that max charge shot early is a huge problem for you. So will they be able to respond to it?
Is the question at stake right now.
He's got a full 4 stacks on him. Ow, that hurts.
Yeah, just saying, it's like, all right, Jin's Mark, please do your damage, go away. But for now, 1 win pressuring in onto the left, getting pressured in turn in the middle. I think a lot to be said for how DMOV and Sharik are playing the middle lane. The fact that they've kept it competitive and actually pushed 1 win back against what is a very difficult lane. I mean, I think the most can be said there is that we saw Overseas miss a few power shots early on, and you just have to be moving the right way to even make a GT miss a lot of the time.
Scary, man. The threat from Xenon, ever present here for Pocket. Getting comboed, almost certainly going to be a death sentence. 7 as well. Very, not the most durable heroes, not the tankiness to really survive through that threat. So that's allowing a lot of space for 1 win to get a farm advantage. Still across the map, though, VP are keeping up. Keeping this advantage under 1K. Nothing significant in terms of the soul lead. Also see that Dome is available here for Kelvin Shiv. Very scary spot for VP in that Abrams Vindicta lane, who had the lane pretty much held against the enemy tower the entire time.
Missile poke damage coming in from Zanya off into the middle lane. And yeah, it's kind of interesting where you think about Pocket's power spike in lane. KLS can't really dive and just do an affliction willy-nilly the way you could against a lot of stuff, just because you will get comboed in that lane. But the Mo does really limit options.
A lot of pressure on Zergy. Does have that decay picked up, so trying to put some of the pressure back the other way, but man, this Mirage is absolutely full. The tankiness from Xenon is immaculate and very scary lane. Although this catch, though, that forcing the Kelvin Dome and then re-engaging, able to take down Shiv, and Zergy could not escape. Talon had his number in that position.
Yeah, also, I think this is a real danger for Mikhail just getting dove here, right? You have the 2-on-1. Mo's gonna go for it, looking in! Ends up getting blocked a little bit, can't get through the tower, they'll land the combo, and instead gets a face full of poison in return.
Yeah, that affliction seems like Xenon is going to fall back and just outlast it with that tankiness that Mo offers. And they've been doing an admirable job just holding on to this lane, but doing much more than that feels so difficult. The good thing, though, is with Mo on low HP, probably difficult for him to commit for a combo. Let's see what Obakim's building on this Vindicta. Has Healbane, Divine Barrier. Interesting he hasn't built the... Usually we see like the double shield build on Vindicta like pretty quick. But in this case he's not going for it.
For as lauded as the Shiv Kelvin lane has been, the Abrams Vindicta lane really holding
its classic. It's an OG.
Yeah, it's been good here so far, Kelvin.
And Kelvin's in deep. If he gets caught here, yeah, pinned in.
And there's no shelter. He doesn't have shelter. He went on that exploratory mission with no shelter in reserve. Questionable, Jake.
And I don't know that Shiv... I mean, Shiv is playing with confidence here. But I'm not sure. I think if he gets staked here, he could die pretty quick. I guess Kelvin's going to be coming back now. Shelter's almost up, so he maybe wants to bait the engage on himself. But this is really risky to be diving. If he gets caught with a pin here, okay, knows the limit, though. VP waiting on the skill cooldowns to be able to actually turn that around.
Yeah, and now in that lane, wait, Owl, here we go, overseas. Look at the set it on up. Does Listic live there? No. ABL immediately there at the killing blow. So, yeah, overseas Owl has been quite good so far. And, oh, take a look at that.
Should be
Vindicta able to get away, but look at what you give up in turn. Lots of Guardian damage. It may not be the Guardian outright, but it's still rough. I mean, these trades you like right now for 1 win.
Yeah, despite the lane overall going pretty decent for Shiv Kelvin. Oh, this is a deep pin. He got both. Oh, you can't even shelter this. Oh my Listic.
Hello.
Zip and caught. Yeah, just way overconfident there. Shiv and Kelvin overstaying their welcome. And that's the downside of not pressuring the tower earlier, playing so defensive with your posture. Shriek is getting shut down there by Zinnia, who's now taking the pressure onto that mid lane, trying to pressure your opponent Guardian.
I feel like there's a brief split second there. One was just wondering, why do I hear boss music right before Listic just slams both of them down? Unbelievable turnaround within the lane. Mid lane though, 1 win. Oh, what a try and take advantage, and
he should be dead for this though, surely.
You would think. You would think. Yeah, I mean, you're okay to die in the situation of this, but Zanya perhaps living a little bit longer than expected. But still, you got the Guardian down. You're still pretty okay with that, especially his middle. Seismic Slam, meanwhile, does not care about your shelter as Listic starting to feel himself right now on the Abrams.
Just crushing them underfoot, and Obicam is also having a pretty big game here on this Vindicta. Despite, being a support player, I wonder if there's an argument for going a bit of a scaling build here. Yeah, it looks like he is maxing snipe too, so he's actually going to scale on this Vindicta, potentially. Needs to snowball into some more kills, but we could see this Vindicta become kind of a problem. GT constantly on cooldown with this Owl, always looking for kills, always looking for opportunities. And if you're not finding the kills, you're still just putting a lot of damage pressure on the lane. Abrams not going to die to
the lane tempo. As you look at that, you Owl mail over the Listic, and I look at his sad run back to base. There's nothing you can do. You look at the zipline. He must go back. Meanwhile, while Listic is going back, you take a look at what this says for Obicam. Obicam could die in the next 20 seconds because of that play. Abrams is still going to be out of it for a little bit while healing, and even if they don't die to the Vindicta, they still get the Guardian. Meanwhile, combo in, but Mo canceling it early.
Mo forced back, and while the soul advantage is pretty even, distinct objective lead here being established with that Guardian take. Now the unpause comes in, a little bit of attack pause. Now probably not, probably just a little bit of lag for the players. ABL on 1 HP on the Shiv, real one. Okay, is dead. 2 Zergy, but now the big dogs have arises overseas on the Great Talon, dropping nukes. One more. Oh, it doesn't have another cooldown. Very lucky there for D-Mob. Just a couple seconds, we could have seen a second power shot follow up. That's a lot of space for the Urn pick of. Unless Virtus.pro want to fight it, they do have some pretty healthy players in the neighborhood.
They might be looking to knock on over. Meanwhile, in middle lane, got Yamato versus Calico, and all right, Zanya, not wasting any time, goes Shadow Transformation, forces out Return to Shadow in turn. Listic getting the Urn for VP over on the left while we're watching this middle fight. Michaelis also going to punish Xenons, but 1 win, getting down and dirty on the left. The 1v1 still continuing here in middle. And you look at the Urn, it is going to be stolen away, but you look at this, ABL still in hot pursuit. Gets 1 kill, no resets available just yet skill-wise. Going to have to do the rest of the old-fashioned way. But it is VP running away at the Urn in the end. So still even, but VP with Urn control.
Yeah, but 1 minute are pretty happy, I think, to take some jungle camps. They still have general position on the map, so I don't think this is going to be an easy turn in for 1 win team. VP though, I think pretty happy to just hold the Urn for eventually. It feels like at this level, these seems like eventually they will create an opportunity where they get an advantage fight in the Urn. I think they would maybe love to do that under a storm cloud here, but Zergy forced to defend mid by this pressure that Overseas is putting on.
Also, this Urn turn in is going to be difficult for VP because one thing Dan points out, in our caster chat is just that look at the Guardians right now. It's 3 Guardians down for VP. 1 win has been keeping up enormous lane pressure this entire time. It's leading them to get some of the jungle in turn. It's keeping VP on the back foot, and it's a situation where even though it's only a 3K difference between the teams, this could easily go way out of hand in favor of 1 win should VP lose this Urn fight. So they have to be so meticulous, Jake, in their setup here. This is not a fight they can lose while down 3 Guardians.
I think VP, though, is about to equalize at least the mid Guardian. Pressure here, it goes down easy, even Shiv. Just not having the HP to properly contest that. And actually, as I say that, Listic maybe looking to make some kind of a catch-off here on the Shiv in the side lane. One Win just dedicating players, though, heavy on this right lane, keeping the wave equilibrium off of that turn-in spot. Obafemi looking for the chance, but hard to find the way through here. All these defensive players.
All right, VP set on up Vindicta. Plenty of room to work with here. For now, just babysitting the urn up top. And by the way, that's an owl over and forces the urn drop. Of course, it can't just be picked back up. But as I say that, here comes the Talon saying, get off the rooftop, that is mine. So Vindicta now in a rough spot. ABL, while this is going on, finds Listic. One Win decide to engage off the owl and disruption from overseas when Obafemi is held back. And now we got even more dives coming on Zanya. Here for One Win, forcing out the return of the Shadow. And Frozen Shelter in from Flamble saying, you're not getting away. That's one way to skin the cat, so to speak, or at least freeze it out as Sharik goes on down. Great positioning and ult usage here from One Win. And VP still controls the urn, but what does even need at this point, Jake? They're just stuck with it. Deep behind their own lines.
I'm getting deja vu from last game. I mean, this fight was so confident from One Win team. Felt like VP just never really had a chance to take that engagement. And you know, they were poking, prodding, trying to create an opportunity, and then GT just shows up and just starts nuking you. The catch comes in, and One Win just overwhelmed. And the threat of the Mo Krill is it's very scary to be out alone anywhere on the map right now, especially when you don't have vision on Mo. You don't know where exactly he is. Makes it really difficult to push out these lanes successfully. And speaking of pushing out lanes, man, it's like you just can't get this urn turn in. One Win are just continuing to defend this part of the map. They're not going to give it up.
The lane control has been sublime from One Win, and you know, maybe we have a brief moment of breather here while the urn is being held back. You know, Dan, you were gushing about the One Win macro. You know, what are you thinking of what we've been seeing here? As hold the phone.
That nuke
jumped by the Mo and Krill.
Dude,
but now that's been
Yamato
done. Dan, your thoughts?
I mean, I just love the comp. I love how they're playing it. It is just the premium One Win stuff. It's so funny when you look at the start of the series, the first map, we have what felt like somewhat of a disjointed game, but now you've got the synergies are so evident across the early laning into how they're able to take 3 Guardians down unanswered, continuing to just keep the pressure on consistently, and they can play the team fight game, the disruption game. They've got so much burst damage, and they got lockdown. It's all working out, and this VP getting really behind on these fights. They just don't have anything against these synergies.
You know, it's not only synergy from Mo and Krill, but the Shiv also at times can punish over-aggressive dives by a pocket too. And VP just cannot play as freely as they'd want to against this One Win draft, where now we're starting to see a real big lead take place, and what could be the first walker of the game. And Zergy might go down here too. I mean, Zergy's trying to do anything to buy time, but it may be a fruitless endeavor as this walker is just getting crunched from all sides. A Mo on the end, as ABL just able to work to the back over in middle. They get the walker on right-hand side. They keep pressure up in middle. They're pushing Mirage on the left. One Win is everywhere right now. And even if the Mirage dies, dear Lord, they have gotten a lot of map control off of this.
Yeah, it's a nice catch, though. It's what you need. I think this is the way VP needs to play right now. They have very low chance to come back into this game. But if they find a couple kills on the map here and they can keep grouping up, I think you can't split anymore. Like, One Win team is just beating you in the split fights. They're too scary with the Mo pickoff threat. We've seen the nuke that Yamato and Great Town can bring to bear. VP need to start forcing team fights, and they need to do it now. Like, this is still a pretty big advantage, but it's something that VP can come back and if they seize this tempo with players down.
Also, the right lane is a real problem right now for VP in terms of a lane always being pushed up. Because you take a look at, not only have they not gotten the Guardian down there, they're down their Walker in right lane, so it's super easy for Empty Dreams or someone, you know, with more mobility to go over there, kill a few waves, and it's just going to push all the way in to the base Guardians. So, I mean, if you're VP on some level, you know, you want to get the right Guardian down, but it's going to be defended. Meanwhile, Frozen Shelter down. Sharik does not care. Takes down Flammable, who's unable to save himself over in mid.
Rinse and repeat right now for VP. That was a Frozen Shelter used as well. Even when Flammable's back up, he's going to be missing that key cooldown. VP just needs to keep pushing and snowballing these fights. They need to keep their opponents on the back foot while they recapture these objectives. I mean, One Win has shown that they're a team that, you know, you give them inches back into the game and they're going to take miles. They're going to just run you through. Think about how that last game went. You really need to change the tempo now. And once again, VP diving in here on the Shiv.
VP looking for their opportunity. They, again, as you say, need to make some aggressive plays to get position back on the game. And with that one pick they got, I mean, back within about 5K. So definitely not unwinnable for them at all. I think the things you have to worry about here is that you look at the compositional issues that 1win has given VP. McKLS is usually way ahead of the game in economy. This time, vastly behind. That is a vulnerable pocket if I've ever seen one at a mere 12K this deep into the game.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure on, I think, Obakib and Zergy to bring the damage in these fights. But it's not easy to do. Yamato running through with the urn, just, I think, trying to bait and engage. The rest of 1win team are close behind. We could see a real knockdown Dragon and pockets across the map.
If you're 1win, you'd love to take this, especially if Pocket shows the map and you know that you have the advantage. And for now, you decide first one on the menu, Listic, chopped on up from ABL. And this is a tanky Shiv, doesn't really care, can move on forward, wants another piece of the Calico here and now, but KLS caught on the other end. Meanwhile, the urn gets turned in the melee, so VP, they lose 2, they only get 1 in turn, and they lose the urn. It gets 1win again, up about 10K on the game.
E-shift for Yamato Force. Probably not going to need that ultimate. Yeah, Obakim way too scared to chase around that corner, and I don't blame him. It's a scary spot to be in the game. This VP, I mean, this Abrams is really struggling despite having a pretty solid early lane. ABL Shiv is just kind of on fire this game. He's really heating up. He's becoming a real problem. I mean, the fact that you can just run it down on an Abrams is a pretty big problem for the Abrams, right? He's the one who wants to be putting you on the back foot, but the Shiv is being played with so much confidence here. Maybe in the late game, it could be hard to get on top of your Sevens and your Vindictas, but for now, he's just able to kind of exert his will on the front line.
Also, as Dan points out, economy allocation-wise, it's a rich Mirage right now. Like, he went to the Jhin and said, I wish for immense wealth, is what has happened here, because 22K, this is the Mirage at the level where he can just run down half of Virtus.pro, hold down left click, and win.
Big swap, though.
Coming on in, Zergy. Drop the stun right after. That's one way to clip the wings of a Talon. Get him out of there. As VP now. What do they do after this? Like, it's not about the initial pick. It's what can you chain after the pick. Oh. And they're looking for Sharik right now. Has to return the Shadow. Getting hunted right now by the Amato. Wait, how's Sharik still alive?
The duel?
What?
Oh, Calvin's
Sharik able to get away, but surely.
Wait.
Oh?
In the frozen shelter, though. So much power being deployed here, and Listic tried to come in, try to bail out his buddy, but the rest of the squad right behind. And Christian's lagged out because he missed that. There's no way you missed that heavy melee on the Abrams. Yeah. He started running straight. I think he just hit a little lag spike.
Zenya's internet just truly awful to the point of needing to reconnect, but also Shriek had no business living there. I know Calico gets away with some stuff, but dear God.
In the end, I mean, you have to give up Listic to get Sharik out of there, but I think it is still better, right? The Calico is a little bit more farmed. You're not as worried about that, the soul advantage on the Abrams himself. He'd love to have a Phantom Strike, but it's not as critically necessary as Sharik just having a big game and having the damage really to come and take it to the front line. The fact that there's a bag drop, though, is a little bit painful, and I wonder if VP want to double down and re-engage us. I mean, Calico's going to have to go heal. Seven's not really that close. However, there have been some powerful spells deployed, right? With the Return to Shadows and Obakim now coming in for a connection. It's possible VP could get into this, but it's a very risky move.
Also, apparently we're deflating the channel point economy because apparently there was a channel point goal set up for the chat. Donate 100,000 channel points to turn me upside down, and my world's about to get flipped. That was the easiest 100K the channel has ever spent.
Oi, oi, oi.
Warpstone, combo. And that looks to be a potentially very dead Obakim. Drops the shift right after, and okay.
Oh, the team's there.
Off the shift with the time wall. Actually able to get away. The power of shift, which more and more people clamoring for nerfs on nowadays.
E-shift is the most broken item. It is too good. It is just way too good to be it's in a team play environment. I think in pubs maybe not as insane, but in the team play environment, having like 2 seconds for your teammates to come help you that the enemy team can't do anything to you is like a game-changing situation. Big parry from Mikhail's counter parry though from the Yamatos, and he with the double outplay, very nice stuff. Good heads up counter.
It's been a tough game for McKLS, and I think a good portion of that is just simply the Shiv punishing the burst damage, and Yamato space warp deep over and in. Power Slasher finishes off the deal. The burst on the Zergy, sublime. The overseas ABL connection VP down 3 and 1 win. This is going to give them a definitive advantage in the game now, Jake.
Yeah, they could just go for the mid-boss here. It's really just their choice about which objectives they want to take, whether it's Urn, mid-boss, walkers, they're all on the menu. Maybe 1win are just going to have their cake and eat it too. That's the second side walker falling, well, presumably. Okay, yep, there it goes. Midnight, I mean, all walkers down here, and they could even look for some more kills. They have another 15 seconds to work with. Sharik trades one into empty dreams, though. Hold on, the spawn timers are getting low for VP. 1win team, it's a little bit scary, but they have the confidence to take down Sharik before falling back.
Well, we've now hit VP completely wiped out. 1win up 30K. Dan, how'd we get here?
I mean, it's just unrelenting aggression, which actually, you know, this is the thing I was saying about that first map, where there's a spot where 1win just want to keep playing off the momentum, but they got stalled out and VP were able to dictate it instead. But 1win, obviously, the synergies on these fights and how they were able to consistently push just kept having them at an advantage, even in even numbers in the earlier stages, where they're able to take down all those towers. And there's a really big fight here, so I'm just going to shut up.
Dan goes away as 1win looks to secure the deal. Zergy dropping the Storm Cloud, has to immediately cancel. Didn't like his positioning. Looking damage the other way though. ABL able to get caught. VP's making this fight work. I think they landed a pretty good affliction to start things out. But Zenya, too strong. Comes on in, hits 2, makes it 3. The stat difference perhaps 2 overalling at this point. And the Owl out here, the chase down survivors, looking for Zergy. Zergy may live to tell the tale, but it's tough. I mean, 1 for 3. As VP, that's not going to get you back into the game, Jake, even though you have to try and take those opportunities.
No, you're just falling further and further behind. It's a nice fake of the mid-boss by 1win team, who are now going to go capture it for real. VP may have to go for a steal. The well-played spam is out. Uh-oh, problems. All right, and they're going for this, though.
Steal it. Let's see how this goes. And they get the steal! Michaelis on the steal! The real play for VP now is a spam well played in turn. Let them know. One well played for another, but VP, they get the steal. They lose 3 in turn.
And they kill Zenya, though. I mean, that's big. Like, that's the dream scenario for VP. They had to make that play happen. I love the way they executed that, too. They send Sharik in, said, hey, guys, look at me. I'm going to go for the steal. And then Michaelis, over the top, slips in, grabs the rejuve. And that's kind of secured like a last life here for VP. I think the game maybe would have gone against them had they not gotten the rejuve, but I think if they can win a team fight off the back of this rejuve or get the farm back in position, like, and hold on, Mirage.
Mirage is running for his very life right now, and Tornado might have done
Tornado. Yeah, okay, this should get him out.
My only complaint with VP in the last play is they didn't do the counter well played after getting the steal. That would have been, if nothing else, an aura moment. But you know, in terms of actually winning the game, still getting the steal, pretty good at keeping in contest, even though they are still in a pretty significant hole.
Yeah, this will be a key moment for VP. I feel like they need to get some kind of a team fight. They're trying to posture for one now. Swap, of course, not yet available. But 1win team are very confident too. I mean, they don't think they should really be, frankly, too scared of this rejuve. They're still looking at a 30k soul advantage. Pound for pound, they are a lot stronger at this phase of the game. I think it's only the pressure of the situation bearing down on them that puts VP in a spot where they're obliged to take a fight.
Caught Mo gambling for a second there. Meanwhile, Yamato going on in, wanting to get a chunk of 7. Shout Transformation out in response to Stack's charge. Listic, meanwhile, on the Xenon. Zergy, though, cannot get out in time. 1 for 1. VP a little bit, perhaps happier at the trade just because Rejuve. But
yeah, trades are good. Rejuve, and you're far behind.
Yeah.
2 for 1 may not be good enough, and you get in trouble.
E-Shift is a good item, but can it get you out of this? The answer is no. As the Owl, quick little time wall distraction, still guided missile in for Listic. And at least
just across the map. It's everywhere all at once here for 1win. They don't even need to group up. They're just so strong as individuals. They're splitting. They're creating opportunities individually across the map, and all the lanes are still pressured against VP. I mean, VP have rejuve. Their waves should be pushing out here, but they're not. 1win is just confidently standing on waves. They know how big of a lead that they have right now, and they're playing like it. They're really keeping the leverage on. Now this Urn pickup looks like the flashpoint for another fight. VP have a couple rejuves left, but maybe they just feel it. They got to force. They got to keep playing to win. I like that they're taking this risk, but 1win could close out the game here.
All in for the Urn. All teams on deck. 6 on 6. Empty Dreams immediately punishing Listic. 2 down, 4 VP as 1win aggressively goes in, flexing their stat advantage. Is it going to be enough? Anvil onto Paradox and back. Overseas, continuing to just crunch on damage with the power shots. With 4 dead for VP, the urn going to be picked up here by 1win. And I don't think they care too much about bringing the enemy territory here, Jake. If they even bring everyone for it at all, they're going to do a little bit of splitting here. 2 to 3 at the urn, and then the rest in lane.
Yeah, they could, they can do essentially whatever they want on the map right now. I think maybe VP can go for something on this urn drop, but it's just scary, right? Like, it's scary to come out of the map and get stuck into a fight, especially trying to chase a Kelvin who could just drop the urn and rip an ult on you and buy time for his teams to come in. But one team has said they're just baiting the urn here, no intention to this. They are going to go for this fight on the Kelvin.
He's going to have to shelter. He's going to shelter the buy time. I think Flammable himself. Well, actually, Yamato got in there. Yamato got in there. It's the death cage. Yamato slash it up, takes down D-Mob. It actually kind of works out in favor of 1win. Again, Kelvin just able to stay alive because of the stat difference. ABL picking up the urn in turn. VP loses D-Mob off the gank attempt. It's going to go even more. Shriek can't get out of there. They lose the urn turn in on top. And VP, the series started out in their favor, but 1win proving right now, Jake, why they are the champion. Real close to being the 4-time back-to-back champion here in Deadlock Fight Night EU.
Yeah, monster performance here from 1win team. They took an L in game 1, but all signs are pointing to them closing out this series. The reverse sweep 2-1, retaining the 4th championship in a row for this 1win squad as they have cemented their place on the top of Europe. They're going to fall back for now, clear off the waves. I mean, there's a wave crashing on the Walker here. I think you absolutely should fall back, farm the map, clean this one up. But VP, they know what's going on. They know the writing on the wall. They've done this exact play many times before. Paradox on the side lane. This looks like a suicidal play, right? Surely this doesn't work.
Sometimes he got talented. Just like, no, he's living. He's rescue beam. The rescue beam just does enough as he dances between the Walker's legs.
Oh my God,
D-Mob
he's toying with him.
Okay, well, frozen shelter into Owl. Wow, when you really want to make D-Mob die, you do it with style.
I mean, honestly, YOLO from D-Mob, like, you got to do crazy things like that because we're at a point where you're at like a 50% soul deficit. That is untenable at this phase of the game. Vindicta doing her best to pressure the Walker. Can't even really safely zip here. Has knockdown on her. And hold on, GT on the chase now. This could get scary for
I don't think
Vindicta. Yeah, she's done, man. Now,
you look at that,
push
like,
coming down the mid lane here. This one's over, baby. 1win. Want to claim this trophy. Want to claim that $1,000 cash prize.
1win on the final approach. A patron is getting pummeled. VP, they looked intimidating, but this week will not be the week that they reclaim the throne. 1win, throwing it on in, and they might be sponsored by the org 1win, but the way they're looking right now, you at least got to call them 4win. 4 times back-to-back, your champions of Deadlock Fight Night Europe. Here, the 22nd show, presented by Intel.
And, I've just been so continually impressed by this team where, for quite a long time, they were kept down by VP and we thought, okay, VP are just going to be on top forever. And then once 1win have been able to kind of flip the script and get a bit of an edge, it feels like they haven't stopped innovating. They haven't stopped pushing themselves. The fact that VP could come in with a game 1, like clearly a very prepared draft strategy and just eke out a win over 1win, and then 1win react in the space of a few minutes between games, they make the changes they need, and then they come out with 2 decisive back-to-back wins in the next 2 maps. This is a team that is way more than a flash in the pan at this point. They're here to stay on top. The individual mechanical play, I mean, when the Shiv, the Yamato, the great talent, just everything firing on all cylinders for 1win this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, if anyone was still out there thinking it was a fluke or that, VP will easily take it back, that's not the case. It's been going on for a month now, and 1win has all the traits you would expect a champion to have. But we got to bring back in Dan. Dan, even mid-game, you're just looking at the macro play coming on in from 1win, and you're beside yourself at just how good it was.
I mean, the cool thing, I think, like you guys were highlighting, is that they've got this streak established. Ever since we went to 3 lanes, they kind of had the best take on the theory in terms of like how you should draft. And even though they were kind of figuring it out, they actually lost a bit. I think they got kind of smacked down by VP at one point. They kept like refining it. And you're kind of seeing the results of all of that right now because they're so smooth. The game plan's so smooth, and you can really see why the GT is high priority because the extra lane control that you get in the early game when all the lanes are so important was so powerful. Because if you're losing a lane, it creates that. I think you highlighted it, EP. You just hit somebody with an out, and it can be enough to just send them away from the lane, and that has massive like plus EV implications for winning that lane, getting the next Guardians down. And then once all those Guardians are down, like they got 3 Guardians down to none in this game, they just know how to keep the pressure on. And what's interesting, and I'm curious what you guys think about this, is that within the style of play that they have too, they don't really once they get that control and they get those Guardians down and they get the pressure on, the sole advantage isn't actually that big, but because they're not farming up very much as they're doing it, but they are completely suffocating their opponent. So it seems to work.
I think that's a great point about the early game global presence from the Grey Talon. Like we think about Mirage as really the definitive global hero because the late game, you're split pushing, forcing objectives elsewhere on the map and then TPing to be in the fight. But honestly, maybe more significant is the fact that you can control other lanes from your own. Like even Mirage early game, you don't really want to be TPing across the map in the early game. Like it doesn't feel that good. Like you can do it sometimes, but without the side to side TPs, it's hard to get back to your lane that you came from. Where Grey Talon doesn't really leave, just extends some of the resource to either take a winning lane and turn it into real kills and tower pressure, or take a losing lane and stabilize it for them, clearing a wave for them, putting some damage on those heroes that are starting to put that pressure on. And the ability at this level for teams to kind of call and use those resources, it means you're just always using your ulti on cooldown on Grey Talon in the early game. And I think there's really not many other heroes that are truly like that can almost like on command press ulti guaranteed and just keep that cooldown cycling 24/7, keep the pressure on the opponents.
Well, time for our player of the match presented by Intel. And from the Bebop to the Talon, there was only one choice we could have here, and that was overseas. And, we chose Talon for that, but I actually feel like the story was Bebop on the map too, because there's going to be a whole lot of that in this clip. So we can go that far back anyways, but overseas was massive. Can't say enough about him, where even though we talk about ABL a lot on one win, whether it be consistency on the Grey Talon or just one of the best Bebop performances we saw back in map 2, he was a force of nature this series.
Yeah, and even in game 1 that VP ended up winning, VP really had to pull out all the stops. They had to go so deep into their bag to win this game 1. Overseas, game 2, man, he came out with a vengeance on the Bebop, really made Virtus.pro put some respect on the name, and just so much presence in game 3 on the GT. I mean, very low death game here, very consistent owl pressure, and then the charge shots just like landing them constantly. It's just a nuisance for VP to deal with. They just didn't have the answers here.
Yeah, it's so impressive to see this how this team operates, because when you peel the layers of the onion back, you're just finding absolute class all across the roster. Everyone doing an excellent job. And Overseas has some really interesting roles. Like the Bebop one is the most interesting, because I think there's no one that's going to be as specialist on that role in the team as opposed to him. Because obviously GT, we saw ABL have a big game on the GT as well. Although of course we saw in this game 3, we saw Overseas playing it absolutely perfectly, like you guys described, in terms of how it needs to contribute to the overall strategy. But yeah, the Bebop threat of Overseas, I feel like it puts teams in a really weird position, because Bebop is a very good hero, and so you kind of have to consider banning it at some point, either in the first stage or the second stage of your ban. So you actually have to think about that. And if you don't ban it, it actually creates this world where Overseas can really wreck you on the Bebop and completely change the dynamic of the early laning phase. So it's really scary to have a player like Overseas who's capable of playing the roles that he can in the ways that he does.
Also, controversial observation, but as it turns out, a Mirage who's getting tons of room made for them by their front line, by the GT. As it turns out, they do a lot of damage with the souls that they accumulate. Empty Dreams crushing, where this is what happens when you look at the soul cast, like, our Mirage is about 7k ahead of the rest of the game. I wonder what's going to happen. It's like, well, Jake, he's going to pump. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage has just been like, I'm even surprised it wasn't going so early in the first pick. I guess like the laning potential from GT, the value that you get consistently controlling other lanes is so good. But we also just see Mirage look like the most consistent of the late game gun focused carries. I mean, I say gun focused, but it ends up being pretty hybrid often between your gun and your spirit damage, so you're hard to build armors against. And then the threat of like being able to create a stalemate situation on the urn and just have Mirage like pressuring a walker on the other side of the map. There's just not much the enemy can do, or it just requires them to make perfect decisions every little second of, okay, we're going to send someone to defend, but then they need to TP back, and then they need to TP and defend again. And like, you're just always in the dance with Mirage, and it feels like Mirage always has the strategic upper hand with that Traveler ability.
It's interesting. I thought for sure I'd be flipped by now. Maybe we're waiting until after our interview, where do believe it is just about ready. I see Zenon in the green room, so it is ready. Zenon, I want to say first off, congratulations once again. You know, 1 win, 4-time champions here at Deadlock Fight Night Europe, and you know, I gotta ask, we saw some adaptations in from VP where, you know, they're prioritizing some of the early game a little bit more, but you know, it felt like you guys kind of recognized what they're going for in the draft, made your own adjustments in Map 2 and beyond, and you know, it didn't really seem to phase you guys for the overall series.
Hey guys, yeah, draft were evolving not only this series, but during the week of practice against them. So yeah, it's like going back and forth lately. Some heroes getting higher prio, some going lower up to the lowest tier, like 5th, 6th. So yeah, it was tricky.
Yeah, I'm curious, you know, you guys obviously must practice against them a lot, you know, being 2 of the top teams in Europe. How does that play into like the draft and the game throughout the series? Is there a lot of like mind games going on? How much do you guys like understand each other and learn from each other as teams through all that practice?
It's really hard because, yeah, since we are practicing only against them, sort of, sometimes Pari as well. So it not involves only draft itself, but also the way you put your heroes on the map. So sometimes it's really going crazy gamba, and like sometimes you can face super easy matchup, and same heroes can face difficult matchups. So it's kind of don't want to say random, but it is actually.
So what is your take on the state of Deadlock right now? Do you like the direction Deadlock's going in? Do you think there's anything that you feel like you would want to see changed? Or yeah, what are your thoughts in general about how Deadlock is developing as a game right now?
Lately it became to go slower as it used to be in the last year. But the direction they took I like, since the game is hard itself in the core. So I'm really open to make the game easier for everyone to join, since I really want this game to pop off. And if this game is that hard right now, it might be not that big as if they lower the entry rate, like entry knowledge, you know. So I would like to see some balance patches, same things with like quick buys, quality of life stuff. So yeah.
So
yeah, I think. Go ahead, ZP.
This is an interesting question. I know have been on people's minds where EU team-wise, you know, there's kind of been a holy trinity that's developed between 1 win VP and Parivision. You know, there's rumblings that there may be some other tournaments coming out soon in addition to DFN. Are there any other teams in EU people should be on the lookout for, or do you think right now, you know, there's those 3 and then the rest? You know, any upsides for people to look forward to as we look to the next month of Deadlock?
As I mentioned, we're playing against only 3 teams. I mean 2, since we are the 3rd. So it's really hard to say about good teams who is capable to do some fight. But I think, I'm not sure how it called. I think Piggy has a team. I think they called Atlas. Not sure. So I think this team was the closest to put the competition. So I would look forward to see them maybe there.
All right. Anyone else any final questions before I let Xenon go and celebrate the 4-time win of 1 win here in DFN?
Just congrats, man. 4 times in a row is pretty impressive. It's like way beyond an upset at this point. You guys are certifiably on top. So congrats on the 4th consecutive win here in DFN.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Xenon. Well, this is just half the show, gentlemen. EU gets to celebrate their returning champion in 1 win 4 times in a row. But if you're just tuning into the show, we got a whole nother half a show to go. North America is going to be up next on the docket. Same deal. Start off with the challenging match, and then the winner goes on to the money match to play against the indomitable Hydra Nation. This is Deadlock Fight Night, now switching to North America, still presented by Intel, and we'll see you after the break.
Too easy. Repositioning.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Deadlock Fight Night number 22, presented by Intels. We're finally making our way over to the North American portion of our broadcast, which honestly has been shaping up to be a thing of beauty these last 3 to 4 weeks. I'm just Captain, joined by Dan DDK, the man, also known as the co-caster to the People's Dick. Dan, how you doing, man?
Wow. So I didn't bring that up again, but are you now branding yourself as this?
I like it. I accept
cool. It has stuck.
It has stuck indeed, just like our format of this show, man. 22 weeks in. If you guys are just joining us and are unfamiliar with how DFN works, it is a special show match where we have 2 teams invited to take on a challenger match to determine who takes on our reigning champion from the previous week. And then, of course, when you get into that money match, the winner will take home $1,000. Over in EU, we did have one win team come back for being down 0-1 in the series up against Virtus.pro to take themselves to back-to-back matches, and of course the 1K prize pool for themselves. But now as we move over into North America, Dan, Melee Crews B&B, there is some big news stirring here in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually just been in general really cool to see that the gap is closing a bit on Hydra Nation. They keep finding ways to extend it a bit, but overall the scene seems to be developing into a healthy state, and maybe arguably more healthy than the EU scene from what things seem like, which is unexpected.
100%. As you can see here in number 21 of DFN, we did have B&B take down Melee Creeps and advance on through to play against Hydra Nation, where they took the first map in the series, but then did lose the next 2 following matches. I mean, we always talk about B&B, of course, when it comes to Ido in particular. But man, I'm feeling we might have a change in King this week or potentially next with some changes we've seen in Melee Creeps side. But before we can fully dive into Melee Creeps and some roster changes they have had, I gotta remind you guys once again, if you love DFN here, you can go support us over on deadlockfightnight.com. We have some sweet new merch for you related to Dynamo and of course 7. And I'm not gonna lie, that group hug mug does look pretty great. The shirt, I'm a little scared because I don't want like random strangers coming up to hug me, but maybe one day when we get a Deadlock event, I'm gonna wear that and then have to go through everyone coming up to hug me. But keep in mind, I am extremely tall.
Dude, I can already see the like oversized, cosplay of like the Dynamo at events and stuff like this. I keep having these like,
it's gonna be so cool.
These like forward flashes to what the Deadlock events will be like in the future, and just this massive Dynamo that's out there just like hugging people.
Can you use that power to tell me like what skins we're gonna have in this game? Because like Dynamo already looks so sick, having that like galaxy inside of his head. What they potentially gonna do with him, and of course all the other heroes, is gonna be really cool to see.
Yeah, I can't wait. So far the hero design and everything's been pretty spot on. So I'm stoked, man. I am stoked.
Okay. You're stoked. I'm stoked, and hope you guys are stoked as well. As we take a quick look. Actually, I think we already looked at our schedule, pretty much what's coming up today. So in the meantime, why don't we just bring in our analyst who has been able to win multiple houses from last week's when it came to the betting. I don't know if you did any betting this week, Jake, but it's gonna be.
I lost all my homes in the end. You know what? We gambled and we lost. We took a risk and it didn't pay off. We'll have to see if we can spin it back up, put it all on black. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're all about here. We don't stop gambling. You know that 99% of gamblers stop before they hit their big win, and I won't be one of them.
That's true. 100% true. Well, let's dive into our first matchup here as we're trying to kind of catch up to some time. And I'm going to go straight into melee creeps because one of the biggest things, if you guys haven't noticed, you haven't followed them over on Twitter, you haven't seen any of the retweets out there, they have dropped Axe and brought in Quig of all people. And if you guys aren't familiar with Quig, he was the key factor to Hydra Nation winning 12 weeks straight in DFN. And honestly, he's been coined as probably being the reason why they won so many weeks in a row. He is the in-game leader for the team. He is an extremely good player. And to see him be brought back for melee creeps for me is kind of interesting, Dan, because it seemed like he was kind of out. But not only did he come back, Rocker came back, funny enough.
Look, okay, I've been in esports a long while. No one retires. They just take breaks, and that is evidently what happened here with Quig. The interesting thing with the lineup that we saw that was new last week was the addition of John as well. I think that, we know what Quig is capable of and what he adds to a team. With John, we see the Warden picture there. Warden is thoroughly out of the meta, it would appear, and yet we saw John on the Warden last week. So my hope is that we'll see some work on that hero pool there that would allow that to be a little bit more fitting for the current meta.
Nonetheless, I was impressed with John's Warden. I thought they actually played a pretty good game on it. It made me a believer. I was like, wait, this is not bad. I don't think the Warden pick was the reason they lost. I thought their opponent just played a better game, but I was impressed with John. So I want to see more from this guy. I agree with you though. Put him on maybe like a more dominant meta character, put him in a little bit better position to succeed. But this team has been one of those few teams who have been able to dethrone Hydra Nation in the past, and they're looking to repeat history here back in the Challenger match in DFN.
I think the interesting thing is, and I'm gonna hop back to John again just really quickly, is they knew he only really played Bebop and Warden, and they know that's one of the weaknesses of him as a player. But to still pick him up over a lineup that you've had be so successful to be one of the few teams to take down Hydra Nation, I think shows the trust they have in him as a player. And I think that's a good sign about potentially what he can do in the future. But I am curious, has he been able to extend that hero pool further, which we're obviously gonna be finding out here as they take on their opponents, B&B, previously known as Big and Brolic. And I mean, there's one thing that's always going to stand out in this roster to me, besides the fact that they all play Abrams, obviously.
This picture taken? This is like Santa Monica, Gold's Gym.
Damn, I wish I was that buff. Is the fact that like you have Ido on the team. He is the star player. He is the empty dreams of Win is my comparison over to EU. But one weakness I've seen within this roster, maybe Jake, you want to dive into, is they don't have that ABL on the team. Like Poppers, if he doesn't get Great Talon or he doesn't get Yamato or gets shut down on Yamato, they have a tough time taking matches.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, there's like a couple hero pool limitations for this team, but they also have really big strengths when they're able to get it. Like, so from the opponent perspective, sure, you could attack Popper's hero pool, but does that mean you're going to give Ido Pocket? Does that mean you're going to give Gibbs the Viscous, right? Like, there's a lot of great picks for the squad that I think they can use. And so, yes, maybe one or two of the players will end up in a position where they're a little bit less comfortable, but that just allows somebody else to be the star for that game. So I think this team, yeah, well, they're not the most flexible. I do think that they can still get a lot of the pieces they need and then, fill in the rest, even if a player is like specialized on a certain role. I don't think they're going to fall off a cliff completely. That being said, I think the melee creeps roster, as you mentioned, like bringing on a couple new pieces, there's a real chance for them to hit a new stride and to be a lot stronger than they were last week, which, remember, that match was extremely competitive with B&B.
Well, if we're going to talk about, melee creeps and talk about the potential take on Hydra Nation, they actually did technically beat them just a few days ago in the Gluten Steak tournament. There was the best of 5 between melee creeps and Hydra Nation, and this is when Quig was just added to the team like 1 or 2 days earlier on. Now, I guess technically they did lose the series. They were up 2-1 in the best of 5, but were unfortunately not able to continue to play out the rest of the matches, so they had to just forfeit from there on. But to be able to take down Hydra Nation 2-1 already, with Quig being so new into the roster, I think is as a telling sign for us, Dan, that they do have that potential to hit those heights once again.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, we saw especially in the map there was one against Hydra Nation last week, that Hydra Nation aren't indomitable, especially in the early laning phase. It is something that Hydra Nation are much improved at, but they showed that they too bleed and that they are beatable in that phase of the game. And so and that's the most important phase of the game. And so if melee creeps are able to come away at least on parity, then it's more about how effective are you in applying your strategy going into the mid game that your draft can, because your draft is now sort of opened up to play it across the map. Now you've kind of unlocked all the lanes. So that's the interesting aspect. You get to see like the actual deadlock, I feel like, as opposed to just getting shut out in the early laning phase. So I'm pumped. I think melee creeps can definitely do some damage.
Well, before we can even get into the laning phase, we have to do what we love to do at DFN, is have our 1v1 Mo fight. The battle, the fisticuffs, break it down over in the mid-boss pit room. And you know what, Jake? I think you got to channel your inner Josh here and break it down for us.
The first parry comes out, and it's 2 punches, big, powerful punches right into the back, into his spleen. The Mo is hurting. He's bleeding. He's suffering. Oh, he's holding his own for now and hasn't dropped out of this pit just yet. Mid-boss pit, parry misses. This is an opportunity for Blue Mo. Both going blow for blow now. Blood pouring out of their ears. Parry comes down. This should be the final nail in the coffin, and there he goes. Poppers is down.
Someone had his nitro brew today, man. I know you were loading up on coffee before, but I think you hit your like 3rd cup of the day, man. So it's good stuff from Josh. I like it. But yeah, we do see the Blue Mo win, which was, I believe, Popper. Sorry, I guess it was Melee Creeps. I actually didn't pay attention. I was too flabbergasted at how cool Josh's casting was there.
The other guy was named something weird, so I didn't know who it was. But I think it was Poppers who died. So
it's B&B won, and then they gave over first pick to Melee Creeps, it seems.
Which so far everyone has done in Europe too, has given the first pick to their opponent when they have prio. So maybe, I mean, there's a lot of, I think, strong heroes right now. So I think it makes sense that you're not super valuing the true #1 pick, and instead you value just having that double back-to-back pick, being able to set yourself up with a powerful combo or respond to the first pick with 2 powerful choices. I do think the GT first pick is also pretty scary though, based on what we saw in Europe.
This is so interesting. There's so many different ways to go with these bans. I guess, week to week, we learn a lot about what the teams have been practicing and how they are developing things. So, we're getting a bit of a look now. Okay, so Bebop opening ban from
Respect
B&B.
ban. Respect ban for John.
Yeah, you want to force him onto the Warden, which is obviously like a much less strong hero in the meta right now. If that's true, if he only plays those 2, I feel like that does really hurt. Maybe they can still make it work, but...
Last week he did. I don't know about going forward. I don't believe I saw Warden in that Gluten Snake tournament. I was only able to catch like 1 or 2 of the matches. So I think he has extended his pool to be able to play at the level up against B&B. I mean, that's still yet to be seen. But I mean, great talent off the bat. We talked about it being such a high priority pick as of late. And we saw in that last match why with ABL.
And B&B can probably grab the Ido pocket here pretty confidently.
Yeah, sure. I feel like that's got to be a no-brainer, right?
It's good against the GT. It's good for the team, good for the player. I feel like
no more hiding.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. No funny business. No dancing around it. Just getting it in there. That's good. And Pocket, it's been so cool to see Pocket's resurgence. Honestly, I was actually sad to see him like drop on everyone's like value list like ages ago, because I feel like he's one of the most iconic Deadlock heroes to me. I don't know why that is, but he is for me.
You mean just a guy with a suitcase full of frogs is not normal for you?
I don't know, it's so unique, the character design, that I don't know. I just feel like I just think of Deadlock when I think of Pocket. But we get some there to follow up, and that's something that's been super highly valued by OneWin and other teams in the EU as well. It's like Sinclair was like overvalued, and then kind of like undervalued, and then people started to figure it out, and now we're kind of back, I think, in a more normal place with it.
So now he's valued.
Exactly. He would know how to use them now.
I'm kind of curious for Melee Creeps, talking to AVG a little bit, and obviously looking at like him and Poshi Pop. Them as a duo are so damn good when it comes to a lane. I remember, was it last week, watching them play? I want to say it was like Mirage 7. I can't remember what AVG was playing in particular in that lineup or that matchup, but they were so dominant in their lane. And I'm really curious, are they going to try to set those 2 players up in particular for success? Because I know Quig coming into the team, he's going to have to adapt to how the team likes to play. Is the team going to adapt to how he likes to lead? I'm really curious to see how like the inner workings of this team goes. But I know AVG's been playing like a ton of Shiv lately. Poshi Pop, he's been playing everything, and he's even willing to play over on EU servers when NAQs die down. This team's hungry, man, and I really want to see what they're going to bring here today.
I want to see a Yamato maybe or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Yamato coming out here for BNB. I also wouldn't. I'm curious to see how the NA teams view Kelvin. They're gonna grab the Mo Krill, which I also like, has been distinctly more valued in NA than EU, but it's also been winning a ton in NA. It's been looking super scary, super difficult to push out lanes with the threat of the Mo. And I think especially it's a great answer to Holiday, who likes to get in for her catches and then pull somebody out. But if you get comboed and caught, then your lasso's not worth much at all. Same sort of story for Calico. And so I do like that pick for BNB. I think they do need a bit more frontline maybe for now, as they ban out the Viscous. So that's a common counter pick to Mo, the ability to save the combo target and then roll in and cancel the stun anyway.
I can see a Yamato ban now. I thought it was going to be a Yamato pick into a Melee Creeps Yamato ban. But I think maybe it gets reversed now.
I kind of want to see it just to see Poppers play something else. And I know I could probably come off like it's overly critical to him, but the reason I do so is because when we first saw him play within BNB, he did amazing. It was fantastic to see, but then he kind of never matched that same height in my eyes. And if you're going to be someone on the team that has to be a playmaker, that has to join Idol and the likes to be that kind of threat, I have to see that depth in his pool and the same level of success we saw in his initial get-go. So I kind of wanted to see the Yamato taken away just so he's forced to play something different, but I wouldn't be surprised here, Jake, to see Yamato be locked in for BNB now.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me at all. It's going to be the Kelvin, though, which does surprise me a little bit, because I think now Melee Creeps can respond with the Yamato of their own. I also am really curious to see Melee Creeps what John ends up playing, because I think Warden is a really bad pick this game into this. They already have Sinclair. I think it's like the best ult in the game for Sinclair to copy. It's just so powerful to have that Warden ulti, and you're naturally going to build a build that makes it pretty effective as well. It's just like so challenging to fight when he turns it around on you. And so I think this will be, if John plays Warden, I feel like they really are forcing it this game. So I'm kind of hopeful that he's going to bring something else out and show us what else he has in the pool, what else he's been practicing.
Could see an Abrams potentially here would be kind of nice. They've got a really brawly front line, like the Calico Yamato Abrams would be kind of nasty. So that's what I would like to see in this like fifth slot.
Let's have fun, darling.
Could get Geist. Okay, so that's pretty similar in terms of kind of.
I like that they have like a lot of ranged poke threat, even though as good as their front line is, they're not like, I think Abrams is like true point blank, right? Whereas like a lot of these heroes, the Geist, the Yamato, they're a little bit stepped back from that. Calico can get in, make the scouting, Holiday can come and make plays, but when it comes to like just like shooting guns from mid-range, Mo tries to grab somebody, even if you can't quite get to him, you can pump damage on Yamato and Geist and really pressure that. And the 7 comes out for BNB, but I'm a little worried, like think about the last game, about 7's ability to actually ult this game with whether it's the Holiday's lasso, whether it's Great Talon just nuking you. Same story for Yamato and Geist. This could be a challenging 7 game to like survive long enough into the fights. I think you're gonna get focus fired, and especially with the Kelvin, sometimes you can ulti in the frozen shelter, but it more often than not feels like there's a bit of anti-synergy.
No, not
Viper
again.
From BNB.
Fish cake, please.
The crazy cheese. It worked last time, but I'm pretty convinced 2 rejuve steals is more than you can expect out of a Viper.
But it worked last time too, because they had they had Mirage, right? They had a lot of like split push. They had a lot of mobility on the team, and I guess this is not an immobile team. 7 can run pretty fast. Calvin's got the ice path. Pocket is pocket. Sinclair can TP. Mo and Crow can kind of burrows. They got some mobility and like good escape options, but still, it doesn't feel as good as when they had like the Mirage and just like, because they had Calico as well, I think. So they were able to be like crazy.
I don't think you can play it as like a rat. Kind of I think that you really are just playing Viper this game as like your carry, which is like, I guess I will say like the Viper does have theoretically like insane DPS. So with a combo, you can actually make that theoretical possibility a little bit more realistic, that somebody's actually locked down immobile and you can slide around them in a circle and just gun them down. But I do like the Ivy in response to potentially have some single target heal and save, or just to knock up the Viper with that the ultimate dropping the slow on people, or just making it awkward to slide around by kudzu bombing the floor.
Yeah, you kind of give a lot of zone control with Ivy then that he can't really slide around into. But also, Geist does something similar with a lot of zone control. Yeah. One thing that I really like about Geist into Kelvin is that if you max that Essence Bomb, You leave a dot ticking over time on the ground, which is pretty much the size of a frozen shelter. But then you pair that with a heal bane, and you kind of eliminate how strong frozen shelter can be for a team. So like a pretty decent counter if you can pair that with an Ivy as well. But like kind of look at these two compositions, you know, Jake, I'm gonna put you on the spot here since we'll eventually have to say goodbye to you. Who are you really liking more?
I like the melee creeps draft more. I feel like B&B, the Kelvin looks out of place to me, frankly, in this draft, where I mean, like, who is going inside the frozen, like, who are you locking people in with? I feel like that's what you want to do on Kelvin, is you lock somebody in with the Shiv, with the Yamato, Calico, somebody who's going to, like, really punish you at point blank range and that you can't escape from, that uses the heals really well. Who is that on B&B? I mean, is it, like, Sinclair meleeing you down?
Viper?
Is it Viper, I guess, sliding around in the frozen, I mean, like, in theory, yeah, but there's not, I think the best combos in the game, they don't have any of like the top 3 in my eyes. And so I'm a little worried about the way Kelvin can be played. I will say I think the pickoff threat is pretty serious from B&B, but honestly, I just think Melee Creeps got overall like a really strong draft that scales, I think, pretty significantly better. I guess Viper is a bit of an X factor, like it can sort of scale also super well, but I just like what I'm seeing from Melee Creeps. It's a very straightforward draft, like a lot of powerful gun heroes. Just curious to see what John plays.
Yeah, and you're right too about like something for all of the ranges as well as the zone control. There is like a lot of synergy, a lot of damage, a lot of burst. It's nasty.
I will say this though, is that we've seen Ido on Pocket, and I feel like the comp doesn't matter a ton if Ido plays Pocket and he plays it to the true quality that we see him normally play it. But I know what you mean, and I would agree. But actually, let me take a step further then, Jake. So if you were to take Kelvin out of the roster, because you were saying he's a little bit of the oddball in this one, who would you have liked to seen put in instead, assuming you could pick someone on Melee Creep side?
Yeah, I mean, I think was Kelvin picked before Yamato? I would think like the Yamato or the Geist would be like a little bit of a more natural pick than the Kelvin. And then maybe once you get one of those, once you get the Yamato or something like that, or once you get the Kelvin, maybe you could have grabbed a Shiv or you know, something of that nature. I'm not necessarily against the Kelvin. I just feel like it doesn't have as much synergy as I think you want to be playing with Kelvin. I'm thinking like Seven and Sinclair, Mokrel, Pocket. Like these aren't really heroes that want to soak a bunch of damage and then like get tanked through with the frozen shelter. The heroes, there's a lot of hit and run on B&B's side, and I feel like Kelvin is sort of the opposite of the hit and run hero. You know, I mean, in the lane, I think he could do just fine, but maybe the Viper is the combo. I honestly don't know as much about how the Viper plays at this level because we just see it so very rarely. But maybe that is the key for B&B, is having Viper like slide around in these close range engagements and really hit a serious scaler, because Melee Creeps, they don't have the best lockdown for Viper. It really is just like Holiday with the lasso, which could sometimes be hard to hit. Or I mean, Ivy stunning Viper feels a little bit ambitious with mobility Viper does have. So maybe Viper can actually just have a big performance in this game. I mean, the possibility for Viper is super high. It just feels feast or famine, that, you know, your reliance on the sliding mechanic and your very short range, it can kind of punish you sometimes in these high level games.
I feel also like one of Viper's strengths is like Viper's pretty good at farming because of the like high single target damage and ways you can kind of like, you know, get reloads in. So you can farm really effectively on Viper because you can tackle those higher tier camps like pretty early on. But the issue is that in general, if you have somebody farming, if we're just looking at the meta and what's working, teams that have heroes that can keep pace with the team and not overemphasize the farming at all, or even think about it as much, tends to have more value because you're converting more map control, you're converting more objectives, you're creating better team fights, which allows you to also invade your opponents, you know, Gambit or just jungle. So that's where you get your farm, is from pressure. So I feel like that's not even something that you would value too much for Viper, even though I'm trying to like figure out, okay, what are the pluses of a Viper? So I'm like trying to think about it, and the only thing I can really think of like synergy wise is like the Viper Pocket with Affliction plus the Lethal Venom, because Affliction is going to get someone low, and Lethal Venom explodes based on how much health you're missing in spirit damage. So you inevitably could get like a pop on someone in that sense if you do time it correctly. Then also you get like healing reduction on the Lethal Venom as well at a Viper. So they could single target one person pretty quickly and then look to, or at least hope to, win the fight off the back of that. But I also feel like there's just so much damage on Melee Creep side that like if Viper doesn't have a decent start, he's just going to be popped in any of the fights anyways.
I think it's a great point, Dan, that like you can have all the jungle clear speed in the world, but if you're going to clear the jungle while you're losing lane creeps and you're losing guardian, it's not worth it. It's a losing play. You need to be you need to be winning your lanes, forcing the enemy into bad responses, and then going to clear jungle. And like the jungle clear speed is not the key element there. It's the ability to put the opponent on the back foot in the first place to make that a reasonable possibility. And once you get into like really late game, it can be nice that you can like clear camps much faster than other options. But I think that can't be enough, right? We need to see the vision for Viper in the late game. I mean, honestly, maybe the vision is like the rejuve steals are pretty sick, though, that like Fishcake was able to bring it out. It seems like Viper may be the best rejuve stealer in the game. That ulti is just like perfectly tooled for exactly that scenario. So maybe that's a factor. I think melee creeps got to be very cautious going for the rejuve, should learn from Hydra Nation's mistakes if they want to take that mid boss early in the game, make sure Viper is dealt with.
I am learning some really creepy facts in chat that apparently Viper is actually a girl because only girl lizards have tails.
What?
Okay. I don't know. I'm just reading chat.
For all lizards have
I think she does sound like a girl. I think the VO is.
True. Yeah,
We've talked about it on broadcast before. She's literally from Wisconsin. It's a Wisconsin voice acted woman.
Viper's the cheesehead.
You what, mate?
Anyway, so we are going to see our lane matchup here. It will be Viper paired with Kelvin over on the right-hand side up against the Holiday and the
Kevin, my favorite Deadlock hero.
I think Kevin is actually ZP's ultra personality.
Okay, Kevin and Justin, so like Mo and Krill, but like, you know, you're riding ZP shoulders.
Oh no, please.
Sick.
And then we see the Sinclair Mo in the mid lane. So Jake, before we obviously do let you go here, is there anything you want to touch on in particular now that we have our lane matchups assigned?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see. It's going to be John on the Geist. I'm curious to see especially how the mid lane goes, right? We talked about Great Talon being this like huge snowball threat. So I want to see a strong early mid lane out of melee creeps. I think this is a team that we talked about in that previous tournament, being able to be up 2-1, unfortunately needing to forfeit, but like, you can win against Hydra Nation. Melee creeps, they've got to play with a lot of confidence here, and an opening first blood is a great way to do that, but they want another shot at Hydra Nation. They want to be able to get the win that they feel they deserve. So I want to see them put on a real strong showing here in game one.
All right, well, Dan, here we go. Kicking things off. Already initial kill coming through. Big Meanie will, in fact, I guess, be low main. I don't know why it's taken this many weeks for teams to learn to use their proper names, but you know what? At least we have our production crew to help us out with this one with the process of elimination.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing how these lanes are looking at the early stages. I'm actually kind of worried for B&B's Viper lane because Fishcake just got like just chunked down to 30% health pretty quickly. And if you then look at the reasons for that, well, a Geist in the Holiday is shooting at you and your health pool is very low set by default. So it's going to be a hard lane to survive in, even though you've got the Kelvin there that can potentially heal you, because there's so much, the damage is so disproportionately favored towards melee creeps there. I feel like you're always going to be just fending them off of your tower, which is not a good place to be.
And that's what's so rough too. Like I don't think you want to have to pick a Kelvin to be able to play another hero because they have such a weak laning phase. I feel like that's just a formula for losing and for not being successful whatsoever. But also a little bit of a switch up here. You talked about AVG and Poshupop laning together. It's actually going to be Poshupop over with Quig in the left-hand side. So we've already seen some adaptations within the team as we do see the lethal venom coming through and doing a good amount of damage. So Fishcake able to at least put the damage out while he receives it as well. Going for the healing right off the bat with the extra spirit. I did hear a lot of rumblings about like a spirit venom being something that can be insanely strong, and I wonder if that's something we're gonna maybe see in this match.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, of course, we've been framing Viper as garbage, which, you know, hey, I mean, it has to be until proven otherwise, right? we have seen it win with like very specific strategies, which I think some people even use the words cheese because it feels like very difficult to execute that more than once. And you need a pretty specific comp to do it. And if that's only where Viper is viable, well, obviously that's not going to be applicable to most of your games, so you can't consider her. But we've seen in many games, like if famously, you might remember this, Jason, with like Counter-Strike, there's like people didn't realize that one of the guns was extremely good, like the Krieg, and then one day one pro started using it and just started owning everyone, and everyone was like, wait, what? This gun's been unchanged in the game for 3 years, and no one figured it out. It was just always there. So hey, maybe there's something to Viper.
Don't remind me of that. That was a weird time in CS, to be honest, but not as weird as the Tech 9 that had 100% accuracy pretty much when running and gunning. That was fun.
Yep.
I see Krill.
Well, a slight little lead coming up for Melee Creeps already. Just about 2k in advantage. We can see them already pushed on the right-hand side, trying to look for potentially a dive here onto Pure Content, and Fishcake are holding on to the right lane. And that's going to be a dive directly onto Poppers, who's immediately going to fall. AVG able to get that 3k mark a little bit earlier than expected. As you can already see, Melee Creeps have a lot of ultimates online, where BNB don't have a single one here.
Ooh, all right. There's a trade, though, coming on through from John onto Peer Content and Fishcake, so that's a kill short-lived, but you know, that will get back on lane fairly quickly. You know, it is a problem though that BNB, they need to make sure that they don't lose these Guardians too quickly, because I feel like they are in a situation where they really need to be able to put the pressure on their opponents, because if Melee Creeps get into that dominant position, much like we see with one win, they're not going to let the momentum stop. They're going to keep those invades going. So Melee Creeps, or rather BNB, needs to try to prevent that from happening, at least delay it, so that they can get a bit more farmed up, get a bit more strong themselves.
Ooh, okay. A little bit of an airdrop coming in as Pop returns back to lane, going for the dive. Shadow Transformation goes through as well. The knockup to Silence is going to be landing, and Pop will get the first, and Quig will get the second. A quick little turnaround, and that's exactly, at least if you're a Melee Creeps fan, you wanted to see, considering you don't want to let Ido and co free him up in that lane to start ganking, start building up some momentum, and keeping him in check here. So a good little turnaround out of MC.
Oh, and there's a quick combo connected, and that's not fun for low main. Going down on the GT, that's, you know, really showing the power of the Mo when that combo comes online. There's just nothing you can do. And BNB, that's fantastic for them, you know, because they're, you know, taking some L's there on the right side, but obviously they had 3 players there off the spawn. We got, you know, that assist, and that's going to allow a little bit more lane control there on that mid lane, but obviously giving up some strength on the left lane while Seven was playing by himself. Yams.
I mean, smart play by Ido too, having his boost up. He goes for the quick dive in onto middle to back them up, then retreats away. Good use of the Spectral Assistant, but the chase is still going to come through, and AVG is going to secure this one. And also the Owl comes through to hit onto Gibbs. Not enough damage to turn this one around, but either way, Melee Creep still coming out with another kill, and still nursing about a 1 to 2k soul lead.
BNB trying to get this pressure on this left side. Pop unable to stop the tower from going down, so nice early win there from BNB. Actually taking down the first tower, so that's actually a great sign. I wasn't expecting that to necessarily be the case. I don't know about you, Jason, but this is definitely a better start than I expected for BNB.
I think that's what I was maybe looking for them to do, is because you can free up Ido now. He already ganked middle. Now he's free to just leave Yams to farm up this left-hand side lanes for him to make that impact that we want to see out of his pocket in a lot of these other lanes, which honestly right now they need on the right-hand side. And somehow the lasso goes through the wagon. Pure Content gets caught out and gets eliminated. Frozen Shelters to come in last second, plus the Soul Exchange to come through on top of this. I don't think Fishcake is long for this world. He will fall. And Melee Creeps with another 2 kills on the right-hand side lane, not to mention a kill into Poppers in mid. Yeah,
so that lane is definitely very problematic. And that's important for Melee Creeps. You know, having lost that left side tower, they're going to be able to claim that one. Well, there's a combo in mid in the meantime. Good way to defend. Fend off the Calico.
Interesting to note too that Quig did leave the left-hand lane to let Pop continue to farm, especially as we hit this 8-minute mark, allowing him to get that full soul value instead of splitting it between the 2 players. You saw Ido try to go for a rotate in towards the mid lane, but it was just a little bit too late here, as now that lead's grown to 5k, even though we've only had 1 Guardian taken a piece from both sides. But when we get close to this 10-minute mark, you know, remember last week, Dan, it kind of surprised us at how much focus it came down to for all of these teams to immediately go for a fight around the pickup, not even the turn in. Now we had that switch up a little bit when it came to EU, but I'm not sure if NA is going to stay that way.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I always love seeing those differences between both EU and NA and how they approach pretty much every situation in the game. And both teams looking for, you know, potential fights here, whilst they're also trying to farm a little bit, making sure they can take those sacrifices, make sure they don't leave those ones up. But a bit of farm here on Melee Creeps side of the map. You've got Poppers, who is not too far away, can certainly hear all of that, knows there's a couple players around the corner. 3 players here for BNB in mid at the moment, but they would be outnumbered if they were to start something.
Oh, yeah, 4 for Melee Creeps. AVG's got to get back. Combo is available, but gives a solo on HP. Can't even afford to go for it. Quig's going to confirm that kill, and a pretty decent timing on this one to happen too, because we're in less than a minute out for the buff to spawn in. Giz will get back in towards the fight as Lomane and Quick and even Saya all committed their ultimates into that last fight. So it actually could be a decent turnaround for BNB here. If they time the fight in the next 20-30 seconds, they could have the earn pickup or at least the buffs.
Yeah, it's funny actually, because you can see both teams gravitating towards mid because they're like, okay, well that's a really important Guardian to get down. But I think, like you say, I would expect that the earn becomes the next objective that the teams are more focused on, and that's been the trend at the very least. But obviously, I wonder if this is something that would change in Deadlock. But currently, it's random. You don't know which side the earn's going to spawn on necessarily. So
I thought it always spawns left side.
Does it always spawn left side?
Or am I wrong? Maybe Jake can come in and correct me. I thought it always spawns left. I could be wrong though.
There's a 50% chance we find out you're wrong and a 50% chance we don't know.
Well, there it is. It's left side. So I feel like you're right.
But I mean, it could be a false positive, right? It could have just happened to spawn on the left side there.
Next game, it'll be a 25% chance that you're wrong.
One thing you were starting to I get hint at there as well, Dan, is one thing I maybe dislike about Deadlock at the moment is it's so objective based fighting, which I get, like strategically wise, it's nice to see, as we do see Gibbs gonna be locked down. The combo comes through last second to maybe keep him alive with the help of the Scorn, but the Owls to come through as well as AVG to lock him down. The Urn has been dropped as the fight's gonna continue over towards the middle lane. Saya's already retreating away. I think BNB realized that they're really not going to have a chance in this fight as they continue to put the pressure on. But what I was trying to say is, like, from what we saw at least last week, a lot of the fighting was like, okay, is Urn spawning? Yes. Okay, let's go group up and look for a fight there. Is mid boss about to spawn? Okay, let's group up and like fight there. I don't know if I like fully like that it's come down to just basically those two objectives, like mid boss or Urn every single time, to actually force out a team fight.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing with FPS games. You always have to have something that gets players to move from one location to the next. But that thought here, somewhat of a chase down. Yams finding some melee creeps players to try to attack, but this is backfired. This is really, really problematic at this point. Yams is going to get crushed by the reinforcements there. They just turned around and just ate him up. But the urn at least is going to get collected by BNB, so they could try to deposit that or think about it, but they don't have map control on the right side of the map. So that is problem number one. Problem number two is that melee creeps are 10k souls ahead, which is actually quite a bit for this time in the match.
John's been left in this right lane by himself. He has 12k souls. He is so far ahead of everyone in this game at the moment. And the last is going to come through, paired in with the stone form and the owl for good measure. They're going to take him down. Yeah, they might give up the urn, but they're going to pick up a second guardian, giving them that flex slot. And to be honest, I think they're going to be able to rotate in and actually prevent this. John's already positioned in a space at the moment to see it coming through. And Sai is actually pushed up in towards the enemies to get clear vision of it. I don't know what he's doing up there necessarily, but the backup will be there either way. And this is a phenomenal start for melee creeps.
Yeah, great recognition of that interception, that reposition from melee creeps to block. Now, because the other thing is you really have to understand what's happening as quickly as possible in a situation like this when you're holding the urn, because you don't want to just waste your entire team's time. You either want to commit into something or you want to just give it up and go spend your time more productively elsewhere. But they're going to reinforce the position, wait a little bit, and then re-hit into the urn drop-off. Are they going to get it? They should have numbers. They've got the frozen shelter to assist as well, really guaranteeing it. Might not have even been necessary, but it definitely guarantees that. And the combo afterwards, everybody's grouped up here for BNB, so they're going to be getting some good focused fire. But John, as you say, is pretty buff right now. Out comes the owl from GT. See what it can find, and it's going to get another catch as well, scaling the damage more. Lomane having a fun time on GT so far.
+5 in the chats. That was a really well-timed stone form by the Quig too. I think he stops the combo to buy time for John to go for the soul exchange and allow him to get back to full HP and then snowball the fight after that, getting themselves the 2 kills. I actually didn't catch who the urn went to. I'm not sure if you noticed yourself. Looking at souls, it looks like it didn't go the way of melee creeps, but I'm not 100% sure.
BNB. I got it.
Oh yeah, with the frozen shelter. Right. Yeah, so maybe the frozen shelter would have helped actually, and that's one of the detriments, that if you commit it to just get the objective of a 3k soul turn-in, is it gonna actually outweigh what you potentially lose by not having it up for the fight after that?
Yeah, it's a great question. And we're seeing here, this is what we're talking about. You can farm these camps pretty fast early on with the single target damage that is available to Viper. And with that said, we're about to move into the next turn. It's going to spawn in 40 seconds. And Melee Creeps with a decent presence in mid, but B&B with maybe even more. 4 or 5 players for B&B. That would outnumber any aggressors from Melee Creeps in that mid position, so they have to be cautious. Oh, it's just 3 players. Hey, sometimes it's hard to tell on the minimap, man.
It is very difficult to tell sometimes. I completely agree with you. But like looking into these fights though, Dan, I'm looking towards like Fishcake. He's got to worry about John and Pop, who are both at 15k apiece and can pretty much burst him down, as well as low main if he hits any of these power shots across this, or charge shots. And then I look at like Ido, he's at 11k. He's not necessarily as like far ahead as I would have hoped to have seen. And also since Pocket has, you know, negative spirit resist by default, that's a lot of damage that he can easily be blown up with. So it's a little bit tougher at B&B right now in my eyes.
Yeah, and you can see the B&B team right now not able to contest the It looked like they were thinking about it. They may be able to kind of catch some positioning. Obviously, you can set yourself up. You might be able to find an initiation onto a straggler, but they don't really seem to, at least judging by the minimap, be in a position to do that. Looks like Melee Creeps have really circumvented any potential gank there and have got the on the sort of right side of the bulk of the B&B players. But that said, it looks like Melee Creeps might see an opportunity here with the lasso and the numbers.
Oh, they're going.
They're going to go in.
There we go. Perfect lasso comes on to pair content. AVG's going to be there. I mean, you have a frozen shelter, but he's not going to commit it into this one. He's going to fall. But I also do like the quick adaptation, because I think they realize if we send too many players over towards this earn turn in, B&B are going to get a flex off for free. And I think we're seeing Melee Creeps reinforce this mid and right lane to make sure they don't give this one away to allow B&B to get that extra slot opened.
It does feel problematic right now for B&B in general, because it feels like on the map, yeah, of course, Melee Creeps have a sole advantage, so you would expect them to have some level of dominance. But, you know, it's not like B&B are in a position where they can't take any fights just yet. But it is the case that B&B keep getting blocked in their rotations in most cases. They're unable to position and take fights as they would like to, because they're definitely, you know, afraid of what Melee Creeps can do in some of these fights when there's even numbers. So it suggests to me, Jason, that they would love to find some pickoffs to try to switch up the pace on Melee Creeps, but they don't have a lot of tools to do that outside of Gibbs with the combo.
Let's go to York.
Well, right now this is huge. It's this just delay of turning the urn or pulling players from B&B towards his left-hand side allows Sai to push on the right lane Walker. So you see Ido go in for this one. Cold Front's going to connect, but he's just going to back away. And this might be go time. The Urn's actually going to be pushed in towards the turn. Is there going to be anyone there to stop it? The Hex comes through, but it's to stop the Urn from actually getting secured. Quig will fall, but that's not the ideal person you want to take down in this fight here for B&B. But either way, they come out the man advantage. Finally see Fishcake just using that slide to its advantage here, just getting that distance away from Pop. But he's down to 300 HP. The heal comes through last second, keeps him alive. And B&B are quick to turn tail and run.
Yeah, that's a huge heal. But again, we saw the Urn get deposited there by Melee Creeps in B&B's territory. So it kind of further demonstrates what I was saying, how if Melee Creeps want to do something on the map, B&B are, I think, giving them perhaps the right amount of respect. But the problem is that means that they can't really take many of these fights. So they got to find another way to catch Melee Creeps. But credit to Melee Creeps, the way that they're kind of moving around when they're in enemy territory is pretty good. You know, they're not really leaving any spots where it's easy to find or, you know, get a catch without, you know, having a couple teammates next to that person to then help. So Melee Creeps doing a great job making it very difficult for B&B right now.
You know, let's bring in Jake here, because I kind of saw something that maybe is that potential of a Viper. We saw Pop use the flying strike to close the distance, but Fishcake just kept running away with the speed and, of course, with the sliding to not allow Pop to kind of stick to him. I'm just kind of curious on your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Viper, if you can get these successful long kiting fights, it can be a problem. But I mean, John has like a full gun build this game. Hold on, they found a catch here on the side lane. Bird has to come in to maybe bail this out. Melee Creeps speeding as well to this lane. It's going to be a big team fight.
There we go, DDK. The last one to come through. Actually, yeah, there it is. No, he didn't get, I don't know if he got interrupted or something, but it didn't seem to connect on anyone. The frozen shelter locks him in as well. Gabe's going to be healed up through this one. Actually, no, he's not. He's actually going to be chased away here by Saya. Speed of Storm Cloud coming through on top of this, but Yams, he just can't get the damage done. He gets burst before he has a chance. AVG picks himself up too, and just like that, a quick 3 kills for Melee Creeps, and we're less than a minute away from the next turn.
Yeah, did it get blocked by like an E shift or something? I'm not sure, but I saw that kind of just go into the Nether Realm as well. Oh, hello. We found a Kelvin, flying strike, and Kelvin's just gone. Okay, so this feels like the point where, you know, you're converting that fight, which was pretty easy from, I mean, they didn't lose or come close to losing a single player Melee Creeps, and now they're on the mid boss. So it feels like this is where things are getting really bad for BNB.
Yeah, very bad. I mean, it was a 10k lead less than 15 minutes in. That's already really tough to come back from. But the fact is, Pop keeps getting stronger. AVG was already able to pick up like a triple kill just, you know, a few moments earlier on, and now Ido getting caught out here. It's tough, man. It's real tough. I don't want to say it's Jover just yet, but the way Melee Creeps are playing, they look like a completely different force this week than previous.
Yeah, and I definitely think their composition's really nice. It has a lot of value in the early lanes. It has a lot of value in being very agile, a lot of pressure, a lot of burst damage as well. It's a nasty comp to go up against. And BNB, I feel like, you know, this is the thing with Viper too. We're not really seeing a lot of the value there because Viper, you know, BNB are getting too overwhelmed for Viper to really have maybe that really annoying kiting potential where you've got other heroes creating distraction for the Viper to kind of, you know, pick and choose targets and positioning more effectively.
I mean, he's leading this team at 20k, but the rest of his team's on 16, 15, 12, 19, 12. Like, he can't be the tank, or she can't be the tank and the damager at the same time for the team. It needs some assistance to make this one work, and Ido, I think he's going to get a kill there with the help of Fishcake. And the Owl's not going to connect onto the right target, but if Ido eventually falls to the cat lady of AVG. And Pure Content being forced to use that frozen shelter just to stay alive, but he kind of locks in the person he wanted to keep out here. As low made on 7,000 souls, looking to add towards this tally. AVG comes in to steal it away, and Melee Creeps with a 43,000 soul lead 21 minutes in. I think this is going to be the base taken.
Yeah, when the rejuve was taken, that moment, it was about a 15k soul difference, and it's now a 44k soul difference. So in the last like 2-3 minutes, they have been just devouring BNB players, finding picks left, right, and center. Just they've consumed every single lane and all the value within it. You know, all of the side of BNB's map, all of the jungle there is just gone because Melee Creeps ate it all up. So, and now they're going to go for another unturret in enemy territory, and I'm sure they feel quite confident about that. And at this point, it doesn't feel like BNB have much in the way of stopping power. And to be honest, actually, it didn't feel like there was ever stopping power. I think I go back to that, 10 minutes ago where I was saying, okay, every time Melee Creeps are doing a rotation, like BNB just respect it and they feel like they have to back off.
Yikes. Yeah, I know what you mean. And the pressure's still coming through for Melee Creeps. They get the earn turn in because they were able to keep the pressure onto the base. You can see BNB were responding by going for a push on the left-hand side. But you know what? They need to get back to their base, or are they just kind of giving up here? They're going to lose the second shrine. They're going to lose their patron. They're going to get a walker, I believe, off of this, giving themselves another flex slot. But ultimately, I think this might just be the game.
Yeah, I think so too. It seems like an open and shut case here in favor of Melee Creeps. We wanted to see what the addition of Quick would look like. It feels like the draft has made things challenging for BNB in some respects, just based on what they're up against as well, not just necessarily their picks in general, but in the pit we go here. So absolutely no fear coming in from Melee Creeps, taking the fight straight to BNB into the heart of the base. And yeah, they're looking to end it right here, I think, Jason. That power patron is almost dead.
Yeah, it's going to fall, and that is going to be Melee Creeps returning to take on the champions of Hydra Nation, to be the first team yet again to dethrone them another time. And that looked honestly all too easy for them. And we can already see within the draft and with the gameplay alone, I feel like we have had the second coming of Melee Creeps here. I think Quig has kind of shown what he brings to a team, and this MC, they're looking pretty damn good. John's playing well. He's playing things outside of the ward and outside of the bebop. He's making guys look good. This is potentially a big threat here now for Hydra Nation.
Oh yeah. I can't wait actually to see what's going to happen in that game. Obviously, Hydra Nation, there's a lot of problems to play when you play against them. I'm sure we'll go into that at length later on. But yeah, really nice, first showing with Quig, at least on DFN, and yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what the difference is going to be in a higher stakes match with Quig.
100%. Let's bring in Jake here to break this one down. I hope you had time to get all that food into your mouth, because that was an extremely quick game here, Jake. And Melee Creeps, that was dominating.
That's exactly what I expected, honestly, out of Melee Creeps this game. The fact that they were able to play positively against Hydra Nation previously, they really wanted their shot here in the money match. John also impressed me on the Geist. You were talking about, okay, is there a hero pool issue there? But I think even early on in the game, he was leading in the Souls, had a great lane, what was a great contributor in a lot of these key team fights. Even turned around a couple engagements with the Soul Exchange. So this is exactly the dream for Melee Creeps: is you cruise through that challenger match, you come into the champion match, play for some cash here against a team that you can beat. There's no doubt they're coming in with a head of steam, with a lot of confidence here.
And the fact is, just a few days ago in the Gluten Den 5, they were able to be up 2-1 in the series up against Hydra Nation, obviously having to leave the best of 5 earlier on. But as we do focus on the ends of this match here, who was your player of the match presented by Intel, Jake?
Well, let's take a look at it. Honestly, this was such a team effort from Melee Creeps, but in the end, we had to give it to Saya. Just so many openings found with the Holiday. I think constantly engaging into the enemy backline, constantly creating opportunities, and the really dominant early lane was another key factor. This lane with John really came out to a hot start and set the tempo against BNB, who, as you guys mentioned, really it was only Fishcake who got to a relevant farm spot. Pretty much no one else could. And a lot of it is just Viper being able to clear camps, but the rest of the team is dying, unable to really take these team fights. Holiday, there's a reason this hero gets banned so often in Europe.
Yeah, it's nasty. It's really nasty. And I think, one of the things that's really cool about Holiday as well is, and the players that play Holiday, is how good is your map awareness and your mobility, your movement mechanics, because you're really leveraging that pretty heavily with this hero, because you can find pickoffs really easily, or it's about understanding the kind of formation or the type of setup that the opposing team might have when they're trying to maybe go for an earn fight in a bit, and they're just positioning around it. So there's all these little bits of positional knowledge you need to have on a hero like Holiday to actually maximize the value. So it's always worth. It's a good hero, but obviously using it to its greatest effect requires a lot of the game knowledge.
Yeah, and we can see here, he was able to put out 25,000 souls, 14 assists with the 5 kills and only the 1 death for Saya. And of course, the 14,000 player damage on top of this. But looking at AVG, you finished off 13-1. It did still quite a few kills at the very end, but 21,000 damage. And of course, low main. Every time we see a great talent, you can almost guarantee to see it be probably the biggest damage dealer in that lobby, Jake.
Yeah, and man, just a rough game for BNB. They got 5 kills all game. It is pretty hopeless, honestly, for pretty early on in the game. But this is just a Melee Creeps that is resurgent, that is coming here with a real intent to defeat Hydra Nation, to win the championship. And I also feel, from a draft perspective, pretty huge edge for Melee Creeps. They just had it all this game.
Yeah, they did. And honestly, Dan, it makes me excited for what is to come here on the other side of the break. But before we do get to that, I want to bring something up for all of you guys in chat who are watching, and of course all of you who are doing watch parties. If you haven't noticed, and I haven't gotten approval to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyways, it's easier to ask for forgiveness and for permission. Deathy has announced that he is doing a community tournament over on his channel, where he takes average players, non-professional players, organizes them into teams and gives them some lessons, aiming for about 8 teams in total. They had over 300 applications, so applications are closed, but people can tune in. So it looks like the first weekend will be on the 26th of April, where they'll be doing some seeding matches. Make sure you guys head over there, check them out, Deathy DL, and give them some love, and make sure you check this out. I think it's a really cool project. It helps people who are interested in getting to competitive Deadlock. The first kind of toe dipped into the water to see what they can do, and if they enjoy it, and if they can potentially pursue that further. So make sure to check that out. But also make sure you guys stick around, because after the break, we're going to be kicking off our finals match, our money match here between Hydra Nation taking on Melee Creeps here. The best of 3, winner takes home the $1,000. And my question to you is, chat, do you think Melee Creeps can once again be the team to dethrone Hydra Nation? We'll find out on the other side of this break here. It's DFN number 22, presented by Intel, and we'll see you all shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here with our money match over in North America with Hydra Nation up against Melee Creeps, who took down B&B in a very quick and dominating fashion as they look to take home the trophy. Well, there's not really a trophy, the title, and of course the $1,000 to boot on top of that, and being crowned once again the best team in North America. Jason Kaplan still joined by Dan DDK, also known as Darth, as his alter ego. Don't know why it's Darth, but we're gonna go with it, as we're also going to be bringing in ZP here right off the bat to start to dive into this series, because it's going to be extremely interesting. What is happening, ZP? You are in Australia.
You know, this time it's on production. It's not me flipping myself right now. This is production getting a little bit of flipping in. You know, right now I can barely hang on as it turns on.
Guys.
Yeah, it's just how it is. But look, going into the series, it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, basically a little bit of illumination onto the previous map, right? Was it that B&B was foolish to run the Viper, or is it that Melee Creeps is actually much improved by adding Quig? You know, I think it's a little bit of both, but we'll see how it goes. The one thing I'll say is that the word is from many people in the Deadlock community is that the one thing Quig adds to a team is that Quig adds a lot of shot calling presence in terms of game planning and all the rest, right? And Melee Creeps are a team that's like full of young players that aren't necessarily as experienced game-wise from other games. So maybe this is a case where you're adding, you know, experience to a lot of talent, and it's made something even stronger in Melee Creeps. We'll see if they have what it takes to give Hydra Nation a run for their money.
True. Yeah. It's you go, Jason.
It's gonna be really interesting to see how Calc does up against the Ivy of Quig, because we both know both those players love Ivy. Yeah, I don't know. I really wish you didn't let me go, because I was making a stupid joke. But yeah, I mean, going into this one, like Quig, he knows Hydra Nation inside. Obviously, some slight change with Rokane coming in, with Calc coming in. But every time I've ever talked to anyone about him, he has been like the heart and soul of the team of Hydra Nation and got them to where they are. And we've already seen in the short amount of time of turnover for Melee Creeps that their draft looked extremely good, their gameplay looked extremely good. This gets me excited about, you know, Melee Creeps. Maybe this is their time for domination here, Dan.
Yes, and you know, returning it to you mentioning that you mentioned that the winner will get a trophy. Oh wait, there's no trophy but a title. It made me realize that our thing is obviously belts. We actually have to make belts, and that is how we have to, you know, so that's what we're gonna do. I think it just makes so much sense. So with that said, obviously we'll get all the people that are actually creative do that for us in the background, and we will just continue to just be idea people, which requires very little effort.
We need belts that look good that are also disposable, because I feel like you do the normal thing where you invest in like a really expensive, like nice looking belt, but then you give it to the average esports player. They are going to lose it before they get to the airport, and you will then have to buy a new belt. So you kind of have to, like, on the surface, it has to look really nice, but no one can know that they're disposable, because I do not trust the players not to lose them.
They're just made of styrofoam, you know. But you know, you're onto something though,
guys. And we make it every time it switches, we have to get them to send it to the new winners.
Exactly, exactly. I think we're onto something here. As we did take a look at their rosters, hopefully we get into the draft momentarily here to start discussing some things. Because if we talk about these two teams in particular, I mean, ZP, Hydra Nation alone have shown to be one of the most versatile teams in terms of like what they're going to bring into the map. Because we saw Hydration on Dynamo. I think he was one of the first people to play Dynamo when it came to Deadlock, especially over in North America. And it's not too far off to see that potentially once again happen, depending on how the draft actually works out.
I mean, Hydra Nation, they're comfortable with a whole lot of different looks. But I do think the interesting thing is, you think back to the interview last week, they're probably going to highly prioritize the Mo again. If you're Hydra Nation, unless something had changed dramatically in scrims relative to what you want to bring the DFN, I think that is what you probably go for here. Now, the interesting thing is Melee Creeps with the ban on the Paradox. I do wonder what Hydra Nation bans in turn. They can either ban Grey Talon or they can ban Holiday. I think it's going to be one of the two. I would actually say, based on what we've seen today, all regions inclusive, I almost say you ban the Grey Talon, but I think in this case, they'll probably ban the Holiday, but we'll see what it is.
You know, on the note of the Paradox, actually, it was Goopy. I don't know if you guys have actually seen his article. He posted over on Reddit. He's posted over in our public DFN Discord, where he actually talks about DFN number 21. It was Connor from Connor or Goopy, and he actually talked about how Flick went 24/7 and 51 in his series up against a B&B, and keep in mind they lost a map in that series up against B&B at the time, and it's really good to write up about Flick in particular and how dominating he has been as a player actually on Paradox. So it's nice to see some respect given towards him.
Yeah, I love that. I think this is interesting because there's a lot of bars that you have to meet when you're playing at the top level, and usually it's, oh, are your fundamentals good enough to actually compete with this team? Or in this case as well, in addition to that, part of it's the hero pool, because when we get into this draft phase, you got to be, you know, deep enough in the hero pool. You have to create difficult decisions for your opponent, and you know, then being able to take away Paradox is really nice. Obviously, we've got the Bebop getting thrown out of there, which obviously that's, you know, throwing some respect on melee creeps also. And we get the holiday opening, the GT opening from Hydra Nation. So this is already, like, I think, a good start to the draft where we're seeing respect given for both teams.
Do they go the Mo or do they go more meta here? Like, they can go Mo, they can go something like a Mirage. They see what it is, and or they could, yeah, Calco is the other option they could go here. But the interesting part here is that they're not prioritizing the Mo as heavily as they did in the last week. They're still going with frontline in the beginning. However, they have opened up melee creeps at a minimum to grab Mirage in the next 2 picks, and likely, you know, if you know what Hydra Nation has been playing, again, unless you have a reason otherwise, you can just snipe the Mo away right here and now, and I think that would be super strong for melee creeps.
You're under my protection now.
Okay, you got the Mirage.
Yeah. See, the Mirage I think was easy. The part that goes in here that I'm not convinced on is I'm stealing the Mo, even though it would be a good idea for what Hydra Nation has been playing historically.
I feel like CP does one of those ideas that where we're like observing and we're like, guys, this is definitely the thing that you got to do. But like, because they're the ones picking and they're in their own game plan, they may overlook that. But you're totally right. For people who didn't see the last week's Hydra Nation dominance, it was all centralized around the Mo pick for Hydra Nation. So now Hydra Nation, if maybe they're taking a different direction, and I mean, we do have Mirage available on melee creeps, and I feel like Mirage, if you're able to pair it up against the Mo in the same lane, that has been one of the effective ways to deal with the Mo. But we'll see what Hydra Nation does here, if they can still go for it, or if they are going to risk it getting banned.
You're about to watch my greatest
I think you can almost let Mo get through, to be honest, because if they're going to pick Mo, you just pick Viscous, and then you kind of like indirectly counter that, and you kind of force them into a pick that you force them into a pick that you also allows you to ban something maybe a little bit more high priority for yourself.
I think the safe thing to do here, though, I mean, it's true you can do the Viscous and lessen its value. I do think if you're melee creeps, banning the Mo on the turn seems to make sense.
Good luck to you.
Hydra Nation, though, not wanting to deal with the Kelvin, just saying, you know what, Kelvin, get out of here. Next ban here for melee creeps, though, to me, super interesting, because, again, Hydra Nation has first pick coming out of the ban phase here. So we'll see what melee creeps is particularly afraid of. I think the other thing Hydra Nation may do here, 7 is still on the board, right?
Pocket as well. Yamato.
Yeah, 7 and Pocket and Yamato. I actually think the 7 is like probably one of the highest value things here, and they do get rid of the Mo. So if you're Hydra Nation, I think in terms of like what you want to set up here, you can make arguments for everything that was just mentioned, but I actually like the idea of taking the 7 here just to lock down your late game. That's
or
fine.
Abrams. I mean, Young Calc, his Abrams play, it's still in my eyes been the most successful Abrams I've seen yet out of EU and NA. Like the things he was doing with like multi-charges, the Phantom Strike charges as well, which could help a lot with like Vindicta, who can be very slippery. Instead, they do go for the Geist here, Dan.
Yeah, and I actually think that, I wonder if the 7 pick is tempting for melee creeps, because Hydra Nation, obviously, as we've seen, already have some pretty good counters for the 7. Just the GT in of itself has a lot of options to just nuke the hell out of the 7 and so on. So I'm curious, because for Hydra Nation, that'd be a good pick, because obviously they have the GT. But okay, we get the Pocket. I mean, a Yamato here as well would be kind of nice to see potentially from them. Just go full playmaker mode.
Well, if they want frontline, Abrams is kind of double benefit here, because Abrams is still something that Hydra Nation might pick in this situation and still would be good for melee creeps, given the fact that, you know, ideally they need some frontline. I mean, they are a team that has played without any frontline whatsoever. So, I mean, stranger things have happened.
I can take whatever they throw
okay,
at me.
they go with the Abrams. I like that. Again, I like it more for the fact that you denied from Calc in turn. But in terms of bigger picks going on here for Hydra Nation, they still have the option to grab 7, which to me is like more and more likely now that you've gotten this deep in the draft and you still wonder, okay, who are you going to pick in more of the carry style role? We'll see, Jason.
And I don't think melee creeps want to pick 7 necessarily because of Sinclair, because of that stolen Stormcloud. I mean, you guys talk a lot about like Last Stand from Warden being the best ultimate to steal for Sinclair, but I would almost even say Stormcloud might actually be better just because it's a lot safer. You do a lot more AoE damage. It's really hard to catch people necessarily when you're using the Last Stand. And also gives you a lot of zone control on top of that. But I don't want to think maybe the Creep's going to go for it, but the Viscous, I mean, obviously a decent counter to like the charge that comes through, the potential snipes out of Vindicta, the lasso as well. I think it's a very solid pick. And well, I actually don't know who's going to be on who now with the Lash actually being locked in last second.
Ooh. I don't know. Jason, do you happen to know when the last time Lash won in DFN? Ooh. Like one of my, I feel like Lash has lost most of the maps he's been on.
I can tell you if you give me a second.
Yes. I'm calling in the request, the phone a friend stat update, because from the eye test, from the gut test, look, if any team can make it work, it'd be Hydra Nation, but Dan, on face value,
DFN
not immediately liking it.
DFN 19, where Saf played it against 1win. It was in that best of 5.
The best of 5. That was pretty epic, actually.
So not too long ago, but before that, Fishcake lost. Fishcake. Okay, so Big and Brawlic beat LARP Lords in DFN 17 with Fishcake on Lash. So not too long ago, but he doesn't really get played that often. And generally when we see him get played, it's Deathy, and well, we know Deathy loses lane and dies a lot. But that was back and forth, so don't worry about it.
You just erased all the credibility from shouting out his tournament, or all the.
I had to make up for reputation. It, you know? Yeah.
The rep points go up, the rep points go down, Dan.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Jason, he's just gonna keep on shit talking, isn't he? That's just what he does.
The people's dick here. I can't be too nice to people. I gotta bring them back down every once in a while.
We do need someone on the show that's comfortable tanking their reputation with the players. CP, you have to keep your reputation good with the players because you have to shepherd them.
I have to talk with them to do invites and also explain it. So you're correct. I cannot go full Jason. Only Jason can go full Jason, and sometimes even go full Justin.
Full Justin. yeah.
I thought we agreed Justin was like the nice version of Jason, though.
No, I don't remember such agreement.
It's just a superior version, just better at everything.
We have ZP, also known as Alex.
Alex.
I wonder where his alter ego is going to be. Maybe that's just the upside down ZP.
Is this where are you getting these names from? Is this like some Instagram filter you're using or something like that? Just
it's happening.
Oh boy, here we go again. All I have to say is that at one point this was equally balanced, but somehow it just turned into me. It's just me that's getting thrown into the washing machine. At some point, I'm just saying, throw a few other people into the washing.
No, can we speed him up a little bit? Actually, this isn't fast enough. I kind of want to see his whole face swirl into one, like I'm watching a washing
1,000 times. It's gonna become a blur.
Do we have the technology for this?
It's all fun and games till I hear old chat. That's all you gotta
know. I know. It's like people who put on like VR headsets and they get real confused.
Okay.
Oh, now we're all going at different times.
It was fun when it was just picking on ZP. Now it's not fun.
No. You're all going for a spin cycle. Is what's going on here.
I wish I could commit to the bit and just fall off my chair the right direction, but I don't know how I fall upwards.
This is where you find out that our production is actually controlling space and time, and you do fall out at the point. But if we're doing this, you know what this means? This means that a player is probably in a bathroom break.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it's Hydra Nation,
that's the only reason why this is happening right now, is that his classic NA bladder control is in action again.
I wish I could do a handstand right now.
If I do this, then I'm in control, not production.
Can you do a handstand, Dan?
This is not gonna work. It's not gonna work. They're gonna win, aren't they? They got all the power. They're pressing all the buttons.
Dan, can you do a handstand? I would try, but I'm wearing these like really sweet Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle pants, and I don't want people to see them.
Ooh. Well, I'm naked underneath this, so there's nothing going on.
I'm wearing sweatpants. I've no
shame
listening and mentioning to that.
Go on. Is there an OnlyFans link?
Why are you going close to the camera like that?
I could have been really mean there. I'd be like, because I wanted to see it magnified, but that would be mean. I know that's not true.
But this is going.
So we got Ivy as the last pick for melee creeps. Looks like Quig's gonna be back on Ivy yet again. Gonna be interesting to see. I believe Poshipop will be on the Pocket from what I've seen on his stream. He's been playing a lot of Pocket lately. But the more interesting one is Hydra Nation, because if I'm not mistaken, Hydration plays Viscous and he plays Lash. So I think Lefa's gonna be on Calico, Rocane. I guess Great Talon. I actually don't know. I'm not like too familiar with who's going to play what necessarily.
I mean, look, Lash is that goes like the deep cut, like one of Hydration's original heroes, maybe like the original hero. If you really want to go deep into the Hydra
Oh my
Nation,
God! Please,
lore.
no.
Oh God, it's nothing but nose.
Oh, okay. That cuts deep. That cuts deep. Okay.
Oh, quite literally, it was zoomed in directly on your nose. Like that wasn't even an insult. But
I don't want to cast anymore.
I think I like Melee Creep's draft a bit more. We didn't actually really talk about whose draft we like more overall. I don't think.
Flick on Lash. Sorry, go ahead.
I think we end up talking about other things, but we have a pause, which is fantastic. So we can cover that. What do you guys think about the drafts overall? Because I'm leaning Melee Creeps actually, in part because they have Holiday.
I'm leaning Melee Creeps just because, like, I think even before you address the rest of the draft, I think anytime you have Lash as your playmaker, it's not great. Like, I really don't think it has been great in recent times. And okay, you're gonna put Flick on it, and it's just, you know, interestingly enough, they did open with the Paradox first ban, didn't they? Melee Creeps. Yep. I feel like it's not even so much the idea of trying to get the only playmaker or top tier playmaker in the game. I think it's more so from the idea that you've recognized Flick is disproportionately good at Paradox relative to the rest of Flick's hero pool, and you decide to make life rough for Flick. That's what I think.
Yeah, but at the same time, Flick was an insanely good Lash. Like, it was Paradox and Lash is like his two bread and butter heroes that he played in the very early days of Deadlock. But then you also have Hydration returning back to one of his early played heroes. So kind of really cool to see that they've made like this switch up. And again, like Hydra Nation, I feel like have a really deep hero pool across the team. They're like the NA Virtus.pro in that sense in my eyes. But how well this is actually going to play out, it's going to be another question. But before we let you go, ZP, here we have our lane matchups finally coming into fruition here. We also know who is playing what. We can see the left is actually going to be on the Geist, not on the Calico this time. What's your thoughts on how this game is going to play out?
I'm really looking at the left and right lanes respectively. I think anytime you're running an Abrams Vindicta lane, there's a real chance of just getting out of control, even against like Viscous Talon. I also think on the left-hand side, I mean, how Lash does, I feel like, is going to determine a lot of the course of the game, because Lash at times is in the Abrams tier, where if Lash has a bad beginning, you know, he might never get out effectively. Like, his game use from this really goes downhill. So at a minimum, the left lane needs to stay even. It can't get bullied by what is a pretty scary lane in Mirage and Holiday, right? Like, it's definitely a higher tier lane to be up against on paper. So we'll see how the side lanes go, but to me, they actually carry more points this game than even the mid does.
Okay, well, Dan, we're heading into this one already off the bat. Pretty much going to be equal footing across the board. Both teams can be playing towards the mid position as well in their respective lanes. Definitely be looking for those ultimates to come online here, especially for Flick in particular. The amount of damage they can do on that left-hand side can be quite insane. But anything else that kind of stands out to you? I guess maybe for me, John on the Mirage. So he's flexing to quite a few different heroes now this week.
Yeah, it's great to see. And I think Mirage is definitely one of the heroes that's easier to learn. Obviously, the role that you're playing on the team is a bit more straightforward normally. I mean, I think what we saw, if you guys are watching the EU portion, the way Zenon was playing it, it's just very, very stable, very easy, not a huge amount of decision making you necessarily need to do. So Mirage is kind of nice in that respect. And we saw that with Vegas too, I believe, where Vegas joins the Hydra Nation for his tenure, and then was able to just start off with the Mirage as well and slot in really easily, and then flex onto other stuff as he got comfortable in the team. But it was a really nice like starting point. So I think it makes a lot of sense. I do think the Lash point was really interesting that ZP made, because Lash, a lot of the value you're going to be able to get is if you can get Lash in that more aggressive mode where you're really leveraging his utility, which is really about, disruption, getting the ult into people, using the ground stomp to be able to just basically attack into positions. So if your team's on the back foot and you're having to be defensive with Lash's util, it's not going to be nearly as impactful. So I feel like that just puts more pressure on them to get some of these early Guardians first.
Oh, gets slapped under the Guardian there. I think a misplay out of Rokane as Quig stomps him down as well. A really good response here out of Melee Creeps and Quig in particular. But then looking at, the Lashes you were talking about, what I kind of worry about for melee creeps is like, what do they have to stop his ultimate? And in my eyes, it's really only Saya who has to hit that lasso in time, or maybe just don't even let him get going as John's able to take him down. But no, it's only really the lasso that they have to really, you know, thwart him in his engagements. And obviously when Flick gets the Majestic Leap, we already talked about how good he is in terms of mobility as a player, his movement. I feel like it's almost impossible to stop him from getting set up for a good ultimate.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be probably perhaps more about some of those escape tools. And but with that said, I mean, if you save the lasso for the lash, it might be pretty doable just to keep it online for those moments. And obviously, I think, you know, any teams at these levels will be keeping track of important ults, especially initiation ults the other team has, assuming that they're not super low cooldown. Like, if, you know, Frozen Shelters of the world, the Death Slams of the world, I think teams will be somewhat aware. Okay, well, some pocket survival shenanigans there from Poshy Pop. And 3k ahead, or well, 2k ahead now for melee creeps, I'm calling it, Jason.
Yeah, they've done a great job so far. Most of the kills they're able to pull off, working out wonders. I really wish the spec mode was quite updated, because I would love to see like how many souls have been denied by each player to really get a good in-depth look at how the laning phase is played out, because it's just way too difficult looking at this current format. Poshy's gonna go in, gets the affliction. Rokane down to about 200 HP. Or actually, sorry, that was Rokane who stole the affliction, because Poshy doesn't have it online yet. But I don't think he connected it, actually, now that I look at it.
I was thinking about that earlier in the draft. It's like, oh, what if we would see a good steal affliction? But all right, Saya looking to finish off the Geist. Looks pretty easy. Left will go down. So pretty dominant on these lanes. Pretty dominant start from melee creeps. You know, I think we're all leaning towards melee creeps draft, but they are executing it really well, because that's the other, you know, thing entirely. And that's something I think I mentioned it earlier in the show too. Just we've seen from melee creeps that they can do a great job, like matching the mechanics and the just raw skill and outplay that Hydra Nation has in this early laning phase.
There's also, just really quickly, a huge lead on this left-hand side. Like John at 4.8k, Flick has just passed over the 3k mark, and that's where you're going to be looking for the Death Slam to come through a potential engagement. And I think, you know, if we had any questions about John, if he has the ability to flex over to other heroes, and if he's been able to, you know, work on that as one of his biggest weaknesses, I think maybe we're getting our answers shown to us, because he's had a pretty good game one up against B&B. And this game on the Mirage, he's currently leading in souls for his team at the moment. Looking to really keep that pressure on and potentially free themselves up, or at least free up Saya to start ganking some of these other lanes.
Yeah, and one of the things that is, you know, well, kills are nice, but what's more important than kills, Jason?
Teabagging your opponents when you kill them?
You know what, that wasn't on my list, but now it's number two. Number one is getting the objective kills, converting on the objective. Because they can get a bunch of kills, but are they getting that objective damage? I don't think we've seen them like really get on top of that just yet, but we're having a small little scrappy engagement here, and are we going to be able to escape here? It's the two flyers up against each other. Looks like it's going to be a disengage for both. Lightmane's going to walk away from that one.
I think the Death Slam came in, but it only caught John there and just tornadoed away, so he was actually fine from this one. Rokane's gonna get the better of Poshy over towards the middle with the help of Leffa. Sorry, not Leffa, of Calc. I see Calico and I think Leffa. And the dive's gonna continue to happen on this left-hand side with the man advantage that they now have. John and Sai able to tech team for another kill yet again, looking for a kill onto Leffa, who gets the soul exchange. And he's able to get some good damage down. ABG, I don't know how he's still alive here on 1 HP. The parry's coming through, and Leffa was able to secure it.
Damn.
I was certain he was dead.
That was just crushing for Leffa. And okay, well, there's a Guardian. There is the first Guardian going down in favor of melee creeps. So for all of you who are betting on the upsets, like I'm sure Jake is betting the house on the upset, this is a good way to start things off, because now, you know, you're talking about activating Saya even more. With that first Guardian down, we can now potentially start to see some of that pressure rotate into other lanes, to get 3 players on the mid lane or the right side lane to try to work on those Guardians for melee creeps.
I think this is also a really good time to bring in ZP, because the initial discussion we had when it came to the laning phase and how things have actually played out, I never would have guessed, honestly, ZP, that melee creeps would have started so strong here in this match.
I mean, I think to me it was kind of straightforward, just based on looking at it. I mean, maybe I disrespect Lash a lot in lane, but I'm not a believer. I think Flick has died like, what, 4 or 5 times here so far? And you're up against like what is still an objectively really strong lane in Abrams Vindicta. I mean, the left and right lanes were rough for Hydra Nation from the jump, and middle lane hasn't even been flawless at the same time. I think it's a draft for Hydra Nation where they didn't really draft powerful lanes the way that they have in recent times, and they've been pushed off some of their comfort picks that they're usually on, right? Like the fact that melee creeps went out of their way to get Abrams at the right point in the draft where it wasn't too early, but it was just in time to make sure that Calc didn't draft in turn. It's not that Calc on Calico is bad, but it ended up giving you a draft where instead of it being like Calc Abrams and someone like Leffa on the Calico, you now have Hydration on Viscous, and you got Flick stuck on a Lash. I just feel like Hydra Nation is like trying to dig out of a hole of what was, I think, an implicitly bad draft, and they have options available here, but may not for longer if this gap gets any bigger.
Well, interesting enough, they're actually moving AVG from the right-hand lane over towards the left to allow him to get some free farm. And they're going to be sending John, and Saya to help assist low main on the right-hand side to secure another Guardian. These Calc's able to respond for Hydra Nation, taking down the middle tower, keeping things equal between the two. But Calc might get chased down. Looks like he'll actually be able to escape this one. And low main, with the help of Flick and, of course, with Hydration, able to take down low main on the right-hand side.
And one of the interesting parts of the early laning phase macro as well, when you have the advantage, is how can you keep hold of that advantage and sort of at least slow down your opponent on sort of gaining any edges back against you. And I didn't get to see fully how the mid tower went down for melee creeps, but it looked like there was a bunch of free damage on that. So I'm not 100% sure if that's the case, but that's something to like sort of bear in mind when we're like looking at these top teams and how they are splitting up their resources. Because if you create a hole, a good team's going to abuse that hole, and I think that's what Hydra Nation were able to do there. But there's a Death Slam coming on through onto Saya, able to escape off with the jump pad, and hear those shots, the assassinate from low main rattling through from distance. Hydra Nation disengage.
It's the worst case scenario for them though, because they get the Death Slam, they don't get a single kill off of that. It actually did almost negative damage to Saya. Now the push going to come in through out of Posh. Papa gets the Affliction down, I believe, onto 1. The Stolen Affliction going to come through, but Posh is able to at least secure the kill into Rokane, as the Yarn's going to be looked to turn in here, as Quick gets a kill on the Calc, and it's all going the way of melee creeps here with the initial 2 kills to come through. Yarn's still in the vicinity, but has yet to be locked in, as John's going to approach, looking for the damage to come through. That Jin Smart really going to start to pop off once he's able to connect quite a few of these shots. The Rocker got to give respect to his position off the right-hand side, able to get that siege support. But I think they've just lost out on too many players. I'm not sure if they can continue to contest. So as a parry comes through on the left, but he gets stunned up. Posh Pop gets the turn in, and they're going to kill off Leffa.
Wow, okay. Pretty nice situation for melee creeps. They're 7k advantage overall now on the souls. And I like the decision making kind of from both teams in a sense there around the urn, because we saw both teams decide to disengage and then try to like re-engage in a way that would hopefully be favorable. But it was obviously a pretty even situation, so they kind of both just went for the coin flip there. But melee creeps a little bit stronger at the moment. Now that's right side Guardian is really low for Hydra Nation, and that's a 2v1 there for melee creeps. So that Guardian's going to be going down. There we go. AVG will pick that one up. That's a seismic slam, looking to see what he can find. Oh, okay, never mind. God, man, I'm always gonna. This is just, they gotta fix this, man. They're making us look like amateurs out here.
It's all right, man. We got a list a mile long, or kilometer, 1.2 kilometers long for all Europeans out there, of fixes and changes we love to see into the spec mode. I'm sure our observers do as well, like having more than 2 slots. And Calc, he's trying to run away with Sai on the approach. The last, I'm not sure if it quite connected. As Flick with Death Slam available is looking for an opportunity to force something. The only force that's going to happen is him to back away down to about 500 HP here. And I mean, you're seeing the respect out of Hydra Nation towards melee creeps here. They're realizing we're 11k down here. We're behind currently 1 objective. That flex slot's going to become more and more valuable as we're about to approach that 14-minute mark where melee creep currently have theirs. And that's one thing that we're going to see Hydra Nation respond to, is like, where are they going to push for it?
And the interesting thing right now is that it looks like Saya's trying to maybe set up a lasso gank. In the meantime, obviously, there's a catch from Calc. It's going to be sending Poshy Pop away on the pocket. But that mid tower it's got to be a goal right now for Melee Creeps, and Hydra Nation knows that. And that's why we're seeing most players on the map right now around the middle, looking to defend or attack that mid Guardian. Quig is nasty.
He locked him in the Kutsu bomb as well for the extra damage like that. That was a lot of damage, and with that kill, this could be the push coming through. Not to mention the affliction going to be used. They're looking for another Guardian here, the last Guardian of the game to take for Melee Creeps. There's really no way to defend this. Leffa gets caught up with a tornado. John gets the kill, and that Guardian is for sure as hell going to fall. As Melee Creeps are going to look to push even further. Maybe Sai gets a little bit overzealous here, getting thrown into the Walker, but it still takes a hell of a lot of ultimates to deal with him, and they lose the one to get the Guardian themselves. Still 11k lead here for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, and still 2 Guardians up for Melee Creeps as well. I only lost that middle one. And so they have, in theory, quite a lot of map control here. And what's really cool right now is that we're in a stage of the game where, yeah, pretty nice solid advantage for Melee Creeps, but they should be able to read fairly well what sort of rotations Hydra Nation are looking for, which gives Melee Creeps an advantage in trying to like stop what they're doing, because they will have the information. Because it's kind of clear what the main objectives are, these 2 Guardians, outside Guardians, and there's a lot of info on the maps. So and the early spawned here on the right side as well, Jason.
They're going to go for the urn, though. I mean, Hydra Nation not going to have the mana advantage much longer, especially with Leffa still lingering towards middle. That's going to be the stolen seismic slam to come through. Get used to escape, though. And then the real one's going to come through to lock him down. Rokane's going to fall to Quig. And now with the mana advantage for Melee Creeps and the 2 mana advantage, this is definitely going to be an urn picked up for them, but can they actually turn it in time? Are they able to get enough pressure around the map? You can see Calc trying to respond with the pressure being pushed on by Melee Creeps and Lowman in particular on the left-hand side looking for that Walker. But the turn-in location, it's on Hydra Nation's side here. I mean, Melee Creeps, they committed a couple of ultimates here to pull that one off. But they need the backup here. Calc just needs to stay alive, entering the shadows, but for how much longer? The chase is going to come in for Lowman, but he's not going to get the shots. But it's still going to buy time here for no one to contest from Hydra Nation, and Melee Creeps are going to get the turn in for free.
Yeah, look at this pressure they're able to apply. And in the meantime, a 3v1 onto Leffa, who's trying to suicide for that right side tower. Leffa will certainly die and didn't get the Guardian, I don't think either. So right now it feels like Hydra Nation, there is the air of desperation around them right now.
Yeah, I can feel that. I mean, I kind of respect it out of Leffa because you would assume if they're going to be running the urn, they're probably not going to have many players on the right-hand side. So I kind of get the mindset of that. Also, getting a flex slot for yourself unlocked would be huge. And also some extra souls going your way because we're looking at now a 22k lead for Melee Creeps. And they need to be careful. They need to reinforce that right-hand side to keep the late wave pushed out, which I believe John's going to be left to do. They need to make sure the left one doesn't get taken either, and they continue to build off of this lead. And Hydra Nation are just looking for that answer back into this, and it might come in the form of a catch, as Saya overextended once again. And Flick does have Death Slam available. And it looks like they might have the catch onto him. Oh, the stolen lasso with the BM on top.
In the meantime, though, Melee Creeps putting the pressure on the left side Walker. That's going to call a response. Both Sinclair and Calico for Hydra Nation making their way across for the defense of this Walker. But that Walker's going down. And the question now is, can Melee Creeps escape in one piece? And it's a 2v2, so it's looking like they want to go in for the fight. I don't blame them because this is a beefy Abrams, 18k at the moment. They're going to actually try to fight this. There comes the Hex, but look at the damage coming out from Low Main. It's absolutely devastating, and this should not be going like this right now, Jason. This is not how it should work.
At least Hydra Nation respond with a push on the right-hand side, so they get the guard and they get the Walker unlocked, but they might lose another walk with this one. Yeah, they lost the middle Walker, and they're still continuing to push on this left-hand side. Another kill comes through. Melee Creeps, they lost out on John, but I think that's going to be a favorable trade considering the damage that they've dealt. But they will lose their own Walker at the same time, so Hydra Nation unlocking 2 flex slots off of this push, but they're going to lose a lot of their lives here.
Yeah, and good offense is the best defense. By trying to put pressure on, you do make it so that your opponent has to respond. So you're sort of taking the decision away from them of something else that they could do against you, and you're fighting in their territory. So that's kind of the plus of doing that. But at the same time, obviously in this particular case, right now Hydra Nation are just so far behind. It's really hard, even in even engagements, to kind of have the intended effect of just sending back those players who are on the offense against you. So Melee Creep's picking up the mid boss. Is there a steal here?
It's the attempt going to be coming through. It's going to be Calc. He's into the shadows, but I think he mistimed it. No one's there to actually secure it except Saya on the side of Melee Creep. So at least Calc's able to take down the kill on the Posture Pop, and still the damage, it's been done. It's been secured for the side of Melee Creeps. AVG looking for some extra damage here, just doing fisticuffs up against Hydration. And they're going to lose a couple more players off the back of this to continue to push through the HMC as well. The double charge. Calc gets caught out. And AVG secures himself, I believe, 3 kills in that fight. And Melee Creeps with Rejuve and the kills. They're sporting 8. I don't know why you go for that ultimate there.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, ZP, say something positive.
No. I will not speak lies. So I reject your premise. Look, I think here, the most I can do a positive spin on this is that if Hydra Nation could build a time machine and go back and do a proper draft, they probably wouldn't look this bad in this game right now. I think this draft is just bad on all levels. It's a lot of Hydra Nation players not on comfort heroes. It's off heroes, I think, to an extent, are meta. And then even the stuff that they have that is like on the stronger side, you know, like the Sinclair. You know, when they've played Sinclair really well, it's usually been Rocker on it. But you've put Rocker on the Grey Talon, who is also good on that. But you got Talon and Sinclair in the same draft when Rocker's kind of the primary person who plays both. I'm not a fan. And also, again, this is another game where Lash is not beating the allegations at the moment.
ZP, I have to say this, though. If Hydration could build a time machine, they probably would have went back and been like, Quig, don't leave, stay with us. Because, like...
Well, no, they don't have to do that, because should Hydra Nation lose this week, there's at least like a 50% chance that Quig is back on the team for the week after.
That's true. That's true. Well, they sniped someone else. I mean, this has honestly been a crazy turnaround for Melee Creeps, though. Like, obviously, after, you know, dropping Cool Cheese, dropping Axe, picking up John, the performance they had last week, now the turnaround after just not even a week of play so far, it feels like, with Quig. And they look like a completely new team.
Okay, so there is a chance that Hydra Nation could get killed within the next 2 minutes. Well, I wonder what the fastest is that they've lost a map. Because I don't think I ever can recall them being stomped. How about you guys?
I could go back and look, but I might have to do that in the break because that's going to take some like scouting through my data.
I feel like they might have lost one of the challenging matches at one point, and when they were in the full readaptations. Like, okay, Hydra Nation, they did look really bad when the map changed to 3-lane. Like, there was one game where I remember like Hydration was like a Yamato that was like 5k behind the average of the game, which normally doesn't happen. Like, Hydra Nation was really bad at the beginning of 3 maps, and then eventually they learned how to play it. But you have to go back to that.
Well, another fight is breaking out, and I mean the stat check at this point is insurmountable. Seismic Slam from Sinclair once again, and now he's going to get tossed up. He's going to get juggled in the air, and that's going to be that. So just clearing everybody up. I mean, we know where this is going. We all know where this is going.
Well played. Won't forget that anytime soon.
It's going into a well played. Yeah, good game already called out for Hydration, and you can see they're already pushed in towards the base. No backdoor protection coming in for the Patron. And honestly, Melee Creeps with a 40k plus lead look phenomenal in this match. Obviously, you got some questions around, was it the draft that allowed them to be successful? Was it just the whole laning phase in general? But either way, Hydration have been served up at their first loss in this series. And the question is, can they come back like they did in the previous week up against B&B?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the draft obviously is where everything went wrong. I think CP's totally right. Very odd, because I also don't think that Hydra Nation is a team that really tends to have draft issues because the hero pools are pretty deep. So, yeah, I'm surprised by this result, but I am excited for Melee Creeps to continue the form.
So look at that. What was your anchor comfort pick, given what Hydra Nation usually plays there? I mean, I think the closest you got to that was Rocker on the Talon, where Rocker has looked really good in the Talon, but I mean, Hydration on Viscous, I'm not really a fan. I mean, he's had some good games up, and it's in his historical pool, but it hasn't been his bread and butter really in recent times, nor Letha on Geist. I mean, Calc getting thrown on the Calc, I mean, which is okay. I mean, Calc isn't necessarily bad on Calco, but across all these heroes, Hydra Nation didn't pick up anything where it's like, oh yeah, it's this guy on this hero. I like that. That looks good. Like, they were just so out of what they normally play. On top of the fact that I think if you give up the amount of power picks that you did here, right, where you give up the Holiday, which in and of itself, usually has to be something that the other team needs to pick first, which I think Melee Creeps did in this case. But then you also give up the Pocket and the Mirage with their current levels of power right now. I don't know. It's not great. And then I think any scenario right now where you get thrown on Lash feels like a losing scenario. I mean, I'm willing to be wrong if we see a team go on a tear with it, but I think there's a reason why you see Lash only getting picked when it's like, oh God, we're late into the draft, Paradox and Holiday aren't available, and we don't know how we're going to start fights. I guess we'll grab Lash, and it worked out about as well as you could expect.
Yeah, it feels like the thinking that it doesn't work right now with how Lash is balanced in this 3-lane meta, and he's just too, I feel like he's too weak in the early laning phase, and especially if your team gets behind, you just don't get value out of him, or at least you can't maximize it.
I mean, the thing is, if you think about it, Hydra Nation kind of set themselves up for this, though. If you think back to how the whole draft phase went, right? We had Paradox banned out by Melee Creeps initially. Hydra Nation respawn with a Bebop ban, and then Holiday gets first picked. So you kind of take away the 3 initial pick heroes in that whole first round of play, meaning that Hydra Nation had to have had a plan later on in the draft of like, what is our engagement going to be?
Did they have a plan though? Or is this one of those things like, okay, we're going to do this, and then, well, whoops.
I will say I expect the caliber of team they are and how good they've been in general over all these weeks. Like, they definitely had something in mind, but yeah, it was rough. That's all I'll say.
Also, you look at the stats. I mean, God, you think about the general performance Flick has. I mean, Flick oftentimes is on Paradox, which is more highly prioritized by Hydra Nation than the average, I would say. And Flick just pumps. Meanwhile, Flick on Lash, not great. And again, I don't know how much of that is on Flick and how much is just on the current state of Lash. But, across the board, tough game for Hydra Nation. Also, same deal with Lefa, right? Where, I mean, I don't know. It's just nothing about this felt good or normal draft-wise for Hydra Nation. Maybe we're hitting that a little bit too hard. I think on the opposite end, I mean, Melee Creeps looked fantastic. And, said you all about executing in lane. John on the Mirage, made sure that the lane we saw coming in with the Lash, wasn't all that effective, right? I mean, that was the other side of the coin. But aside from the Ivy, it was just generally strong picks that are hard to argue with on the Melee Creeps side, so...
Sorry to interrupt you there, but look at Saya. 22 assists. What? That's ridiculous.
It's all around the map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to the laning phase. He set John up really well. Then obviously when they took down the guard, he was able to rotate around quite a bit. Actually, him and John went to the right-hand side lane and put AVG in the left-hand side lane to continue to farm, which we saw how that worked out for him. But 22 assists is kind of ridiculous. He's kind of cracked, the ADK.
Yeah, it was a great performance overall, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the adaptations will be from Hydra Nation, because we'll get something more normal, I'm sure of it. And then secondly, Melee Creeps, they know what they're doing. They know what they're targeting. They seem pretty stable so far in the small sample size that we have. So I'm excited to see what the revised version of this looks like. I'm sure we'll get a closer game, and we'll get to see Melee Creeps test it deeper in, which we haven't seen yet today.
Well, I do hope we get a closer game, but that means we do have to head to a break before we can get into that match. This is DFN number 22 into the money match over in North America. We have to find out, can Hydra Nation take it to a match 3? We'll find out soon. Hydra Nation currently on the edge, defeat down 0-1 up against Melee Creeps here. The Deadlock Fight Night number 22 presented by Intel. I'm still Jason, he's still Dan, and we have a third, well, maybe jumping the gun. Maybe I read the script a little bit too early. A second match to get to between these two teams to see if Melee Creeps can pull off, I would say, almost the unthinkable, considering they brought in 2 new players within the last 2 weeks here, Dan. If they are able to beat Hydra Nation, especially if Hydra should get more of a normal pick, then I think this is a true testament to how good of a team they are, but more importantly, how damn good of a player Quig is to be able to come into a team like this.
Yeah, and I think there's a few points here. Like John, who's been added, looks pretty good, and they put him on Mirage. He did a great job, really great job on Mirage. And what's interesting to me about that too is that Mirage is a pretty high priority pick. So I feel like it's less likely they're going to be in a spot where, you know, oh, you're trying to find a pick for John, who maybe has less of a diverse hero pool that you're comfortable with, like later into the draft. You probably get that secured probably somewhat early. So there's a lot of interesting dynamics we could go on about, but obviously you have to introduce someone, Jason, I think.
I do. We have to bring in
that. I could just keep talking, and then Jake would never get to come in.
That's true. Yeah, keep going.
What if I just keep blocking him?
You can filibuster
and then we get
this.
to the draft. I just keep talking the whole time. Does it work that way? Actually, you know what, Jason? I found out the production can do whatever they want. I just need to stop believing that I have any semblance of control or power.
I'm glad you finally realized it. Let's bring in the man with the best hair on the show. It always has his little whoosh in the front, where I just have a giant forehead. Jake, man, talk to us about this last game. Like the draft, we kind of discussed a little bit while we were in the break there. What was your thoughts on it?
Proof is in the pudding, man. I feel like you got to give a lot of credit to Quig, who, you know, former member of Hydra Nation, who has come in with the draft to dismantle them, has looked amazing in the previous match against B&B. And Melee Creeps on a tear. Like you could say, like, yeah, they could change up a couple of details here and there in the draft, but I mean, a game like that is what we expect to see out of Hydra Nation on other teams, you know, putting up a big statement win and dominating 2-0. Right now, I feel like the real question for me is Hydra Nation going to be tilted with, you know, how hard they just got beat down? Do they have the mental fortitude to get back up, pick themselves up off the ground, really, and try to find a new approach for the game?
Jake, remember what I said, you know? Is it easier to lose in a stomp or lose a close game?
Well, you know what, Jason, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become a villain, and I won't further explain that statement.
Yeah, no, I think I know what you mean. I mean, but damn, we're gonna head into the draft phase here. Now, keep in mind, we did have Melee Creeps do a Paradox ban initially, and Hydra Nation did a Bebop ban. So I'm curious if we're gonna see the similar route happen. Though I'm hoping for Hydra Nation this time they don't take away all the pick heroes right off the bat.
Well, they are first pick, so at least if the bans went that way, then they'd be the team grabbing the holiday. I feel like we have seen these like pick-off heroes just become super high prio, both because a lot of teams want to get Bebop off the board, and they're going to do it again here. I think another respect ban for John. I mean, historically, Hydra Nation has probably banned Bebop a lot more than most teams. I don't think they really go for the Bebop much themselves, and they really don't like the variability, the fear that it puts in you in terms of the possibility of getting picked off and you know, getting snowballed, especially in the early game.
Paradox. Say it with me.
Then they give away the holiday.
I don't think you do. I think you have to not ban them. Oh, you are ban holiday. Okay, I mean, this does give the Paradox Hydra Nation, but I do agree that the holiday is like the bigger threat, especially when it comes to the matchups into, like, we saw Lash getting his ult canceled last game, 7. Yeah, I feel like the holiday having the hard stun on the ulti is really powerful in especially some of these like key matchups where you want to be able to pop your ulti, you want to be able to, like, you know, dictate the pace of the fight. You can't necessarily do that up against holiday, where Paradox, you might be getting swapped in position, but like you're 7, you're still ulting.
Oh, they go for the GT. So this is interesting because Melee Creeps could just like pick the Paradox. And I was saying to Jason earlier, I think that there's value in maybe getting the Mirage online early just because you get that for John. So there's no shenanigans where John can get blocked and you run into like a situation where, I mean, I don't know his comfort on other stuff, but what I saw on Mirage was really good. So
he looked great on the Geist in the first match. I mean, I think John has firmly beat any kind of like one trick allegations. I like the Mirage pick though, period, just because it's such a good hero. It fits in so many comps, and it puts that like macro pressure on the opponent.
It's got to be our most pick banned hero now. I would say, overtaking Paradox. It's at 94%, which is kind of insane. at the moment. But yeah, I mean, Mirage as well. Like we know, like AVG, Pashi can both play Mirage too, so you do have that level of flexibility with John on the team. I mean, why not go Paradox Mirage? Yeah, if we're talking about it, take away all pick potential for Hydra Nation, and now what are they going to look at? I want to say,
I think they should grab a Mo.
Yeah, I want to say with good faith that they had some sort of pick potential planned out, but maybe it was thwarted when the Mo ban came in the second round of bans.
Yeah, I think just because Hydra Nation are desperate for catch and stun. I mean, with Bebop Holiday banned, I mean, like Lash is like another option. I like the Calico in general as a hero, but I do think if they don't take the Mo now, I don't think they're getting it. Whether melee creeps take it for themselves, whether it gets banned out here in the middle phase, Hydra Nation may elect to just go without and maybe take like something like a pocket here and just like play the high tempo style. But I do think you're missing a bit of control in the lineup, and there's perilously few sources left in the draft. Like with, I mean, like Lash and Viscous fell flat last game. You feel a little scared relying on those again. Sinclair does offer a bit of solid control and you know some playmaking potential, but I do think they may be going up against Mo now. You know, I think melee creeps could very easily grab it for themselves.
Yeah, I'm also happy with meta creeps not even going from just like banning it, and
yeah.
I think they're definitely in a great position. It feels like we're in a similar spot. I think before we were like, oh, they should pick Mo or Yamato here. At least that's kind of where I was at. And then they can just ban the one they don't pick. But they get the Vindicta online again. So it was Lomane, I think, that played Vindicta previously. And Lomane did a really good job on the Vindicta. Some teams really like running that Vindicta. And NA has highly valued it for a long time. So it kind of makes sense that we're seeing it in like the third slot right now. But now the ban. This is like I think the important part. Like, would it be the Mo?
I think so.
I think it's like that's what Hydra Nation maybe need more than anything else. See if they have another concept in mind. No, I mean, and Hydra Nation even talked about it in the post game interview how much they value the Mo, how big of a threat and factor that they think it is. And so melee creeps happy to just shut that down. I think Quig has looked fantastic on the IV, made like a lot of like really from a mechanical perspective, really doing well on the hero. And then strategically also, you know, like it's great for a shot caller, I think, who can use that global presence, but not necessarily be like the one who has to hard focus on aim during the team fights. So I think it's a really good fit for the preferences here. Pocket ban comes out. Definitely could be a problem for your great talents, your Sinclairs, who want to be able to like escape and kite away from some of these fights.
Really quickly, you're talking about the mechanical level of Quig on Ivy. One thing I noticed in that last game was he actually denied an affliction by going into stone form.
Yeah.
When it was stolen away. And we talk a lot about when Pocket gets 3K, or in this case with Sinclair, you see them go for affliction, then they push you out of lane, or they get a kill onto you, and he was able to deny that completely with just one of his abilities.
Interesting.
I love the Abrams here because this just like kind of locks down a lane for you on melee creeps. You've got the Vindicta Abrams lane, which we know is such a big threat. Both has like insane last hitting potential on denying orbs. Also a lot of kill threat in the early game. It was like a winning lane for them in the last game. So run it back. And then you've got Paradox Mirage, who can both almost be paired with anybody. Like they're decent laners, decent to strong laners, I'd say, who aren't too worried about anything. I wonder if we'll see like maybe a Geist or a Yamato here for Hydra Nation. You know, since they drafted the Kelvin, even a Shiv, just something that plays up close and personal alongside a Calico and helps really get the value out of the Kelvin heal.
Yeah, and it's interesting because obviously Ivy is going to be online for melee creeps. They don't have to like really think about that. I don't think there's a universe where Hydra Nation steals it from them at this point with Kelvin online. So the Geist comes in instead. And yeah, I feel like Yamato is still kind of nice here.
Yeah, Yamato looks really nice here.
Because they would love, I feel like, another playmaker, someone that can kind of get in there closer with Abrams. Because right now it's kind of just Abrams that's going to be in the close range engagements, taking all the focus. You want at least somebody else in there.
Yeah, and I think Yamato also has like the flying strike to get on great talent, to chase down like as the flight cooldown comes in, and going to be a natural choice here. I'm curious how they finish off the draft. I think there's a lot of options here. Maybe it is just the Ivy, just like something simple, gives you a bit of mid-boss secure, gives you a bit of global presence to pair with Mirage. I think that's going to be a real annoyance for Hydra Nation, especially in the mid game. And I think it gives you a lot of deep push as well. If you're trying to do this like big death ball thing with Kelvin, you can be pretty annoying on the Ivy.
What I do.
Yep. Okay, these draws like kind of went as we kind of expected for both sides so far, more or less. I actually, to be fair, I feel like melee creeps went as we expected. Hydra Nation was, at least I wasn't as sure about how it developed. The Sinclair pick in the third place threw me a bit.
Think about this melee creeps draft. This is like a very meta draft from like 2 months ago. Like honestly, in like the 4-lane meta, this is like a really solid, with like a lot of stuns, a lot of frontline, and it will be the Shiv finisher for Hydra Nation. I like this. I mean, I think with Yamato Geist already taken, you wanted just that one more hero. I like the triple down on the heavy frontline with Kelvin, so you're really getting the most out of those shelters. There's always somebody to combo, and you've got another very powerful lane in the Shiv Kelvin, maybe to match Abrams Vindicta if they want to take it there, maybe to dominate somewhere else.
You know, one thing we didn't touch a ton on in that last game, but I think it's an indication of like melee keeps priority. Thinking back to when we had John and Saya take the left Guardian, they sent both those players to the right-hand side lane, and they sent AVG to go solo farm the left-hand side. And we saw, again, just how impactful, how much damage he did, how strong he was in these fights. I wonder if they do something similar to set him up yet again, so he can be this real powerhouse of a front line. Because I do kind of worry, like he can get caught off guard quite easily by a Kelvin Dome, especially when you're locked in there with a Shiv. But also more so, I think melee creeps, their plan was to kind of, I mean, realistically, are you going to be able to take that guard as easy as they did if you leave AVG there and you have John farming the Mirage? I think we're seeing, I don't know, an interesting adaptation. I want to see if it kind of proves true to know if it was more than just a coincidence that they ended up playing it out like that. But I definitely feel like there was a game plan there with how melee creeps played things out.
Oh, hello. Little pause.
Thoughtful pause. Give us an opportunity to discuss. Appreciate that.
So my very fast take on this is that I like melee creeps lineup a lot. I think both teams have a pretty good early lane, but I feel like Hydra Nation, when they are moving as a ball, the death ball is going to be very dangerous with like the Shiv, Kelvin, Calico, and so on and so forth, and the Geist. So that's what that seems very dangerous. I don't know how melee creeps will necessarily deal with that, except just avoiding the ball and just trying to play around Paradox, getting a pick, or forcing fights by destroying the formation of Hydra Nation with the swap.
I mean, I don't know. So I brought up the AVG point because I'm expecting like him to get frozen sheltered and like kind of trained on by Hydra Nation pretty easily, and if he has to get to a point where he can kind of ideally survive, or ideally just not be bursted down so quickly in these fights to provide some sort of front line for the team. And it looks like he will indeed actually be paired with low main on this right hand side, so we're going to see that Abrams Vindicta combo that we talked about. We're also going to see the Yamato Ivy combo in the left, or in the mid lane, but up against left on the Grey Talon plus Hydration on the Calico. Like that's a very bursty with a high potential for snowball for Hydra Nation.
Jake, these actually seem like really like interesting lane matchups actually for both teams. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I think lanes wise, I'm expecting to be maybe a little bit more competitive this game. I am a much bigger fan of the Hydra Nation draft. They've gone with like a sort of a Kelvin style draft, relying on the big AoE heals and a little bit more playmaking. I just in general feel like the hero quality is a little bit higher. There's no Lash and Viscous who are really, pigeonholed into a very certain play style. Feels like everybody can adapt with the game, and then anybody could have a big game and potentially become a big factor as we get more into the late game. Calc as well on the Shiv, I think, is definitely a comfortable match on a hero that he can really potentially snowball in with the Kelvin assist. So melee creeps, I think, going to have potentially a tougher game on their hands, certainly more than game one. And I'm just curious to see if Hydra Nation can force a game 3 here, if they can get into that late game play around the Kelvin in those mid game earns.
All right, well, we'll check in with Jake a little bit later on, and that's definitely something we saw last week out of Hydra Nation, able to take a loss up against a B&B in the first match, take the next 2, and then eventually the series, and of course the title once again in back-to-back weeks. And I don't know how many weeks in a row that's been for them, to be perfectly honest. Already some good damage being done here to AVG on the right-hand side, being forced back, and I know we talk about the Shiv and the Kelvin lane quite heavily and how dominating he can be, especially when you get that 3K mark. He locks someone in the frozen shelter and was guaranteed to get the kill. And speaking of kills, Pop getting extremely low here by Leffa, getting aggressive in the air.
Yeah, so far things have been pretty chill, actually, especially compared to the last match. But oftentimes by now, for the first couple minutes, you can see quite a few kills happen, but it seems like there's a lot of respect. But I feel like it also plays to the fact that these lane matchups are pretty nasty. The Kelvin Shiv combo, against the Abrams Vindicta combo, like it's like all the lanes have some really nice synergies. So I think it definitely makes sense that you're putting some respect on that for either team. And if you're Hydra Nation too, you know you're up against 0-1 at the moment. You can't really afford to make a mistake in the early game. You need to win the early laning phase.
Oh, wow, the tether into the charge, and of course the tether range means you're gonna get stunned up at the limit of that one. But Lomane gets a little bit caught out here by the Arctic Beam coming in through out of Kelvin, played by Flick, which is kind of odd to say considering that's not really a playmaking hero that we know Flick can be. And AVG is going to continue to go on the charge here, looking for that catch on the calc. Oh, the charge, perfectly timed.
Yeah, AVG had such a big game on that Abrams in the previous match between these two teams, and it's off to a good start here, I would say. Obviously, this matchup, it's really fun. The stake charge combo is really nice for the reasons you mentioned just earlier, and you add the crow in, the crow damage as well. It's also like very annoying.
They have a huge lead already in this lane. Yeah. Nothing they can do. They don't have the heal yet from Flick because it's too early in the game, and Flick's he's gonna die. He's dead for sure.
Wow.
A phenomenal dive coming through. I mean, they knew the presence they had. A little bit of a misstep there, not getting the parry onto the Guardian. But we should see Lomane dive to the Guardian for the health reset.
Yeah. And their creeps are up against the tower right now, just getting free damage. So this is like they're gonna get reset, and they lose basically nothing for that. So pretty awesome early start, and obviously we know that's a very important lane.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there. This is gonna be another dive almost for sure. Like they have 3.3k souls. You do have Kelvin Flick at 2.9, who's about to get his frozen shelter, but Calc's at 2.4, so the damage is just really not going to be there if they want to secure a kill. I almost certainly expect another refight to happen right off the bat.
Kill onto Poshy pop there. The owl sent out. Is it going to find its mark? In the meantime, Sire's going to get taken down by Rokane, so the guy's performance on Rokane so far better than Lefa's in the previous match. No shade to Lefa.
A little bit of shade.
Yeah, there's a bit.
A little bit there.
I was just thinking that it's like me saying no shade to him, but basically I'm highlighting that there is shade there, honestly.
Yeah, I think every player has to be able to handle a little bit of shade. On the right hand side though, Calc still at 2.6, 2.7 thousand souls, still yet to get his ultimate up. Just point that out again because I'm expecting like the aggression to come through. But on the left hand side, we've had some pretty decent showings of guys today.
I see paradox.
Rokane sitting at 3.7 at the moment, looking to get aggressive and potentially catch out Saya there on the Paradox, but not able to kind of disposition him away from his teammate.
And we are definitely seeing a much better start for Hydra Nation. They are 2k up at the moment, and at this point melee crews were the ones that were 2k up, and they ended up really snowballing that. So Yamato against the Calico is going to work out there with the assist from Quig on the Ivy. Really nice there. That's going to even things up, 22k to 22k. Very important. I'm trying to take note of the tower damage right now, but hey, we've got AVG going deep, hitting the charge, trying to get out there, sliding down the stairs. All those particle effects on AVG, but Abrams is a tanky boy.
One thing I want to ask Melee Creeps, if they do win this series, and hopefully like Jake or ZP or maybe you, Dan, can remind me, I want to ask about like the switch up in the team of putting Poshy Pop with Quig, because normally we talk about like duos and they kind of stay together as duos for the most part, unless there's like some outstanding circumstances in terms of like hero pool limitability. But I feel like it's kind of like spread out, AVG and Poshy Pop, who were kind of like the standout players on that roster, and it allows them to apply pressure into like two different lanes instead of heavily stacking that one lane that they would normally play in.
Yeah, I'll leave that one for Jake or ZP. I'm not totally sure. But yeah, there's definitely, I think that discussion is really interesting though, in principally, in terms of obviously because it's not always going to be the case that there's other factors than just necessarily duoing with. Okay, well hold on, we've got the Paradox swap coming on in here. Saya trying to get the most out of this one, and very weak is AVG getting focused down by the Kelvin Shiv combo. It's nasty.
I'm not sure what that was. I think Saya rotated over towards this lane to look for a kill, and then Lomane got caught because of that, I guess. He dies, then they kind of commit yet again with AVG not having the HP. So some easy kills coming for Hydra Nation to help them get these two players back into the mix here. Flick back up to 5k, Calc up to 5k now too. And Assassin's gonna come through, but no kill just yet.
Saya and John are getting really crushed in that left side lane. That is the reason, a large part of the reason for the deficit on souls is that left side lane. Because they're having a horrendous time. Oh, Quig is eyes. Oof, Quig. Able to get out there, very expertly done. And once again, the flying strike. Phasing through the walls. And they'll clean up the deficit just ever so slightly. But that left side lane is definitely a problem. They lost to the Guardian there already. But those players have to recover. John can farm there now. This mid lane's getting heavily contested, Jason. Now there's more players freed up off the ropes here. We're going to get that Calico coming to the mid lane for the 3v2 potentially.
Let's push Broadway.
Yeah, this is really rough, actually. I didn't even realize that John was getting kind of destroyed so heavily. He's only at 4,000 souls up against Rokane, who has like 6k in his lane. He's definitely behind the curve for his team, but they're kind of leaving him alone to farm up here at the moment. Though I do worry that Rocker, who has almost a 2.5 thousand soul advantage, if not more than that, could potentially just kill him outright, especially with no Guardian to fall back to. And that does free up, like you're saying, like the Hydra Nation start grouping, looking for some objectives, maybe in towards middle, maybe looking for another tower on the right-hand side. And speaking of the right-hand side, looks like we're gonna have a gank come through here. Low main rotating in to help achieve something off this. Is AVG and Sai are going to be going in for the push.
Okay, well, there's the frozen shelter, and again, that's going to be a kill onto AVG. Again, dangerous combo with the Shiv in tow as well. Low main, I think that's an assassinate, getting a lot of damage up here from the heavens, and a lot of players there coming in from Hydra Nation, and low main might be in a little bit of trouble here because it could continue to pursue. Sai goes down, Quig goes down, things getting worse here. That is going out, also looking to find his target. What will Leffa find? Absolutely nothing. That's okay. 3 players still though for Hydra Nation on this right side, and they're in this position right now, Jason, where Hydra Nation they're just rotating all across the map here, just creating a lot of problems, trying to focus on these ganks, focus on these objective kills.
And they have a huge lead, like 7k 9-10 minutes in is quite a bit. Pashi's trying to respond to this, as he might have just a little bit overextended here, trying to get a parry onto the survival buff. Now he just has to hope to get away from this one. Hydration, I think he's going to miss the drop. Instead, decides to not go for the chase. But with the urn spawning in at the 10-minute mark, this is going to be the next point of contention. Flick using that ice path right before picking up the urn. So he has the extra speed to get across. And I mean, you're going to see melee creeps down, or we're going to be rotating in to help defend against this. The problem is that Rocker's going to continue to push the left-hand side, so John's going to be left back at base to defend on this. But he's still going to be 3,000 souls behind the person who's attacking.
And this really sucks right now for melee creeps. They wish they had Saya up to help in this urn fight, but their Paradox is not got... well, actually, no. Saya's actually going to be getting there in time, but there's no Paradox swap just yet. It comes online any second now. And the urn still isn't deposited. There might be a fight here that could work out for melee creeps if they just set it up correctly. It looks like the dive comes in here with the urn there. That's going to be collected. There's nothing to block this. That will go the way of Hydra Nation. And melee creeps still not liking the initiation of any kind. They're just gonna leave it.
Yeah, I would leave it. I mean, you already lost the objective, right? There's no point to continue to go in and potentially throw away a couple of deaths. You can see John trying to respond with a push onto this Guardian to get melee creeps there first, but he's not going to quite have the damage unless he commits for it. Doing that old Leffa special from the last match, except he looks like will be successful to get away. So they get nothing after losing that urn. However, they do have the left and right hand side Guardians very low in HP, but able to rotate in to go for those are going to be a little bit difficult to do at this moment.
Let's go, York.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the rotations for both teams at the moment. And a bit of farming going on for Hydra Nation, getting some of those Gambas, I'm sure. And, oh, okay, I don't think the stake didn't connect. Nice gank attempt coming in from low main to give John a bit of an assist there on the left side. But in the meantime, the Shiv and Kelvin combo causing shenanigans once again. AVG, who had a monstrous game just one map ago, is once again going to get singled out by this Kelvin and Shiv.
Every time he goes in to get aggressive, he just immediately gets frozen sheltered. That decay helping quite a bit, though, to at least secure the kill onto Calc. But they might lose the Guardian from this if they continue to get pushed. Oh, no! Sai gets stunned. I think indirectly meant to not even go up on top of the zip line there. He gets stunned up, forces out the ultimate, the travel to John to defend against this. The paradoxical swap is not going to be there because Sai was killed on earlier on. And just it's going from bad to worse now here for melee creeps.
Yeah, it really is. They'd recovered the deficit, just a mere 5k difference, so they were recovering, but still need to defend 3 against 3 on the right side, a 2 against 2 on the middle lane as well. And with that said, they could change the middle lane because Rocker could come in to make it a 3v2 in favor of Hydra Nation. So Hydra Nation playing the numbers game here. At the same time, this fight breaking out towards the urn, this could be consequential. Melee creeps not really looking like they have a lot of confidence, or already the utility, I suppose, to make an initiation that they can feel confident about. So they're once again somewhat of a stalemate. If Hydra Nation don't start the fight, it looks like melee creeps certainly won't. So just a bit of posturing. With that said, in mid, Hydra Nation are pushing up against that Guardian yet again.
I'm kind of surprised to see Hydra Nation still struggling to get these objectives taken. But with those charge shots coming through, you can already see Pashpat's backing away, and they're going to lose that Guardian. Loman's able to turn a kill here onto the Geist, taking down Rokane. When you see the counter pressure come through, we need to start seeing some objectives being taken out of melee creeps. They don't have a flex set unlocked just yet, as Hydra Nation already have theirs secured now with that middle tower going down. And the rotations, melee creeps are going to get caught off. They're not expecting Hydration and co to come in from behind.
Yeah, Hydration straight in on that flank. Gonna be eating up all the squishies in the back line. They are looking to try to escape there, but that is just really well timed by Hydration, getting in there when he did. Now we have the defense by the Guardian here. 3 players, but in comes Grey Talon's Owl. Leffer's out. It's going to get a connection onto AVG. Very, very low on HP at this point. There's a lot of heal and sustain here available for Hydra Nation to keep pushing in there. And they've got the numbers and they've got the health advantage. AVG can't really do anything in this fight. There's going to be a dive, a frozen shelter to make matters worse. And again, we talked about the death ball that's possible around, like that's centered around this Kelvin. And it has certainly been making a big difference this game so far.
This is not the worst thing, though, is that they managed to get the guard on the left-hand side. They ended up getting themselves a flex set unlocked, and they're really not that far behind anymore. I mean, well, not anymore, but the lead didn't grow much more is what I'm trying to say, at least at the moment. Currently sitting on a 9, about to hit 10k at this point. Actually, potential for a kill here. Supposed him back through the wall, and the amount of damage Sai just did was kind of ridiculous. They're sitting on 5.6 thousand souls, and he's gonna be able to rotate in time to help prevent the urn from being turned in. But realistically, I don't see Hydra Nation actually trying to go for this, at least within the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's interesting because, again, the potential for a fight for melee creeps is hard without Sire, with the paradoxical swap to kind of make it a more favorable initiation. Because, you know, they don't really have tools there. Abrams is coming on in. AVG is going to make his way across, but got to be careful about his positioning. A bit separated from the team. Wouldn't want to start a fight just yet. But now Sire's come in to the mix, but paradoxical swap is not online. And it does feel pretty limiting, Jason, when you just don't have the utility to kind of capitalize on your positioning, as we have seen be the case for melee creeps in some of these spots. But nevertheless, here's another fight and a frozen shelter.
Strat transformation comes through. Gonna get a reset on the power slash. It'll do some really good damage. The Stormthorn comes in, and they're able to get the 2 initial kills. Calc's able to spawn the kill into Pashi Pomps. The Trappers are coming out of John looking to assist his team and back him up. AVG joins the party as well. This could be actually the potential for a mid-boss take if they continue to pick up kills left, right, and center. Or maybe they're going to go for a walker for the game as well. Urn's going to be stolen away. Somehow Saya picks it up, and they're going to go for the turn in here. This is going to be a complete turnaround in souls, and actually melee creeps are to come out in the lead.
What a break. That is such a break away from the pack with the urn in hand. Epic stuff there from Sire, but unable to assist his teammates who are currently being hunted by like dogs, just like by the rest of Hydra Nation that were in pursuit still. But they only lost an additional player, so it's not the end of the world. And indeed, melee creeps somehow actually ahead. It is hard to fathom considering how desperate the beginning of the match looked.
I mean, they were down by like 10k, were they not?
Pretty much.
And now they're up 3k. Like, well, what the hell? That was a massive turnaround. And also, of course, with the urn being taken, like, I don't know how Sai actually gets that in the midst of that fight. and then gets away from it. But a huge turnaround, especially for AVG on 17,000 souls. He needs that extra tankiness, extra beefiness to survive. If he gets locked in by a frozen shelter. But now all the Guardians being taken in the game, it allows melee creeps to potentially push up in the enemy jungle of Hydra Nation and look for some ganks themselves. And it seems like we're having a little bit of a standoff now.
Yeah, you're right. Just everyone's settling back, trying to get some of that farm online. But most of the farm is being eaten up. But the soul allocation is pretty interesting too, I got to say, Jason, because Rocker has the majority of the soul advantage for his team, which is not ideal. You'd prefer that to be on the Calico, on the GT, on maybe the Shiv. I mean, Rokane's doing pretty well on the Geist, but if you look at melee creeps, AVG commanding soul amount of souls, Sire on the Paradox, maybe, you know, you'd prefer it to be more so on the Yamato than Mirage, but John did a great job catching up, as did Sire. Sire was in John's lane. They had the worst lane of the entire game, and look at the recovery.
Yeah, I guess that basically comes a lot off of these fights too. I mean, if you think about where Rocker was, Devo plans to come through, but still gets tethered either way. The decay as well. I really wonder how many decays melee creeps has to deal with Calc. But a lot of the souls that Rocker got was because he was left alone in that left-hand side lane where the rest of his team was fighting. We're looking for objectives. We're looking for urn control. It's obviously not the most ideal hero you want to put in that position, but they kind of needed the others there to have the overwhelming like power and presence to win these fights. They're going for push on the Walker here, Dan.
Yeah, the split pushing, just pushing all sides at once, really trying to make it hard decision-making wise for Hydra Nation. How do you allocate the defense? Now it's a 2v3, a 3v3 there on the left side, and there's going to be another player coming across. You've got Leffa making his way across with a GT, and melee creeps, they're trying to break away, they're trying to retreat, but they're getting chased down there, so that's kind of a problem. But in the meantime, we get this mid push at the same moment. The melee creeps have an advantage, but it's very, very slim, and they've got to be cautious they don't make a mistake here. It's complicated to get this right, Jason, and you know, they've got to be careful they don't lose too many players.
This shot transformation came in, but it was just trying to buy some time. And yeah, they're going to lose quite a few players. 2 going to be down. And this very well could be a mid-boss take for Hydra Nation at this rate if they continue to pick up kills here without losing anyone. John's going to fall. I mean, it's still going to be difficult to do up against the 3 heroes that are still available for melee creeps to try to lock in a mid-boss. So I would imagine they're going to turn their eyes towards the urn, which will be a turn-in at the midway point. And it should be a free turn-in, actually. So Hydra Nation should be getting a nice little swing of souls back for themselves.
Swap coming in. Oh, great charge coming in there off the back of that one. Can they finish off Rocker, though? Looks like Rocker's going to be able to make it out of there. Is the most farm player on the squad, so that is going to be hard to take him down. And now the urn's going to be collected for Hydra Nation. So indeed, it seems like melee creeps, they started to feel themselves a bit. Maybe the split pushing backfired in the execution at least. And Hydra Nation, they're taking that mistake and they are running with it literally here with the urn. And how do melee creeps respect this? Do they try to trade walkers instead? They've got options.
You have to like boost in here towards that right-hand side. Or maybe look for a swap. Thing is, pushing into the Kelvin's gonna be very difficult. So he can use the shelter himself just to go for the turn. He's gonna drop the urn before. There you go. Exactly what I was kind of expecting. So this should be a free turn in. The thing is, with the shelter not there now for the fight after, it could be a turnaround. However, Posh Pop's already gone down. Hydra Nation are still on the push here, using this ice path to help go for the catches on the Saya. He's trying to retreat back towards his own Walker. John's trying to push the left-hand side, but you can already see Leffa. He went back towards the lane to teleport over to the left lane to prevent the actual damage from being done. And Hydra Nation, I mean, they lost a 10k lead before. Now they're approaching almost another 10k lead for themselves. Oh, John, he's sticking it. He's committing to it.
Yeah, he's doing the dance here. He's going to get it, and he's certainly going to die, but he did just barely get it in time. That was a very close one. And I like the breakaway again from melee creeps around the urn fight. They kept 4 players there so they could split push more effectively with John, but now we got the commitment from Hydra Nation. They know they have the numbers, so they are now putting the pressure on this right side. And there's not a lot to defend this. I don't know how long this fight can really last here for melee creeps. But whoa, mid-air punch, the charge, crazy. Is this guy Abrams or is it Superman?
That was... I wonder if... did he actually hit that charge? I'm not sure if he did, but that was insane. That was ridiculous. Oh, the airdrop connect carbine to come through. Now you're not really going to run away from this one. No Paradox will swap to be used, though, as Rescue Beam's going to use to keep Rokane away to safety. Unfortunate for melee creeps, not able to pick up any more of these kills, but well done by Hydra Nation to kind of stop the rot as they're grouped up for a push in towards the mid lane. In the meantime, now Saya, he's been kind of left alone. AVG's going to be here to help out. but I don't think they're going to win a fight 2v3.
Yeah, and I think this is great though, Jason, because what we're seeing here from Melee Creeps is they're not really allowing there to be like full team fights. It's really just been the earn mostly where that's been the case. Otherwise, when they're just making the decision to try to be like, okay, we're ahead, we want to try to do something. Okay, let's split push. Let's force our opponents to split up their defense so they're not all fighting under the frozen shelter, so that they're not deathballing us. That does seem to me certainly to be a great approach against what they're up against. And maybe it's a good time to tag Jake in real quick to see what he makes of this 20 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a great read from Melee Creeps. They understand that the threat of the Kelvin on the team fights is pretty massive. Overall, that is where Hydra Nation are at their strongest. So I think theoretically, I can see the idea behind the split pushing, but I do think they've got to be careful, because in the end, even if you're split pushing, even if you do get an objective, it's like you really don't want to lose 2 to 3 players on the map. At this point, that can be a mid boss, that can be easily like a counter objective going against you, or Hydra Nation just snowballing into other kills elsewhere on the map. So I think Melee Creeps have to really delicately play the balance of this split pushing without giving up too many kills.
Oh, this actually could be a bait out of Saya. He's got the reinforcements, but it might be an overcommitment. Hydra Nation have more players here on this right-hand side. Quickly going to rotate through as well. The Seismic Slam is ready to go, but he's just trying to get the height to use it. Trying to go for a catch, but the charge isn't going to land onto Rocker. He's going to escape. The Seismic Slam is going to be used now, but he's not able to catch on the left or anyone. And now Melee Creeps are going to be forced to retreat away.
Yeah, still fighting in the mix here. Oh, John John's going to take down Kalk, and here we go, pushing it further in. The Yamato of the Shadow Transformation is just ripping players apart. And that's going to convert into a Walker. So they found their moment. They picked a great fight. The execution phenomenal. And now they can take liberties. 3 players with 35 seconds or longer. They can go for the mid boss. They are chasing down the remaining players. They found Lefa, but where's the assist for Saya?
Rokan's going to escape. Mid boss looks like it will be taken here. There's really nothing good to steal. There's no owl. There's a hex that can come through. They have to be very careful of. And I would almost say if you're Rocker, it's worth attempting right now. No Shadow Transformation. There's no guaranteed way to get it for Melee Creeps. And they will secure it and also swap in Rocker for a kill, as well as Lefa. A massive swing yet again. And I could have sworn that Melee Creeps were going to lose that fight as they didn't have the man advantage, but the quick rotations out of Quig and Co. able to keep the fight in the hands of Melee Creeps. And now they're sitting on a 10k lead, and that's going to continue to grow off the back of this Rejuvenator.
Jake, what's the best way to leverage this advantage now for Melee Creeps? Because it feels like they're in a position where they could really send it.
I think they need to be just a little bit careful. I mean, with these 2 kills, maybe they can grab the mid walker, but I do think they want to play around this Yamato tempo. She's very low HP, needs to get a nice full heal off, because I think the way they've been winning a lot of these fights is that Pashipop's able to tank a ton of aggro on himself, pop the Shadow Transformation, and then crucially get bailed out. We talked about the quick rotations. Melee Creeps has been very on point with that. But the fact that Yamato's able to endure that first 5-10 seconds so that the rotations can come in is crucial. If you get popped too quick on Yamato, things could fall apart really fast for the squad, as you know, she's also a really important part of the damage. I also feel like John has actually come back into the game in a pretty massive way, bringing a lot of gun damage now to the fray. The bigger question for me is, can Hydra Nation make this mid or side walker defense? I think theoretically with a Kelvin Dome, maybe they can get something done, but it's scary. You know, you catch somebody like Pashipop on the Yamato, this is no guarantee you're even going to be able to get the kill.
Well, that's it, Jason. We've got a potential fight that could come here in the enemy jungle on the left side.
Quig just coming in with the wings to help set this one afire, as he's going to lock down Kalk just for a second, help defend Pashipop. They still are going to have 3 players there and meant to defend against this. In the meantime, they're trying to make a push on the right-hand side, splitting up the defenses of Hydra Nation. Maybe she can rejoin the push on middle, or they're trying to go for the push with Saya and John on this right lane walker. And they might get an overcommitment. Actually, John's going to teleport over towards the mid lane to help actually fight this one. The tornado is not going to connect, at least onto his desired target. The slowing hex to prevent him from running away. And Hydration has been forced to retreat back in towards that walker.
Well, getting the 1v1 against the Mirage is definitely a nice spot to find yourself in if you are Hydration on the Calico right now. Got to get that damage out of the picture, but it looks like John's going to stand tall here. The Frozen Shelter's going to go up. And that allows a bit of a reset here for the Melee Creeps, because they want to chase down these kills. They know they've got Hydra Nation on the back foot right now. Flick is going to go down as well. That's going to enable the Walker on the right side to be claimed by melee creeps as well. Now they're just knocking at the front door. There are those base guardians to be dealt with, but they've got some extra kills en route as well. There is Hydration on the peripheral, is going to get caught here. I don't think it's going to do too much to save the day, and Hydration is going to get taken down as well. And this is going from bad to worse here for Hydra Nation. They are on the precipice of getting a 0-2'd.
I mean, with the way it's going, they're going to be able to pull it off. Look at the lead they now have, over 30k at 33 at the moment. Rejuvenator has fallen away, though, so they have to be very careful about a fight here. Even with the 2 kills that they have an advantage, they have a lot of jungle to take from Hydra Nation. All these center sacrifices, and we'll bring in Jake just to, again really quickly to talk about this. As DDK said, it's gone from bad to worse, and this is the perfect setup for melee creeps to take this series.
Yeah, you know, I think getting a bit of value out of the reju, putting a little bit of pressure on, you're feeling really good about this. Hydra Nation, they've got to kind of get out on the map and go for something desperate, but desperation is the problem right now. Melee creeps, they have all the tools they need. I think they have kind of scaled past the moment of peak threat from the Kelvin comp. I think all they need to do is play carefully and just not take any fights with players on low HP or missing key ultis. I think if you fight at full strength, especially if you're able to split the map here to create even a bigger advantage, like if John can pull some attention one way, and then you're committing on an earn fight on the other side with Traveler. That's really the late game threat that this melee creeps comps has. And for Hydra Nation, splitting just feels way too scary. The Phantom Strike Abrams, the pick off from Saya. There's so many ways it can go wrong when you try to match John on the side lanes.
And Dan, look at AVG. Like I gave him a little bit of critique earlier on about how he kind of fell behind in a match one. They gave him the left lane to himself to continue to farm up. He's at 33,000 souls. If Flick domes him, Flick's dead. There's like 12k advantage for AVG. Even if Calc's in there, Calc's only at 24,000 souls. Like, he has fallen so far behind because of the tempo change that's been happening. I mean, melee creeps, they have everything going their way. Almost 40k soul lead. They're able to get a catch onto John as they go for a big push on towards this right-hand side. And on melee creeps is ready for this one, as the quick rotation is going to be coming through the swap as well, getting flicked directly under that walker. He gets stunned up as well. The frozen shelter, he's not going to have a chance to use it. And this is a big turning point now for melee creeps in this fight.
Yeah, Hydra Nation trying to take matters into their own hands with the initiative on this fight, but they are trying to reposition out of it, disengage, try to take the fight. They don't want to obviously lose everybody, but it's definitely not going super well. But there's still a chance here if they can get a kill, get somebody low enough for a killing blow. Quick is very low, but no killing blow can come in time for that, and that's going to be a problem right now because melee creeps starting to take some advantages. It is 3v3 down though, so there's still an edge that can be found here by Hydra Nation. The problem is Rock is very weak, as is Rokane, so the health is not to their advantage with a Yamato that's full HP on the chase, as is AVG on that chase. 200 HP. Oh my god, he's still standing. That is outrageous. And it's AVG, you were mentioning him, has been playing phenomenally well on Abrams all day.
The movement tech to pull off like HMC usage, the seismic slam as well, just for movement, not really for the slam, because he wasn't able to connect onto anyone. Ridiculous at AVG there. Now to 35,000 souls. They're still sitting on a 34k soul lead, and even looking to potentially stop this earn from being picked up here. John, he respawned back in. And Rocker, you gotta respect the Mirage now. He's able to just chase him away completely. The problem is he still has the urn in hand. He's trying to run it over towards space, and John's got to be careful to not overextend. Flick's going to use. I don't know. This is getting rough. Like, they steal away the urn, but at what cost? I mean, the mid boss spawns in 30 seconds. Maybe they get the urn turn in while melee creeps are doing mid boss.
Yeah. The difference of 35k, that's like roughly, what, 6k souls per player in advantage for melee creeps. So that's like one way to like think about the level of advantage right now. And mid boss is coming up. They know it. They've got the timing down. So this is it. Going for the mid boss here, this is something where it feels like Hydra Nation have to probably challenge for this or try to engineer a fight around this. If this goes for free, Hydra Nation will lose the game. I think they have to challenge it. We'll see if they decide to do that or if they try to catch a fight as melee creeps come out of the mid boss pit. But it doesn't feel like they can let this go for free, Jason.
I mean, they're going to go for the urn turn in. That's the best case scenario here. I don't think they can contest it. I mean, with Shadow Transformation up, there's just really no way you can stop this one, and that will be locked in for melee creeps. But now with, 25k in the lead, with Rejuvenator, how are melee creeps going to approach this base? How are they going to approach actually cracking it open? Because again, you don't want to necessarily overcommit directly into Flick with the Frozen Shelter, and you don't want to get Kaut going with the resets. And at the end of the day, you're still going to have to respect Leffa with his power shots. I always get them confused. Power shot, charge shot.
Yeah,
power
I know.
slash. Yeah, charge shot. There we go. I have to run that through my head just to remember it correctly.
But the bad thing for Hydra Nation as well is that they don't know where Melee Creeps is on the map. They could be anywhere, and if they lose one player, you know, with the rejuve up, Melee Creeps can just end the game. So they got to be careful. They can't really push out. And Melee Creeps, they could just take a lot of the farm on the map with the first half of the rejuve. This is something that Jake was talking about earlier in the broadcast, and then finish the last half of the rejuve with a base push. That's the guaranteed value that exists for them right now. And that's the situation that Hydra Nation knows exists. So maybe right now they're just outside the base because they're gambling that Hydra Nation might try to find their way out, presuming that they're going for some souls. But they're showing a lot of presence here, so there's no two ways about it, Jason. They're going in.
I see the swap coming through. They got to regroup though. Poshposh pushing the right-hand side by himself. The curse going to come through to at least stop ABG from getting the charge off. They get the target that they want though, and that target's going to be flicked. The Frozen Shelter is going to come in. It's just going to lock them in there for a little bit of time while they take the shrine here. They're separated from their team, but it doesn't seem to matter. They need that Frozen Shelter to play defensively. Now ABG's just backing away to help assist his teammates as the dive has come through. Hydration was looking for a kill on towards someone in the back line, but if anything, he's going to be the one to fall. And Melee Creeps, they're going to get the 2 kills they need. They're going to take down the shrines off of this, and this should be the first stage Patron at least being converted.
Okay, this looks utterly desperate right now for Hydra Nation. They're not insanely behind. They are definitely solidly behind on the souls, but at this point, with everything that's going on in the base, it is not looking good. They're staggered. They're up against rejuve respawns. There's not much of a way to find a positive here for Hydra Nation in the last, what could be the dying moments of this game.
I'm still not 100% convinced they can close this one out. They have to get the finish onto Leffa. Flick's going to respawn back in, but again, he has no ultimate. He has no Frozen Shelter. So anything. They're just going to go straight for the patron here, Dan. They want to finish it right here, right now. And Melee Creeps, with the addition of Quig, is going to allow them to take down his former team of Hydra Nation, now become the new kings of NA.
Melee Creeps, they do it. Should they become Quig Nation? Question mark. I don't know. It's so impressive. I'm not sure if it was Jake. I think it was Jake that was mentioning how, or maybe you. I don't know who it was, but someone said that Quig, seeing the advent of Quig, just seeing how focused the draft is, how decisive the team is, how they sort of being reoriented in a more organized fashion. It's evident, and it's resulted in a win here over Hydra Nation. What do we even say about that?
It's the Quig effect, man. That's what it is. We've been saying it for such a long time that like Quig was such a big factor in Hydra Nation, the success they had of those 12 weeks in a row. He's been in Melee Creeps like a week, not even a week if I remember correctly. Only like a few days, and yet he's been able to have this kind of impact on Melee Creeps. Now, obviously, the first match we can kind of chalk up to maybe just some not the greatest of drafts for Hydra Nation, but you saw there in match 2 they were 10k behind. And they ended up pulling that back to even, getting into a lead. Yeah, they made a mistake later on, and that lead got right back in the hands of Hydra Nation, but they showed that they can make mistakes and still find a way back out of that and still prove to be one of the most dominating teams over in North America. As we're going to bring in one of our most dominating analysts in the world with Jake to talk about this last game. And Melee Creeps, the new top dogs in NA.
Yeah, the new top dogs, and well earned, honestly. Like, you got to give a lot of respect to Quig. You know, with all due respect, Leffa, your opinion of what's good is 7th ranked to me. But I mean, the fact that he can come back in and upset his former team and do so with this shell of Melee Creeps, who have already shown that there's a lot of talented individuals here, bringing John into the mix. I mean, this is a really exciting moment in NA. Like you guys were mentioning, though, the big question is, does Hydra Nation snipe players away from Melee Creeps? I feel like Melee Creeps got to stand strong. They're building something that really impressed me today. Like the fact that they were down in game 2 and that they just able to outplay, able to like continue leveraging it. It wasn't a draft situation. Game 2 was really way more about the execution and the team play from my perspective. So I just think it's exciting to see that competition staying really hot, staying intense in NA, and Hydra Nation gonna have to do some serious reflection as far as like what they needed to change to get this win today. I think maybe game 1 you could chalk it up on the draft, but game 2, man, got kind of worked over in some of these mid-game trades. Pop leading the charge on that Yamato, and they overstepped the mark thinking they could kill him.
Well, before we do dive deeper into this match really quickly, I want to get into our player of the match presented by Intel. Who did you give it to, Jake? Because there's a lot of players that could have gotten it.
I went with AVG here. I just felt like, this was actually a tough one for me. I was thinking like even there's an argument for Quig for like, this guy has come in and made such a huge difference on the team. But, I think AVG was just particularly exciting to watch on the Abrams. Calc had said previously he doesn't think there's any NA players who can hang on the Abrams, who can really make the character work. Well, AVG did just that against them today, having a lot of big plays, a lot of frontline presence on a hero that we know it can easily go very wrong. Like we've seen a lot of games where Abrams has just struggled to get in, has not been able to stand up in the front line. This is kind of a feast or famine situation, but AVG was eating good tonight.
Yeah, it is really hard. Like there's so many storylines here that like John, there's a lot. We need to make sure we talk about John. Because he definitely there's a lot of like development in that narrative right now. But for ABG, his performance was actually remarkable because he had some very, very hard lanes as well. Let's go back to that Shiv Kelvin lane at the beginning of this match. This last map between them, the second map, that was very difficult, and they were not on the winning end of that necessarily, but still managed to just recover, kept his farm up. Every time I looked at AVG throughout the series, AVG was keeping his farm up regardless as to what was actually happening in terms of kills and deaths. And that's like, we talk about the feast and famine nature that can also be in effect with a hero like Abrams, where Abrams has to try to stay at least a bit ahead to really have that dominating impact. And if you can have that, then your Abrams can really get active. And AVG was able to do exactly that in a game that was highly contested, where they came off the worst from the early game. And I don't like, it's hard for me to think of games where the Abrams has a bad start like that, or the team has a bad start like that, where the Abrams is still able to like actually pull ahead like that.
That's the really crazy thing is, like, normally the Abrams we see, when they start to fall behind early on, they just stay behind and there's nothing they can really do to get back into this. But AVG in particular was able to really like fight back a losing battle for him in particular. And not to mention his movement was so damn clean when it came to the HMC tech that he was pulling off time and time again.
Left us some pretty big damage stats in this game, but the team effort across the board here from Melee Creeps proves to be overwhelming. Pretty impressive stuff. Saya, low main, both doing a lot of damage. And I mean, this is really just across the board. Like, I love that Pashipop, like, yeah, not the craziest kill stats this game, not the most ridiculous damage, but I really was impressed with Pashipop's like starting a lot of fights where even if he ends up dying, he knows that he's going to do enough damage and value. He's going to buy enough time for the rotation to come in. And that rotation came so quick from Melee Creeps. I felt that the coordination was really on a great level this game. And even into the Kelvin, it's like, that's like the toughest test, right, for squads is, can you take the team fights, making the right calls with the potential for Frozen Shelter to really change the calculus in the moment-to-moment fight. And they were able to navigate it super well. Maybe a couple misbegotten split pushes there throughout the match, but overall for Melee Creeps, really impressed with the macro, really impressed with the laning, and you know, honestly, to beat a team like Hydra Nation, you need to be on point.
Yeah, and I'd have to add on to that point really quick with Pashipop, because Pashipop was kind of a linchpin. I totally agree, because we even highlighted this early on, that we wanted to see another, like, something to go with the Abrams, and we wanted to have that Yamato or something, because we needed the Abrams to take the heat off of Pashipop, or vice versa. And you're very light in the front line if you compare it to example what's going on the other side. Well, on the other side, you've got Calico, you've got Shiv, you've got, you know, Geist, and potentially, you know, Kelvin. That's like 4 like frontliners against like 2 basically. So that's a very thin margin. It can go wrong very easily. So yeah, have it, like, understanding your job is really important there. And this goes for like all esports, where, you know, you have to understand what your objective is, because it can be different things at different times. But sometimes the delay, the survival, and then understand how to position so you can maximize for that in these spots is really crucial, and then knowing when to switch that mode into something else. And so yeah, I just wanted to like throw the respect there for Pashipop, because I do think that's easy. That's almost an intangible that could be easy to miss, but it's so important.
Okay, well, gentlemen, it is time to get into one of my favorite segments that we have here on the show. We have a winner's interview, and we're going to be bringing in Low Main to talk about this last match. I believe he's here and ready to go. So first of all, Low Main, I'm going to steal this question away before any of these guys ask it. Quig, on the roster, what has he brought to the team, and what has he helped you guys change or improve on?
Quick probably the wait, let me actually think about this. I have to think.
Okay, that's fine. Take your time, man.
Quick brings tempo. So like Quick is really good at controlling team fights and like tempo on a fight. Like the way we play our fights is like hugely rewarded to Quick. Like he calls out like how we should play our fights, and I'm not gonna lie, that's probably the biggest thing he brings. Like the way he tempo controls fights is unmatched. Like we never really like played like that before, and like ever since he joined, he like calls out the tempo fights, and it's extremely easy to just play. Like especially like since I play flyer all the time and I'm super vulnerable, it's really easy. It's hard to like it's like easy to get caught up on a fight, but like with him like directing everything, it's quite nice actually.
Okay, Jake, what do you got?
Yeah, for me, I just, first off, congrats for you guys to be winning Fight Night, shutting down Hydra Nation in 2-0 fashion. I know you guys had to make an unfortunate forfeit to them recently, but I guess you probably knew you could win this coming in. And I'm just curious, like with the new guys in the roster, with Quig, with John, do you guys think this is like, how much room for improvement do you think you still have? Like you talked about these guys, I mean, they're just joining and like just beginning to adapt, but are there still a lot of things you guys are trying to work on and improve and push your level on, even though, well, I guess for the now you're at the top?
I'm not gonna lie, our passion for competitive like waned off really hard. Like my whole team's like competitive drive. Like we recently we like adapted like just like the for fun mentality, and like we started like streaming scrims and stuff, and like we didn't like competitive was not like a focus of ours anymore. Like ever since Quake joined, it's been pretty much the same. So I mean, I'm not gonna say we're a for fun team, but we really are a for fun team. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, there's something to be said for that. I honestly think, like, in taking some of the pressure off and in just like finding the enjoyment of the game again, that you can kind of build some powerful team synergy off that. It can be sort of an underrated approach to the game. So I appreciate the honesty there.
Is it? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask a follow-up question on that. Did the competitive drive kind of die down a little bit because the scene is smaller right now, and Valve haven't sort of shared their roadmap and drummed up all the interest and like more player base? Like, is that part of the reason?
No, it was like, I'm pretty sure in our mind, like Hydra Nation was like pretty much unbeatable, and then like we didn't really like care to like step up again and play. So yeah, we were just like, things just died down. We weren't like trying to be the best anymore. Like we used to like try really hard. Like back when we first won, like we were so locked. We were doing like 8-hour practice days, and like we were constantly locked every day. But like now we're like a lot more mellowed out, and it's kind of just like we're just like cruising through.
Well, this result kind of compliments things for you, thinking Hydra Nation's unbeatable. Now you beat them down 2-0 and then are going to be our champion spot for next week, who, I think it is probably fair to say pretty likely you might face them again. But now it's not so clear they're the best. Not so clear they're unbeatable.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's the perfect answer. Yeah. Very chilled, very laid back, Lomain. Before you do go, though, I want to give you a chance to give any shout outs before we, let you go and go celebrate and probably play some Roblox, I'm guessing.
Okay. So like there was a lot of people that told me and AVG that if we won this fight night, we tried extra hard, by the way. Everybody said when we went live, we'd get hella gifted if we won. So
it's true.
Like
That's
me
true.
and AVG were like, we're gonna lock in for this one time, because everybody was talking crazy amounts of gifted. So me and AVG, we need gifted stat. Like I actually tried pretty hard this time.
I can confirm that. I was in his chat and I was like, if you guys lose, you owe me 1,000 push-ups. And then he's like, okay, but if I win, I get like 10 gifted. So I saw everyone's chat. I completely agree with that one. So for all of you haters out there that didn't think they can do it, you better give those gifteds or we're gonna hunt you down.
But what's your channel name? You gotta share the channel name so people know where to go.
Oh, I'm live right now. I get rated.
I mean, I don't know if that's how it works, but maybe we can work something out. I can slide you my PayPal info and we can make something like that happen.
There's none of that required. We'll rate him. You heard him.
He's a champ. You got to give the champ a little raid. That's
oh my god.
Perks of the job.
All right, I'm taking this. All right, I'm going live right now. Hold on.
You go live right now. Get out of here. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Congratulations once again to you and your team for taking DFN number 22.
Okay, thank you.
I was hoping you would just say, yeah. Get the end there. But I mean, that does it, man. We've had Melee Creeps taking out Hydra Nation 2-0. Honestly, kind of unexpected, actually. I was gonna say expected for some reason, but kind of unexpected. I was hoping for a little bit of a closer battle, but to see Melee Creeps do it to do it so cleanly and almost so easily is interesting tale of the way NA's been developing over these last few weeks here.
Yeah, Jason, game 2 was definitely, I think, the battle we were hoping for, but the fact that Melee Creeps make the comeback, come out on top here is always exciting. I mean, frankly, as much as like it's awesome to see Hydra Nation dominate, I think it's also really important for the scene for there to be teams that are pushing them, that are looking to make them better. You look at Europe, how incredibly competitive it is at the very top. You know, that's making all those teams stronger. And so I think in the end for Hydra Nation, you know, this is still a good thing that there are teams that can push them, that can challenge them, that can take wins off of them, showing that they need to keep improving. And I think for the long-term future of Deadlock, we talk about lands, we talk about international competition. And I mean, that's important for Hydra Nation to be able to be on that level when that time comes.
Bro, give me Hydra Nation, Melee Creeps, VP, and 1 win. A 4-team land. That is going to be some of the sickest Deadlock you'll ever see. But Dan, what's your quick wrap-up of the day?
Yeah, I think it's great. Again, a lot of like really cool story building that we had, seeing, you know, let's say what was the development with John, like the addition of Quig, just like, you know, Hydra Nation losing, just all of that stuff that we just witnessed is amazing. Obviously seeing 1 win still staying on top, VP really struggling to meet them, and having like maybe like a team with a new era happening in Europe as well. Really cool. And I think just a quick additional point on these players in the NA region being more competitive, like this game will eventually, I think a lot of us believe in it kind of blowing up. So getting these early reps in, although it might not feel as rewarding, you know, and compared to when the scene's a lot bigger, it's going to compound pretty heavily, because if you're a trusted name, you've developed yourself in like the competitions, you've gone through the fire, that's going to be really helpful in getting a good spot on a team later on. So, you know, I hope that the scene is inspired by these performances, and that the NA scene especially keeps on growing.
Not to mention a good salary down the line. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for DFN number 22. A big shout out to our production, of course, being here week in and week out to make sure we put on the top-notch quality show for you all. And of course, all of you viewers who are at home watching us every single Wednesday night, we appreciate it. We can never fully express how much we appreciate you guys tuning in every single week to watch out on some top-notch Deadlock action. But that's going to do it here for DFN number 22, presented by Intel. We'll see you next week for number 23. Michael Jordan.